always thought I was in control of the game, until I discovered that all of our maps had vanished into thin air. 37 What we always do. You made all this for us. The dining table is laden with food. The plates set and chairs set. Mac and cheese. Sandwiches. Tea and coffee. Fruit salad and pancakes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I smile brightly. We deserve a little appreciation for coming all this way. Don't we? Alpha Hugo and his beta. Jonathan exchange a look before the alpha smiles at me. You're right, milady. Then pulls out a chair for me. But you must join us. I hold back a relieved sigh at his compliance. Why not? I smile and I sit down. I glance around the table. Everyone. Should we start? Ethan sits down across me. Tyler seats himself as well. Alpha Brennan and his companion, Warrior Isaac, also join us. The lunch goes smooth as butter until someone decides to be smart. Where's Alpha Luke? Alpha Hugo asks. Thank universe I planned this beforehand. With a sigh, I lean back in my chair. A glass of juice held in my hand as though it's wine. Luke and I. My eyes flicker to Ethan. For a moment we had an argument. He was being difficult for no reason. Alpha Hugo keeps looking at me for a moment, then at Ethan before saying I see. The Curasol. HES probably thinking our team coordination isn't strong. Well, it's not exactly a lie, but when both of us want to win so badly, we can put our differences aside. After lunch, Ethan accompanies me back to my room. Awkward silence stretches between us until we reach the door of my room. Elise. My hand stops at the handle. I turn to look at Ethan again. HES staring straight at me, a determined gleam in his eyes. Just so you know. Without breaking the eye contact, takes my hand in his, giving it a gentle squeeze. I think you did the right thing. You stood up for yourself against all those higher ranks. He cups the side of my face and I blush like an idiot. Ethan's features soften in a smile, his eyes clear as the sky. I admire you, he says softly, heart touching. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I jump away from Ethan, face burning from embarrassment. Luke's unimpressed, slightly pissed face enters my vision. Achias standing with his hands behind his back, towering over Ethan by a good few inches, looking like some military general staring at a bug under his shoe. But I'm afraid you will have to put a leash on your feelings. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says coldly, I have something to discuss with my partner. Ethan works his jaw hard. His eyes narrowed at Luke very well. But when he turns to me, he leans forward and presses a kiss to my cheek, leaving me frozen with surprise. I will see you in the evening, he says before turning around and leaving. I blink, trying to piece together what just happened when Luke steers me away to his room, his face oddly taut. He slams the door shut once we're inside, snapping me out of my thoughts. Did you find a map? Getting my bearings together? No. Luke growls lowly, and I don't think we will. My brows knit together. Why? Luke holds my gaze, his own reflecting a hint of discontent. Everyone's maps are missing. My eyes widen. Panic swirls in my head like a rough tide, or at least it appears to be that way. Luke says I checked every inch of all of their SS rooms. What are we going to do? Horrified, what we always do. He tells me find a way out. How though? I ask what if whoever took it has already gotten rid of them, burned them, ripped them to shed. Luke drags a hand down his face, rubbing his jaw and thinking. Silence falls around us as both of us rake our heads. Can you make a copy? You've looked at it 1,000 times. I can only make out our path, not the traps. Luke says with the new map we had, it was already hard enough to avoid them. I worry my bottom lip. We need help. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I level Luke with a steely glance. We need to form an alliance. Somehow get someone to help us. Luke crosses his arms. Why would they? Everyone is about to be shoved down the same hole. I say they won't have a choice. Who do you suggest? Luke says Parks and his beta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nod blatantly. Ethan will help. I know he would. Because of you. I give Luke an applauded glance. Excuse me. I see the way he looks at you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says, a muscle in his cheek twitches. Hell. He makes a great show of it. For a moment I consider hitting him on the head for being so idiotic. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maybe Ethan likes me, but I'm dead sure he considers the hunt more important. I keep my eyes on Luke, trying and failing to piece together why he is so irritated about it. With a sigh I walk over to him. Unthinking, my hand reaches up to rest against his cheek. What is wrong? My brows furrowed. So Ethan likes me. Why does it matter? And you? Luke asks, do you like him? I told you. She is my friend. Dropping my hand from his face, Luke catches my hand in his own. Searching my face, that's all. I can't help the laugh that escapes me while taking in his worried look. As if I'm about to proclaim my undying love for someone I barely know. Yes, that's all. Chuckling, Luke doesn't find it mildly amusing. He stares straight at me. I hold his gaze, patiently waiting for him to confirm that I'm not about to elope into Eth and Nessa waiting arms. Luke's shoulders relax. He lets go of my hand only to hold my face in both of his. His forehead falls against my own, making me stare at him, wide-eyed. Luke takes a deep breath. Good. For some reason, my heart flutters in my chest, my skin tingling. I like it. I like how his hands feel on my face, how his scent is enveloping me, how I can see every angle of his face clearly. Something tugs at my heart. I desire to be closer still. Then Luke straightens, letting go of me. Let's go make some deals. We don't have our map either, Tyler says, eyes wide in shock. Luke and I are currently in Ethan's room, telling them to check if they have their map since we can't find ours. Oh goddess. I pretend to be horror-struck. That confirms it. Luke says we've been ambushed. By whom? Ethan says this is neutral territory. All the more chance to get us to lower our guard. Luke says we need to report this. Ethan says. Luke raises his eyebrow at him. What proof do we have that someone stole our maps? By complaining we will only be pointing fingers at the Alpha Supreme's hospitality. I can't see how that ends well. I might know what to do. Tyler says. Surprising us all, Stone was telling me about shifting our weapons and some things to the top floor of the main castle building. Some things regarding the hunt from the Alpha Supreme's main office. It might have this year's hunt map, I say, or it might not. Luke pops my bubble of optimism, but it's our best bet. Just then, the door knocks and a maid comes in. She offers a small bow before saying, the party is about to start. We request all of you to come to the main castle building. She turns to focus her eyes on me. Come with me. Miss Atwood, we need to get you ready. I look down at my attire. I am ready. This should be enough. Right. Nonsense. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She takes my arms and starts pulling me forward. Come along. An arm warps around my waist and tugs me back, making her hands fall off me. I will be at her room to pick her up. Luke says, his voice mildly threatening. How long until you're done? The maid swallows thickly. Not long. Only a few hours. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. The maid squeaks out. Her green eyes the size of the moon. Is that a problem? Luke growls lowly. No. The maid shudders, then turns to look at me in a whole new light. Come along. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She hurries out of the door. I look at Luke, trying to hold back my smile as I give him an unimpressed glance. You really want me to look hideous, don't you? Luke cleans down so only I can hear him. We don't know what might be going on. Keep your guard up, Miss Atwood. The maid peeks in again. Hurry, please. Coming. Unwrapping Luke's arm from around me and hurriedly follow her. Jenny, as the maid told me her name, helped me get ready in record time, and just as 30 minutes were over, a very familiar bossy elf entered my room, ready to beat someone into pulp. I'm alive. Getting up from in front of the dresser. You can stop glaring. This is what my neutral face looks like. I can't help but laugh a little. Since when did Luke become funny? I have no idea. Maybe it's just the fact that I have nothing better to laugh about and my nerves are skyrocketing. I thought this was middle everything. Raising eyebrow at my dress, Ginny said, be more comfortable in this. I soothe the non-existent creases on the pale gold dress I'm wearing. I walk over to him, surprisingly well balanced in my heels. Luke is dressed simply in a plain white shirt, dark jeans and a jacket. I wonder why they had us dressed in modern cloth, and the fact that I look hot doesn't bother either. I give him a bright smile. You're certainly easy on the eyes. I expect Luke to offer me his arm, but instead he wraps an arm around my waist and starts walking a little too much. What now? Trying to ignore how my heart beats faster due to our proximity. How do we reach the top floor? Tyler is up to that. Luke says he is going to check if there's anything useful there. And if there is, we deck in the staircase and I feel my eyes widen. Then we take back what's been taken from us. Clary was right when she said there's a party here. The ballroom in front of me has been converted into some kind of club. Lights flashing, music pulsing, the smell of alcohol already thick in the air. I feel Luke tense beside me. Stay close. I open my mouth to tell him to stop being such an old man and let me have some fun when I see Ethan walking over to us. Anything new? Luke asks him. I notice how his hold on me tightens. Jealously alert. Ethan notices it as well, but says nothing about it. There are guards at the floor entrance. Couldn't he have taken them out? Luke's eyes narrow. 5 armed men against one who can't even access his wolf. Ethan gives him a hard look. By all means. Winters, you can go and try. Luke's eyes flicker to me for a bare second. I take his arm off my waist. There are better things to do than keeping an eye on me. You go ahead. I say I can handle myself. Luke looks around the club-like ballroom, determination embedded in his voice when he says, I'm not leaving you here. You can't be thinking of taking her up there, Ethan says. Luke narrows his eyes, glaring daggers at him as he takes a step forward, but I act before he could start a brawl. Of their own volition. My feet hold themselves upon their toes. My hands wrap around Luke's arm and my lips fall on his cheek. I can handle a party, I say in his ear, over the blasting music, and you can handle 5 armed men. Let's not die by not doing what we do best. I let go of him, grinning at his surprised face, and then promptly make my way through the crowd. Time to have some fun. I reach the DJ and manage to get a word in his ear. He grins at me, his teeth bright against his tart skin before he puts on my song. Ethan barely catches up to me. Come on. I grab his arm and drag him to the dance floor. You really want to dance right now? A surprised laugh follows. You can't expect me to face certain doom without having a little fun. I laugh. And the fact that your partner is on his way to get beaten up doesn't bother you. I huff. Luke is probably going to do all the beating there. You think so? Ethan raises an eyebrow. I shake my head and grin. I know so. For a short while, we stay on the dance floor, but then the stupid heels start hurting my feet. Ethan and I walk over to the food tables and I slump down in a chair, taking off my heels. I look at the entrance, eyebrows furrowed. What's taking so long? Ethan says what was thinking. Maybe we should check. Getting to my bare feet. You stay here. Ethan says he'll go and see. But stay put. And she is gone. I stomp my foot on the marble floor before I promptly sit back down in my chair. Yeah, just leave me here to be eaten up by worry. I look up to see Clary. Hey, I smile at her. What's up? Nothing much. Clary shrugs. Want to hang out with us? I raise my eyebrow as if on cue. 3 other girls come there. One of them, a girl with a blonde pixie cut, smiles at me warmly. You must be Elise. She says Clary told us about you. We're going over to the poolside. Wanna join us? There's a pool. I stare at them wide-eyed. Clary grins. I'll take that as yes. 38 in the end. Luke. I see her disappear in the crowd. My skin still tingling where she touched it. As much as I trust Hazel, I don't trust anyone else with her. But she's right. We need to act fast lest we lose our only chance. With a deep breath, I turn my gaze to Parks, making sure to put every bit of authority in my soul in that look. Considering the irritated gleam in his eyes, I suppose it's working. Keep your eyes on her. My voice hard even to my own ears, and I'll be keeping mine on you. Are you so sure I need to be watched? Winters. He crosses his arms. I'm not the untamed one here. A growl claws at my throat to let it out. I can almost feel my fingers elongating. The beast hasn't had a dose of wolfsbane in a long while, and it's eager to break through the chains of restraint. You shouldn't even be allowed on this hunt. Parks says, scorn obvious in his tone, let alone with Elise as your companion. My hands are itching to close around something. You're the biggest threat to her. Unbident. My hand reaches out to grab him by the shirt front. I relish the flicker of unadulterated fear that crosses his face. Even if for a second. So you know what I might become? I say lowly. My voice rough around the edges like a jagged knife. What I am capable of doing. Still you're standing here, spewing out crap. I must say Parks. You're a bigger idiot than I gave you credit for. I let go of him. He staggers back. Instantly, he straightens himself, loathing clear on his face. Stay in your limits, pup. I look down at him. The next time I have to remind you wouldn't be so painless. I turn around, willing the beast to recede. I need to get it together. We need to escape this place before any more incidents decide to happen. I need to get Hazel out of here. My fingers turn back to normal. Reason takes over instinct as I go farther away from the noise in the ballroom. I find Anderson in the middle of a staircase. Where are you going? Raising an eyebrow at me to get to that damn office. You can't possibly be thinking of taking all the guards out. Anderson says even if you somehow do, there's no saying the map is there. Just the fact that there are 5 guards outside one door leads me to think it's there. Look, Winters. He says as much as I would love to punch someone in the face given our situation. We need to think this through. I cross my arms across my chest and listening. If we take out the guards, he says they see our faces. They will report us just as they get the chance. Even with the map, both of our teams will be disqualified for compromising neutral territory. As much as I hate to admit it. HES right. We need a plan. A diversion. Let's have a look at the battleground. I walk past him to the upper floor. Anderson follows behind silently. We reach the top floor and peek in the hallway. Anderson points out 5 guards. 2 near the big double door. 2 across from them. 1 at the other end of the hallway, armed with rifles. Their wolves probably ready for action. We move away, out of earshot before he says, well, what do you suggest? We need a distraction. I don't see your partner anywhere. I narrow my eyes. His lip tug upwards, calm down. Winters. In saying she's usually more than ready for this type of thing. Keep your words clear when you talk to me. About her you might end up regretting talking in riddles. Can I agent extraordinaire, Marianne Noben? Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turn around the information about the guards in my head, assessing it from every angle. My mind takes each obstacle, searching potential solutions. Follow my lead. I meet Anderson's eyes across the hallway and nod. He slams down a vase on the granite floor. I see one of the guards move forward and spin towards the corridor I'm standing in. I cross the hallway and glance out of the other ending, where the solitary guard is standing. I can faintly make out the conversation Anderson is having with the guard, doing a surprisingly good imitation of a drunk guest. I grab the guard by his throat and yank him towards myself. Instantly, I hold him in headlock. He struggles for a moment, then his body goes limp. I let him down and grab his gun, hoping Anderson has managed to do the same. The first shot rings. Anderson's made his move. The next moment, gunshots ring in the air. Bullets ricochet everywhere, and in theory, the sounds should not reach the ground floor over the loud sounds of music. I take out the two guards near the door. Anderson takes out the other one across them. The smell of blood hangs heavy in the air. I pick up a stray bullet. Not silver. They should survive easily. Anderson and I pull down the handkerchiefs from our faces, the ones we lifted from a nearby room, and he tries to pull the door open. Locked. He throws his hands up. I look down at the rifle in his hands. We could certainly shoot the lock out, but that would leave too much to open. I don't want every other team to have access to the maps to that is. If they are in here. Before either of us could think of a better solution, a familiar face comes in view. Tarks glances at the unconscious guards for a moment, then at the door. Didn't find the map. He asks. Anderson shakes his head. The door's locked. Where's Hazel? I told her to stay back at the party. You what? I glare at him, eyes narrowed. You wanted me to bring her here. He motions to our surrounding. I told you to keep an eye on her. Damn it. I shove him aside and start towards the stairs. Why are you over, reacting? Park says from behind me. I hear his and Anderson's footsteps behind me. What can possibly happen to her there? Anything. You don't know her like I do. I take a sharp turn towards the ballroom. Music bustling through the air. The smell of alcohol heavily mixed with perfumes makes it harder to find her scent. Look around. I say to the other two, whoever finds her waits for the others at the entrance. I don't wait for an answer and start walking through the crowd. Goddess? She could be anywhere, and knowing her, it's probably in some kind of problem. My eyes scan the mass of bodies fruitlessly. I get out of the crowds and search the sidelines. Where are you? Almost about to turn away. I spotted ore at the farther ending of the ballroom. I try to open it and it gives away easily. A narrow hallway enters my vision and I sense it, then the faint trail of gardenia flowers and rain. Why the hell should she come here? My mind instantly conjures up the worst possibilities as I sprint through the hallway. Faint sounds reach my ear and I see a speck of light at the far end. When I come out, my eyes take in the detail of the place. A gilded room. High curtains of the windows. Sofas and showpiece are slitted across the marble floor, but in the major space of the room is taken up by a pool. The steaming water fogs the air. A laugh reaches my ears and my snaps in the direction of the sound. I find her sitting in a group of boys and girls, legs hanging in the water, a glass held loosely in her hand as she throws her head back and laughs again. I make my way towards her, relieved. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. How could she be here, without telling anyone, when the situation is so dire? Didn't she think how worried it'd be for her? But as I go closer, I realize how sloppy her movements are, how drawing her voice. Oh, moon. Not right now, hazy. Golden eyes lift to my face and a breathtaking smile greet me. I halt in my steps for a moment. Luke. Hazel waves at me animatedly. The 3 boys and 2 girls around her turn to look at me as well, their gazes ranging from confused to annoyed to lusty. Hazel stands up from her place, but before she could walk over to me, and quite possibly fall down due to her state, I reach her. She throws her arms around me. You're alive. I tell myself to keep in mind my anger, my annoyance, to tell her just how stupid it was to come here, and on top of that, getting drunk. But all that floats away but just seeing that she's all right. Goddess, this girl makes me act strange, wrapping my arms around her. I straighten her slouched frame. Why wouldn't I be alive? She looks up at me with doe haze eyes. Eyebrows furrowed. Didn't you go on some dangerous mission? I was waiting for you. But you didn't come back. In the end, I had to get myself some happy juice. Come on. I say we're going back now. I expected her to retaliate, but Hazel surprised me by nodding. I shift my hold on her so my arm is if I hold her, and I hold her hand with my other. Alice, one of the girls says you should stay for a while. Won't introduce us to your friend. Hazel gasps. Tips ILY turning around to look at her. I almost forgot. This is Luke, my partner in crime. She says, Luke, these are the nice people who didn't let me get bored or worried. Clary, Emily, Cameron, Freddie and... what was it again? Oh, and Xander. That's all the introduction you'll give us. Emily say, eyeing me like a candy. The girl is lucky she's drunk, otherwise the look on my face would probably hurt. What else is your partner like? Sorry, Hazel says apologetically that information is confidential. She turns to me, aren't we going? We'd almost crossed the room when she stops, a look of realization on her face. My shoes. I look down at her feet, only now realizing she's not wearing her shoes. Hazel looks across the room before she points out for where she'd probably taken them off. You go. She tells me I'll just be back real quick. I'm coming with you. I'm not letting you out of my sight again, then don't bother me by saying hurry up. Hazel says putting on shoes is a concentrating task. I roll my eyes despite the upward tilt of my lips. Hazel promptly sits down in the sofa and starts putting her shoes on. Off, that's what I think this is. Get on, she mutters, yanking the shoe on her foot. What is wrong with you things? You were fitting so well a while ago. Maybe that has something to do with putting on the wrong one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She huffs and flips her hair over her shoulder. I know which she goes in which foot. Maybe I just need to clear my head. She grabs a box of mint from a side table and tosses two in her mouth. Right. Now I can fix this. She again fails to distinguish between the left and right shoe. I pinch the bridge of my nose and let out a breath. We don't have time for this. I crouch down and take the shoes from her. Her skin is cold from sitting in the water. Hazel giggles as I slid the shoes on her feet. I look up at her, eyebrow raised. This is like Cinderella. She says, but you're better looking than the prince. Unbident. A thought hits my head. I should not be thinking about this. I should be thinking about how to open that door. I should be thinking that those guards might wake up and all of this would be for nothing, but still the words wretch themselves of my mouth. What am I like? That's confidential information. Why so? Somehow my hand finds its way towards hers, holding it gently. Lichens are naturally stronger than werewolves, and I can easily bruise a lichen with a bit of force. I always have to be careful while holding her. The barest bit of pressure would hurt her. It's like handling glass. Glass that might cut more than it breaks. I had to spend more than a month staying with you day and night to gather this information. Hazel says, well, it is about me. My voice almost soft. I have the right to know. If you put it that way. Hazel looks around, then ushers me closer, leaning down herself. Her face is inches from mine, featured schooled into perfect seriousness. You're eerily snappy, and bossy and demanding, she says. I can almost feel my facial muscles wanting to form a scowl, and you never look up from that damned map. And you can beat anyone up without second thought. You only ever think about this hunt and do anything to win, even if that means flirting with a witch. I really didn't think of myself as so dishonorable. But Hazel brushes her fingers across my cheek, her golden eyes following their movement. You're indifferent to me. You don't say what you don't mean. You don't do what you don't want to. You may act indifferent, but you care. In protecting me, respecting me, treating me like an equal. You show me that you care. She pulls her hand away. A little laugh escapes her. I stare in confusion, wondering why the sudden change in mood. I wonder how long it will last. She says with a shake of her head, my care for you. She nods. Why? People tend to back away and leave when they realize I have emotions other than happy or optimistic. She says you think I'm like those people. When she looks at me again, her smile is almost sad, almost longing. Darling, in the end they all leave. 39, the most lethal one, Elise. My good angle pats my cheek. My bad angle face palms herself. What are you telling him? She says, waving around her poker that stuff's personal. Shut up. My good angle rebukes her. Sometimes it's best to let the feels out, but I'm not paying attention to them. My attention is focused on Luke. He's staring at me like him the huntsman. Priceless. Something he never wants to lose. He brushes my hair away from my face and leans forward. For some reason, I stay still. Some kind of anticipation holding me in place. You'll be surprised by how stubborn I can be. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. That's an idiotic thing to be stubborn about. You make me act like an idiot. A breath of laughter leaves my mouth. I must be a witch. A cheer so close. If I move an inch, my lips would brush against his. How would it feel to let the walls crumble down? That you are. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke says the most lethal one. I feel my eyes flutter shut. His warm breath on my face. Nothing happens. The next moment, Luke tugs me up and starts walking towards the hallways that leads to where does it lead to again. Oh well. Seems like we'll just have to find out. I look up at Luke, confused. Why does he look so tense? Why won't he look at me? Loud sounds reach me and I realize we're back in the club. Oh my moon. Gripping Luke's arm, that's my favorite song. I take a step towards the dance floor. The light's blinding. But the next moment, Luke steers me away. We don't have time for dancing. He says we need to go. Go where? I give him a look. Why did I ever think it's night? Oh thank moon. To Ethaness and Tyler's walk over to us. I was afraid you'd never find her. I roll my eyes now that every owl is here. Can anyone tell me what the hell is happening? The five of them ignore me. The twin Tylers turn to Luke and start talking about some unconscious guards the twins have locked in a room or something. Good. Luke says we'll check up on that lot just after we drop her to her room. I blink 50 times. We have another girl in our team. Why didn't anyone tell me? Why don't you meet her? Lou says, starting to walk. Taking me along. She's waiting in your room. I nod, eager to meet this new arrival. Why didn't I notice before? Have these idiots been treating her like a damsel in distress too? Oh heavens, is she actually a damsel in distress? We won't get along if she is. By the time we reach my room, Luke is practically dragging me. I don't mind it though. His arms feel nice around me, so warm and strong. This girl will get herself crushed. My bad angle mutters I think it's cute. My good angle says, go away you two. I mutter us. Twin Ethan us ask in sync, looking at twin Tylers. Not you four. I wave my hand dismissively. I'm talking to my angles. They're annoyed. Hey, my bad angle scowls just like Luke. Luke's at me on the bed. I feel a wave of sleepiness crash over me. So, where's the new girl? I look around the empty room. Is she in the bathroom? She'll be here shortly. Luke says to me, why don't you sleep while she's not here? I put my finger on my chin. I am sleepy. Luke says if you're sleepy while meeting her, it'll be really rude. I nod. Luke is smart. She is probably right this one time. I see the twin Ethaness and Tyler's goes the door and out. Luke follows them. You idiot. My bad angle says they're fooling you. Leaving you behind. I bolt upright. The muddled words from Tyler and Luke's conversation come back to me. Hey. I march up to Luke. You bastards. You think you can just leave me here? Luke exchanges a look with Ethan and Tyler. I guess I scared away their twins. Calm down. Luke says you need to stay here. I won't. I stomp my foot. I am not some little girl. I can handle myself. Like you did at the party. He crosses his arms. I glare at him. You really don't want me to repeat that it's your fault I got the happy juice. Elise? Yodias of love. Ethan puts his hands on my shoulders. It's dangerous for you to go. Please understand. Oh, shut up. I step away from him. You three need to swallow your egos and include me in this plan. The door bursts open. A man comes in swaying on his feet. Everyone except for me tenses. Goddess, these people need to relax. The man at the door opens his mouth. Blood comes out and drips from his chin. Then he falls down, face first on the floor, the hilt of a knife protruding from between his shoulder blades. Luke crouches down in front of him and pulls the knife out, blood dripping from the sharp blade. I stare wide-eyed at the corpse, faintly remembering who it is. Alpha Hugo. Elise. Yo, don't look. My eyes drift away from the corpse and towards Luke, towards the silhouette in the doorway. Behind you. Words retch their way out of my mouth. The next instant, Luke is tackling down the black-clad figure. His hand comes down and a sickening thud reaches my ears. A riot of sounds reaches me. The next moment, in being dragged out of the room, Luke's hand like a vice on my arm. Who was that? Ethan is saying Luke gives him a controlled glare. Someone trying to kill us. Where are we going now? The castle's top floor. Tyler turns to a staircase. That's where our maps and weapons are. The lights go out. I bump into Luke as he halts to a stop. The moonlight from the windows illuminates little patches of the granite floor. I see a black figure move through one of them. A scream rips its way out of my mouth. There's a whoosh through the air, followed by a groan and a dull thud. Luke grabs both my arms. I briefly wonder where his knife went, and opens a random door in the hallway. All of us shuffle in and I realize it's a broom's closet, barely big enough for us. I can hear them. Luke whispers 15, maybe more. Then pray they don't open this door. Ethan whispers I can't see anything in the dark. I'm almost squashed against the wall. The walls are so tight. And Biden memories assault my head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It asked Darky we're friends now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The other girls with her giggled we're taking you to our secret headquarters right now. I nodded. My 13-year-old head swimming with new pride. The Beta's daughter was befriending me. I could imagine the smears and glares going away. I could imagine my mom being proud that I'm finally getting along. She always told me this pack is our home, and I have to treat it as such. Now close your eyes. Darky said promise you won't open them, so we know you're trustworthy. I nodded, determined to prove that I am trustworthy. They led me through the pack mansion and stopped. The next moment I was shoved away. My eyes flew open and I heard a door slamming shut. It was dark. So dark I cowled and make out my own hands. Doris. Hands held out. What is going on? Roars of laughter reached me. This is where you really belong. Little bitch. This isn't funny. I found a hand to hold in the doorway. Darky asked from outside we're putting you in a coffin. Soon they're going to bury you 6 feet under. I told myself she's lying. I told myself it couldn't be a coffin. But she was the Beta's daughter. She could do that. It would bury me alive. Open the door. I was screaming then. Pounding hard. I was desperately telling myself was a door. The walls were closing in on me. I couldn't breathe. The dark was overwhelming. Tears streamed down my face. But no one saw. No one heard my screams. The pack adults were off to a meeting. They couldn't hear me. Would it matter if they could? Those words settled like ice in my bones. I screamed anyways. I cried anyways. I pounded the door anyways. I could feel my head getting heavy, my eyes dropping, my heart pumping madly. I numbed the register falling down and my last thought in my head was this is not my home. Hours later, I would wake up in the pack medical room, my mom by my side. No one to believe that Darky had locked me up. They thought I had somehow managed to lock myself. Laying in a hospital wing, my mother head laying on the mattress, her hand clutching mine. She believed me when I told her, but she couldn't do anything about it. I pretended to be asleep when she fell asleep crying. At night I knew this isn't the life I want. These aren't people I will live with. I will find the happiness and freedom I deserve. We deserve. And if I'm not handed that, I will take it by force. I can hear my own ragged breaths. I press a hand down my chest, trying to push out the air trapped in my lungs. I blink and blink and blink, I can't see anything. The dark will swallow me whole. A voice is saying, so faint, so far away, open the door. A whisper escapes my mouth, Elise, what? I push through the barriers, trying to reach the handle. I need to get out. They're going to bury me alive. My hands graze the cool metal, but before I could open it, something wraps around me and pulls me back. What are you doing? Let me out. I struggle against its hold. My voice raspy, I said. Let me out. Someone hisses outward. This really isn't the time for this. What is wrong with her? A worried voice says. I can't see. I can't see. I can't see who it is. Then Im turned around. Something warm on my arms. Like hands. I'm not alone. Hands on my face. Warm breath on my skin. Elise? What's wrong? I know that voice. I rake my head to attach it to a face. An image. Luke. I breathe out. My hands reach out blindly and I hold onto him desperately. Luke. Get me out of here. I can't. I hate the sharp sting behind my eyes. But it's too dark. No one will see. People never see. I can hear them coming. A voice hisses, don't make any sound. Luke. I contest, stay here. Who is this scared stranger speaking from my mouth? Please. They're right here. Someone frantically whisper yells. I open my mouth to say something, but Luke's voice reaches me first. Don't slap me for this. I can feel the words being breathed on my lips, at least not in front of them. Then something warm presses against my lips. Not a finger this time. The thoughts in my head evaporate like water on red-hot metal. The steam clouds my mind. For some reason, my eyes fall shut and I can't see anything, but the dark is not threatening this time. It's secretive. My mind shuts down and I can't think anything. I can only feel something warm and soft moving against my lips in a strange way. In a way that makes my heart beat with the speed of a bullet train. Makes my lungs forget how they work and my stomach fill with butterflies. And the oddest of it all, it makes my own lips move in a rhythm. I feel two arms wrap around me and lift me up. My hands skillfully find their way around something before they travel into something soft like hair. A growl rumbles through me. Strange. I'm not growling. Then I hear something. So quiet I don't know if it was meant for me to hear mine. For some reason, that word tugs at my madly beating heart. As if in agreement, someone coughs loudly. The pressure against my lips is gone. My eyes flutter open. Someone has opened the door to let the light in. My eyes meet dark blue ones looking up at me. I blink. How did you become so short? I ask Luke. I feel my feet touch the ground again and Luke's height magically go back to normal. I sway on my feet and hold on to him for support. Why do my legs feel like jelly? Eyebrows furrowed in confusion, did I black out and drop on my face? 'Cause I feel my lips tingling. Ethan doesn't answer me and keeps glaring at Luke. Tyler shifts on his feet, looking distinctly uncomfortable. Luke simply clears his throat before asking, are they gone? Ethan works his jaw hard. His poo teeth, yes. Quite a few minutes ago. I step away from Luke and stumble out of the small place. The lights are back on. I take a few deep breaths. But I already feel calmer. Maybe the strange blackout helped. Maybe they went away. A gruff voice cuts me off. Get them. Then we're running again. Luke suddenly halts to a stop. I register myself being given into Ethan's arms. Go, Luke says. I'll hold them back. Keep her safe. Luke, what are you? Trust me. Luke says I need you to stay safe. I'll be back before you know it. Loud footsteps echo in the empty hallway. Luke's face gives away nothing since his words have slapped all the panic on mine. No, I'm shaking my head no. I'm not leaving you here. Luke turns to Ethan. Go. Don't turn back. With a nod, he swings me over his shoulder. Sorry. This isn't a time to argue. WHA let me down. I punch his back hard. He huffs a bit but keeps running. Let me go. You bastard. My head spins as he takes the stairs, my ribs aching as I struggle to slip from his hold. Then am suddenly put on my feet in front of a double door. How do we open this darn thing? Tyler rattles the handles. I shake my numbing head. Whatever this door leads to is safer than here. Luke said to stay safe. That bastard. When he comes back, I'm going to strangle him with my bare hands. But I have to be alive for that. I assess the lock, putting my eye on the keyhole. It can't be so hard. I need something like long needles. I say, what? Ethan says, his eyebrows raised. You can open it. I used to pick locks all the time. I say, but I don't have my lock kicks. You what? Have you gone deaf? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whirl around. Luke's coming up the stairs, his once white shirt now red with blood. His lip is bleeding. So is his brow. But if he can walk over to me so fast, he must be fine. In a single swift movement, he pulls a pin out of my hair, then the next. Will this do? Holding them for me. It'll have to. I unfold their bends, making them into clumsy, long metal picks. I get to work. My movements not as precise as they should be. I can hear someone coming up the stairs. Hurry, Tyler says. I kick out in his direction without looking. The sudden OMPH tells me I hit him right. Brace yourselves. Luke says the footsteps get louder. Click. To be amazed by me. I shove the door open. Everyone hurries in. Luke bolts the door. Only moments later I hear people pounding on it. Scatter, Luke says, already moving towards a desk by the far wall. Look for the maps. Weapons. Anything useful. All of us spread across the heavily packed room, shuffling through boxes and cartons, shelves and showpieces. The pounding on the door becomes strategized. They're coming at it all at once. Nothing. Shoving aside the last box against the wall I was searching, a hangover partially upon me, I found something. Tyler says, HES holding up to belts. To revolvers in each of theirs holdings they're loaded. There's no map here. Ethan says, running a hand through his hair. The door moves violently, almost breaking off its hinges. I look down a window. In the pale moonlight, the earth is impossibly far. We just trapped ourselves. Luke, I look at him, fear knocking at my mind's door. Or maybe that's the hangover. Ethan and Tyler turn to look at him as well. But HES saying nothing, doing nothing as he stands over the desk, palms flat on the polished wooden top. The door rattles again. It won't last long. We're done, Tyler says, his shoulders slumping. Not yet, we're not. Luke says. He meets my eyes across the room. There's uncertainty in them, but also a promise. Turn off the lights. And we're enveloped by darkness again. 40 forget manners. The door bursts open. About 8 men shuffle inside. Rifles in their hands. Black masks on their faces. The open door lets light in the dark room. I feel the revolver in my hand, testing my grip. I wait until all of them are inside, moving from between the maze of heavy shells we made starting just after the door. I hold up the revolver and pull the trigger to give the signal. A loud rumble shakes the floor as all the shells collapse on the black-clad figures. Ethan and Tyler come out from over the heap of shells. Our ambush is groaning and struggling beneath the wood. Come on. Luke grabs my arm, racing down the hallways. We take a sharp turn towards the tower we were staying in. Luke bursts into his room. Ethan and Tyler turn towards their own. He yanks a bag out from under his bed, and then, without waiting for me, turn to my room. We need to get the hell out of here before they come back, Luke says, opening my closet and stuffing clothes in the bag. Wait. You knew. I ask wide-eyed as he slings it over his shoulder. I suspected. He says, and I trust my instinct. The exists must be locked. Ethan says, as he and Tyler come inside, I saw guards moving there when we went to the party. That won't be a problem. Luke says. He bolts the door of my room and strides towards the window. We're on the second floor. Looking down, we should be able to make it. Tyler goes first. Then Ethan. I bite my bottom lip hard, staring down at the ground hesitantly. Luke turns to me. Hazel, we have to go. He puts a hand on my shoulder and squeezes. I know. I mumble. My fingernails dig in my palms. Jump. I'll be right after you. What if I fall? Luke takes a breath, as if it's costing him to say Parks will catch you. I swallow thickly. What if he can't? A beat of silence passes between us. If I go first, Luke says, quietly, will you trust me to catch you? I turn to look at him. His dark, stormy gaze meets mine. Since when have I associated this face with trust? Since when have I started to believe the words spoken by this voice? I take a shaky breath. You will catch me. Luke keeps staring at me for a moment, his face impassive granite. He takes my hand in his and presses a kiss to my knuckles. I would never let you fall. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Someone pounds on the door. I jump away from Luke. He meets my eyes for a second, then leaps down from the window, landing neatly on his feet. Luke opens his arms for me. My heart jumps to my throat. The pounding on the door intensifies. I look back at it. I look back at Luke. Trust him. I close my eyes and sit on the windowsill. Just trust him. The door slams open. I jump. The wind lifts up my hand. Gravity sucks me down and I brace myself for the fall. For the agony that will follow. For the broken bones and bruises. Then, the wind stops. My hair falls back down. My arms reach out instinctively to hold on to something for support, but I refuse to open my eyes. Elise. A shiver goes down my spine. I told you I won't let you fall. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I open my eyes to find Luke staring down at me. The intensity of his gaze makes my heart squirm in place. Let's get the hell out of here. The barest smile flickers across his face and he puts me to my feet, interlocking his fingers with mine. What now? I ask. We don't have the map. I think I know where to go. Ethan says follow me. We keep a fast pace. Even though I'm wearing heels, I can walk just fine. It's beyond me how they're so comfortable. Probably magic. My head starts pulsing with the hangover headache. My eyes dropping. My limbs telling me I have to sleep lest I pass out. How further do we have to go? I ask and repress a yawn. Just a few miles. Ethan glances at me. Are you all right? My back straightens. My face coming taut with focus and will I'm fine. I can feel Luke's eyes on me, but I refuse to let him know I'm tired is about to explode into bits. I won't let these higher-ups think I'm a weak little girl. We walk on and on. I can feel every single muscle in my body pulsing with strain. My jaw tightens as I push forward. I'm sure if I stop for a moment, my legs will shake. Come on. There's only what? A few miles to go. You can do this. Remember you will. Your determination. You're Hazel. A voice whispers in my ear. I yelp in surprise, jumping away from the source. My heel-clad feet stumble in the uneven earth and I fall directly in my behind. I turn to him with a death glare. What the hell? Luke. He gives me a composed look and crosses his arms. I was going to walk carefully from here onwards. I narrow my eyes. Thank you so much. Before I could get up on my own, he takes my arms and stands me up. I sway a little on my feet. Crap. They're all going to know I'm about to collapse. Did you hurt your ankle again? Luke says. Before I could answer, he lets out an irritated sigh. How many times do I need to tell you to be careful? We can't stop right now. He stares at me for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then he looks up and murmurs, I can't believe I'm doing this. He lets go and turns around, Crouching down, I stare at him, applauded, offering to carry me. A very familiar, hardened, impatient voice says, "We'll do you the honors. Winters, if you really don't want to." Ethan says I would gladly help her. "No need," I say with a dismissive wave of my hand. "Luke made me fall, so he will have to face the consequences." I thank my stars that this dress is not tight and I'm wearing black leggings. Otherwise I'd have rather crawled than take a back ride. Our little crew starts walking again. I sigh in comfort. Sleep starts taking a harder toll on my senses. "I noticed what you did, Winters," I whisper, mindlessly lowering my head so my cheek rests against Luke's hair. He doesn't answer for a few moments. I content myself with the fact that he wouldn't. My eyes flutter shut. Sleep almost has me in its embrace when I hear him say good. Someone's shaking my shoulder gently. I grunt and snuggle deeper in the soft surface, shooing the hand away. "Get up." That annoying hand is now caressing my cheek. But I don't mind it, or you're not hungry. My eyes fly open. I see Luke standing over me. He pulls back his hand. "Now that you've mentioned food, maybe I can get up after all." I push myself up the mattress. "Wait." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I look around, only to realize we're in a room. Not a very good room. Mind you, the walls are cracked wood, the roof full of cobwebs, window panes so covered in dirt. They're almost grey. Where are we? Sitting up on the plain. Single bed. Park said information about a witch's house in the forest. Luke sits down beside me. It's abandoned for the hunt. They were heading here when they were ambushed, but stumbled upon that castle instead. I nod. No wonder this place looks like crap. It hasn't been cleaned in weeks. I turn my eyes to Luke again. What now? What about our maps? Parks and I are trying to recreate something at least 50% as accurate. He says it shouldn't take long. We can leave an hour ways from tomorrow. So I have a day to get my shit together. I fiddle with the sheets, embarrassed out of my mind. "So, I mumble thanks for not letting me get all of us killed." Luke cocks his head to a side. His brows pull together. "What?" My face heats up. Crap. He didn't even remember. Why did I have to say that? "You know," I shrug. "In the closet. We're enveloped by thick silence. Goddess, why did I have to get drunk? I'd have handled it if I was sober." I peek at Luke from under my lashes. He's staring straight at me. Finally. "You don't have to thank me. I can't quantize the relief that crashes over me." I grin at him, feeling my sleepiness and embarrassment lift completely. "You don't want me to apologize to you. You don't want me to thank you," I say merrily. "So you want me to completely forget my manners around you?" Luke stares at me for a moment longer than necessary. His eyes a shade darker, yes. Then he seems to realize what he just said and clears his throat. Luke abruptly stands up. Both of us ignore the tension in the room. "Get yourself something to eat from the back. Chained if you want to." Walking toward the door. He stops in the doorway, then looks over his shoulder. So one of his eyes meets mine. "Enthusiasm, in the closet," he says carefully. "Do you remember what happened?" I try to focus my thoughts. I remember my memories. I remember the panic. I remember Luke holding me, and then the door was open and the lights were back on. Not exactly. Eyebrows furrowed. I didn't pass out. Did I? Luke lets out a deep breath. His shoulders fall momentarily now. Nothing happened. Without another word, he goes out, closing the door behind. I changed out of the dress into a comfy shirt and shorts, suddenly glad that Clary had given me some of her clothes. My heart sinks at thought of her. Was Alpha Supreme's pack on target too? Or was it just the participants? Shaking those thoughts out of my head, I wash my face in a bowl of water in the bathroom. I'd have loved a shower, but well, this isn't a hotel, nor am I on a trip. I munch on crackers. Just finished eating a packet of nuts. As I go out of the room, the halls are equally dust-covered. Soon enough I reach what appears to be the living room. White sheets are bundled in a corner, probably lifted from the furniture. Tyler and Luke are huddled over a big sheet of paper. Moon knows where they got that from, murmuring and making details. "Good morning." Ethan smiles at me. "How are you feeling?" "Hungover." I smile back at him, but I'll live. I sit down by Luke's side, peering at what they'd made. I didn't get a lot of glimpses of the map, but this looks quite similar to it. Any idea who was trying to kill us all? I ask as I finish my breakfast. Luke pulls out a paper from the pocket of his jacket I received this early morning. I take it from him and unfold it to see elegant, curling writing. The Alpha Supreme apologizes for the discomfort faced at the second checkpoint. One of the competing teams had managed to contact their pack and had them try to ambush the other teams. The culprits had been disqualified and will receive their punishments. Wishing you the best. Theta Superior. Frederick Lockhart, how did you even receive this? I ask, raising an eyebrow. It po of Ed up in the air. Ethan says at least that's how I got mine. Magic. Tyler says. I roll my eyes. Just how many witches are they paying to arrange this hunt? The rest of the day goes by with me taking tea excessively since I found a tin of that in the kitchen, and I found my new passion of making tea. The other 3 spend their day being ambitious nerds. I cradle my 8th cup of tea in my hands and stand by a wide window, watching as the sun goes down. Only a quarter of this hunt left, and if we win, when we win, I'll be free of that moon-forsaken pack, far from everyone who's ever hurt me and Mom, and away from Carlos, Angelina and Morgan, away from Luke. That thought makes my heart twist. My hold on the cup tightens. I never thought I'd live to see the day when the thought of leaving Lou Quintas would upset me, but this is his fault. For being nice to me, caring about me, protecting me, listening to my rants and for giving me tingles by the barest touch. He's entirely at fault. Hey, I turned sideways, blinking out of my thoughts. Ethan smiles at me, hands in his pockets. Hi, I say. Almost sigh. Why did I want it to be Luke who would come to me right now? We're going our different ways tomorrow. I nod. I just wanted you to know. If you ever need help adjusting, you can call on me without hesitation. I stare at him wide-eyed. Really? Ethan nods seriously. A smile curls up my lips. Thank you. You're welcome, he says warmly, then hesitates. Are you all right though? You seemed pretty stressed yesterday. I take a sip of my tea, don't find it necessary to answer it for a moment. Then I looked up at him, my face dead serious. How many times? I ask slowly. Do I need to tell you that I'm not all right? His face goes slack for a moment. Then his features contort in worry. I can't help myself. I burst out laughing. I'm amazing. Remember, realization dawns to him, and he gives me an irritated look. I force myself to stop laughing, but the grin on my face doesn't fall. Seriously, I'm okay, I say with a chuckle. Do you? He hesitates again, looks at me with skeptical eyes. Do you remember what happened there? Enthusiasm in the closet. I furrow my brows. Why does everyone keep asking that? Not really, I say. Why do you ask? Is there something I should remember? Ethan keeps staring at me for a few moments. I feel an anxious turn in my stomach. Winter's kissed you. I almost drop my cup. What? To distract you maybe. Ethan lets out a breath, or so I hope. But I'm not listening to him. I'm starting wide-eyed somewhere in space. Blurry memories trying to clear up in my head. I can almost feel my heart rate shoot up. That's fine, I tell myself. I was about to get all of us killed. Here to distract me somehow. It's just a kiss. Nothing to fuss about. But guilt coils like an iron fist around my heart. My first kiss. I'd been saving it for my mate, keeping it safe from the tons of lusty assholes that just seemed to be waiting for me to let my guard down. But somewhere behind that guilt there's an even worse thought. Better Luke than anyone else. Maybe I'm guilty, but I'm not remorseful. My stomach turns horribly. Why am I not remorseful? I know he did what he had to, but I should be embarrassed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Something other than this stupid guilt. I fail to form words. I have to go. I turn around, only to have someone hold my wrist. Come with me. My head whips back. I stare wide-eyed at Ethan. What? My voice high-pitched with shock. He looks back at me, a steely glint of determination in his eyes. Luke is getting overly fond of you. He says it's bound to cause problems for both of you. I snatch my wrist away from him. A spark of anger shoves aside the other emotions swirling in my head. And anger is better. Anger is better than sadness. Better than guilt. Better than regret. Because when anger comes, something is about to happen. This is between me and Luke. My voice dead of emotion. Stay out of it. Elise, you don't get it. Ethan says Luke isn't safe to be around. He's not stable. That spark of anger intensifies. Oh really? To enlighten me. Why so? Ethan opens his mouth to say something, closes it again and works his jaw hard. It's because he's cursed. I raised an eyebrow at him because he might turn into a beast and rip me into shreds. His eyes widen. I'm tempted to laugh. He really did think I didn't know that. Come on. I'm aware of the cruel note in my voice. He doesn't deserve it, but he has no say in my life. One full moon is already past. He thought I wouldn't know what I'm up against. So you do now, he says slowly, as if processing the words and still you. He really thinks I'm some little girl in need of protection. Protection from the man hellbent on keeping me safe. I turn around, ready to go and fight down the turmoil of emotions in my head when I feel myself being sharply turned around. The cup slips from my hand and crashes on the floor, shattering in 1,000 pieces. Why don't you understand? Ethan hisses, an unfamiliar anger in his voice. You're walking yourself into a death trap. I say slowly, calmly, let go of me. His hold on my arm tightens. I feel a dull sting on my skin. What is it about him that's so special to you? Why can't you see what he is? I grit my teeth together. Let go. He opens his mouth to spew out some crap again when someone rips him away from me. Luke's holding Ethan by the shirt front, eyes narrowed in a glare. Didn't I tell you to stay in your limits? Park, he growls lowly. Maybe you need a reminder of your own. Winters, Ethan bites out. My mind comes in sharp focus. The tension in the air is almost palpable. Ethan's immature behavior and my irritation aside, I really can't have them fighting. Not right now. Not because of me. Luke, I hold his arm, trying to pull it back. It's fine. Let's just go. Luke glares at Ethan, then loosens his grip enough for Ethan to shove himself free of it. Luke takes my hand in his and looks down at our interlocked hands. He freezes, his eyes glued down. I see the tension that seeps in his frame. His hold on my hands tightens just a bit, furrowing my brows. I look down. To my absolute horror, a bruise glares at me where Ethan had grabbed my arm, the consequence of angry lichens. A low growl reaches my ears. The promise of outraged destruction makes my hairs stand. This is not good. Not at all. I was in shock, and I pushed him away. It was more from shock than force, and as I snapped back to reality, I realized was done. 41 bullet through my heart. Everything happens in slow motion then. I see Luke charge forward, Ethan as wide, horrified eyes glued to my arm. Luke's hand pulls back and then his fist hits Ethan square in the face. Blood gushes out his nose. My hands fly to my mouth, holding back a gasp. My senses come back to me again. Luke holds Ethan by the throat, slamming him against the wall. I see his feet dangling in the air. If you touch her again, Luke growls, his lips curled in a feral snarl. I will rip you apart. Limb to limb, he pulls his other arm back, pointed fingers fisted tightly. My eyes widen as I stare at him, petrified in place. Ethan meets my eyes for a split second. I'm sorry, they seem to say. Luke's fist hits his face again. He doesn't retaliate. Oh Moon. Luke's going to kill him and Ethan's going to let him. Because of me. Stop. Luke's fist stops centimeters from Ethan's face. His eyes meet mine, and instinct tells me to run as dark pools of stormy rage stare at me. No, I tell myself. Luke wouldn't hurt me. I force my feet to move, reaching him almost carefully. Let him go. I raise my hand to lower his fist. He doesn't budge. Luke. Please. This isn't you. Luke keeps his gaze locked on mine for a moment. Then I don't know what he sees on my face that makes his eyes clear. He drops his hands and steps away from Ethan. Ethan collapses on the floor, breaking into a coughing fist. Big, ugly bruises on his pale neck. I almost step forward to help. But then stop. Now is not the time for this. I glance at Luke. He looks away, his jaw clenched, but his eyes aren't outraged anymore, just frustrated. With whom? I don't know. Luke takes my hand in his with a gentleness I didn't imagine from someone who just beat someone into pulp. We walk in silence towards our room. He guides me to the bed and I sit down as Luke shuffles through our bag. He takes out a small glass bottle and nods towards my arm. Without a word, I hold it out. Luke bends down on one knee and spreads the cool cream over the bruise. I sense the tension in his frame, his clenched jaw. Luke, I say softly, my hand already on its way to touch his cheek. I'm okay. He lets out a breath, leaning into my palm and looks up, taken aback by the soul intensity of his gaze. A livid storm in his blue eyes. In going to kill him, he didn't mean it. I say quietly, dropping my hand from his face. Intentions only stay in your head. He says it's the actions that have consequences. He turns his eyes to the fading bruise on my arm, holds my hand to his own, his grip gently reassuring. This will never happen again. Luke promises. A small smile tugs at my lips. You can't protect me from everything. Luke. He looks up. His face is all angles of determination, but his gaze softens when it meets mine, as if staring at a precious treasure. He brushes my hair away, his warm hand slipping behind my neck. I feel the air around us shifting into something that makes my heart flutter madly. As long as I have breath in my lungs, I will protect you. His lips fall against my own. Every sensible thought, every logic, every moral goes out of the window as my eyes flutter shut. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? My mind falls shut. My sense goes out of the window, but my heart beats hard. Overwhelmed, as if giving me an answer. What I want to, what I should have long ago. I feel Luke stand up, his knee forming a dip in the mattress against mine as he leans forward. His other arm slides around my waist, pulling me closer. In his arms is a strange sort of surety, a strange belonging in the way his lips move against mine. Of their own volition, my hands slide into his hair and pull him down harder, letting out more emotions and frustration than I would ever admit. Luke doesn't seem to care about that. A low growl rumbles through him to me as he tilts my face, deepening the kiss. The dire need for air makes me tug at his hair. Grudgingly, he let go of my mouth, but I can't catch my breath when his lips start trailing my jaw, my neck. My head is swimming with sensations I've never felt before as I drop my head back. His lips are 1,000,000 degrees hot against my skin. I feel the remains of my breath hitch in my throat. His teeth scrape my skin, making a thrill of panic go through me. Then his lips move, forming a searing way against my skin that slaps me right back into reality. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. My eyes snap open. Without thinking twice, I shove him away, more from shock than from force. Luke stumbles away, his face flushed, pupils dilated. Silence descends down on us, thick and heavy, only broken by my shallow breaths. The realization of what just happened dawns to me. I sit still, wide eyes trained on the floor, unable to breathe. What have I done? A warm hand touches my cheek. Elise. I flinch away from Luke. A flash of something raw and primal crosses his face. pain as if it just stabbed him. I swallow thickly, my throat parched like sandpaper tea. This worst. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. Words wither away on my tongue. My eyes dart in every direction. I feel them burn with tears of frustration, guilt and hurt. Thoughts swarm in my head, each making me guiltier than the last. I've been getting too comfortable with a man who's not my mate. I let him kiss me. I kissed him back. A part of me doesn't regret it. A familiar deep voice pulls me out of my thoughts. I'm not sorry. My head snaps towards him. My vision blurry, but I see Luke move towards me. Slowly, quietly he settles down next to me. He takes my face in his hands, so carefully, as if in spun of glass. I want you. I think I have a bullet through my heart. Luke? No, I'm shaking my head. I want to mark you. Looking straight into my eyes. My soul, I want to live my whole life with you by my side. I wish I had a bullet through my heart. I want you to be mine. I pull away from him and stumble back. I'm shocked. I'm petrified. I'm frozen in time by the wrongness of this hour. This moment. That's not possible. I find my voice. A mere whisper. Why? Luke closes the distance between us. His eyes searching my own tell me the reason. The problem, and I will fix it. My face crumples. This is against the law. Against nature. I close my eyes and turn away from him. I want to shut him out. Shut my heart out. Shut my mind out. Shut out everything in this whole universe. Be numb. Simply exist and be teleported to a time when everything's back to the way it should be. To familiar arms wrap around me from behind and pull me to a warm chest, holding me in an embrace that should not comfort me. But it does. It does, and I hate it with every fiber of my being. Once him, the Alpha Supreme, the law will bow to me. Luke's words caress my ear. Will you chose me then? If I make sure no one can take you away from me, some fragile barrier I'd put against the chaos, and my head breaks. I turn around sharply in his hold, wrenching myself free of it. Can you change fate? My words sound sharp to my own ears. Can you fight the hate that will follow me to my grave after the filthy Omega traps the Alpha Supreme into being with her? Can you promise that when we stumble upon our true mates, we will not end up desiring them more? Maybe you didn't think my words through. I want you. Wholly. Completely. Luke says, his face set in stone, stormy eyes determined more than ever, and for you, I will do whatever it takes. He holds out a hand for me. Be my reason to fight. And let me be yours. Enthusiasm. HES steps away from me, but the distance is impossibly long. His eyes hold so much longing, so much hope. It's cutting through me. To know that I can never close this distance. That I can never rest my head against his chest. Run my hand through his hair or bare my heart to him, because HES not mine and or am I his, is like the strongest silver cuff holding me to the bottom of an ocean. I'm tired. Look. I whisper. The lies burn my tongue. I'm tired of fighting. The flash of unadulterated pain that crosses his face is forever burned in my memory. His fingers curl and he drops his hand. Eyes firmly shut. When he opens them again, they're blank. Hard as stone. Very well. Luke's voice is the coldest, hardest metal that's ever ripped through my heart. I will not bother you again. 40 to say something. He doesn't come back the whole night. Which is good. I really didn't want him to hear me cry myself to sleep. I wake up with puffy, red eyes, a numb mind and a heavy conscience. My thoughts have tired themselves by running in circles. My heart is a traitorous bastard. The only solace I can offer myself is this: it's going to be fine. Soon this hunt will be over and you'll never see Luke again. Both of you will get busy in your new lives. Forget this ever happened. I splash water on my face, hissing when it stings my eyes, but the puffiness decreases a bit due to the cool water. I change clothes and put my hair in a messy braid. I'm sitting on the bed, mind blank like an untouched paper, when the door opens. Luke's eyes meet mine momentarily. I feel my heart jump to my throat. He looks away and silently packs up our bag. We're leaving. With that, he goes out of the room. I ignore the twist in my chest and follow him out. Ethan and Tyler are sitting in the lounge. They look up at us. Ethan quickly averts his gaze, his perfect nose swollen, though the bruises on his neck now gone. Tyler only exchanges a nod with Lou before we go out of the house. We walk on for hours, not once saying anything. The silence is so loud. I want to clap my hands on my ears to shut it out. Several times, I had opened my mouth to say something but then mashed my lips together, not speaking. The day bleeds into night without a single word spoken between the two of us. Is that how it will be from now? Did whatever we had was shattered by the reality I'm desperately holding on to? We'll camp the night here, Luke says. Stopping at a small clearing, I nod, unable to form words. The irony is cruel. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He always wanted me to be quieter. I always wanted him to treat me as a fighter. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Both of us have exactly what we wanted, but it's not what we want anymore. Silently, mindlessly, I start the fire and sit by it, watching the flickering flames. Is this what it's like to be in relationships? Even if for a few minutes. Goddess, this sucks. Luke hands me a blanket. I silently accept it. He walks away, standing by a tree, arm crossed across his chest. I stare at him for a few moments. Say something. Say what? Tell him he should have never thought we could work. Tell him I'm an idiot for being blinded by my own feelings to notice that him and me were becoming we. Tell him I wish it wasn't this way, but reality is choking my hope and telling me this is how it is. Tell him I want to put my arms around him, hide my face in his chest, away from reality. Will that change anything? So I just stay quiet. I put the bag under my head, using it as and wrap the blanket around me. I close my eyes and tell myself again it's going to be fine. You're going to get over this. Both of you will get busy in your new life soon. You'll forget Lou Quinters. But somewhere in the back of my head, a thought creeps up to me, chilling me to my bones. What if you can't? Luke silence. I'd always save it. Found it best for thinking, clearing my head. I would have gladly had most people tape their mouths for the sake of the quiet. I never thought there would be a day when I would hate it with every fiber of my being. I can hear her footsteps behind me, her scent like a comfort that's always reminding me it won't last for long. She's been quiet for the better part of the past 2 days. Both of us have. I can't decide if I'm infuriated or elated. Maybe both. Elated because I'm not sure I can handle pretending everything is fine. Infuriated because this isn't how I expected the last of this hunt to be. Every now and then, she would look at me, prepared to say something, but then she stops herself, thinking I'm not noticing just how many times she has done that by now. Let's not stop tonight. I turn to face her as she speaks. Steady golden eyes look back at me. I look up at the darkening sky. With minimum defense gear and food, it's better if we try to cover the remaining distance as quick as possible. Besides, it's not like I'll be getting any sleep anytime soon. I nod at her and pick up my pace. Only a short while later, a soft voice breaks the lovely numbness in the air. Look, I resist the urge to clench my fists. Glance at her from the corner of my eyes. She takes a deep breath. Are you mad at me? I stop and look at her with a stoic face. But even then, I can't help but raise an eyebrow. Why would I be? Genuinely confused. She wrings her hands, something she's never done before, and bites down hard on her bottom lips. For the love of Goddess, stop doing that. You're not mad at me, she asks slowly. I nod then. Why are you ignoring me? I cock my head to a side like how? She looks away, shrugs, looks at me again, unease written all over her face. You haven't talked to me since we left the house. She says you haven't either. A beat of silence passes. The air around us is so thick, I could cut through it. Then her lips curl up in a small smile. Well, then we've both been fretting over nothing, she says, a hint of hope in her voice. Nothing. The way you and I had started trusting each other, leaning on each other, was nothing. The way electricity cackles when you touch me is nothing. The way we complement each other perfectly is nothing. I wouldn't use that word for what we're fretting over. But the hope in her eyes makes me nod. I don't want this to be more uncomfortable than it has already become. I don't want you to be uncomfortable around me. We start down our path again. The air seems breathable now. Less tense. Hazel seems visibly relaxed, as if the problem is gone and over with. As if it was so small. Maybe for her it was. I ignore the twist in my gut. Maybe for her you never met more than a partner. A companion. It was you who made these assumptions. And look where that has led you. Luke, Hazel says. I detect the hint of tiredness in her voice. I know I said we should keep going. But I'm really regretting my decision. Keep on regretting. We aren't stopping now. Why not? She asks incredulously. It's nearly dawn. I point out there's no point in stopping now. She marches up and stands in front of me, blocking my path. I give her a disappointed look. I expected her to be used to this by now. You're being difficult for no reason. She rolls her eyes. If anything. She stops, her eyes glued to something on the left side. Instantly, my senses kick in sharp. My hand goes to the revolver tucked in the waistband of my jeans. But I doubt I'd need it right now. Without the wolfsbane dose, I can rip apart any ambusher as long as he does come with guns. What I see makes my brows furrow in confusion. Through the thinning trees, I see a vast field full of dandelions. Their white flurries like snow in the faint morning light. Don't tell me you're afraid of dandelions. I give Hazel an incredulous look. Don't be saucy. Winters, she says. But I see the way her eyes light up. She looks at me again, and I'm caught in the crossfire of emotions. Her smile is so bright. Eyes alight with excitement. Honey hair framing her face. I want to burn this image in my memory forever. Let's make a deal. Hazel says we take a break to see that field and I won't have to stop again. I take in consideration her request, offer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And find myself agree. If we take a walk around that field, it can't possibly take more than 20 minutes. Well, I'm sure if we stop she won't be getting up for at least hours. Deal, I say with a not perfect. Hazel grabs my arm and starts towards her destination, her skin lighting sparks against mine. Once we pass through the trees and stand in the vast field, Hazel squeals, biting her bottom lip. This is like a dream. She says I always wanted to find a huge dandelion field. Why? I raise an eyebrow, wanting to listen to her more than I would like to admit, so I can do this. With that she opens her arms wide, turns around and sprints forward, causing a cloud of white flowers to rise behind her. I watch with my hands in my pockets, a soft smile playing at my lips as she breaks in a fit of giggles. Dandelion flowers covering her clothes and hair. She takes another round of the field, probably only for the sake of it, before she walks over to me, a wide grin on her face. That was so awesome, she says, gesturing animatedly with her hands. Good. I nod. That means you're done here. We can go back to important things now. What? Her eyes widen in alarm. So soon? I cock an eyebrow. It's been 10 minutes. Come on, Luke. She gives me a look, puffing up her cheeks. This isn't fair. I want to stay for a bit longer. I keep my gaze locked on hers. Hazel doesn't back down, stubborn as always. I raise my hand. Her eyes follow its movement as I bring it near her face. Then I flick her forehead. Hazel loses her balance and falls back. A puff of dandelion fuzz rises up as she falls. Blinking in confusion, my lips twitch upward. Being unfair has its benefits. Hazel glares at me, only adding to my amusement. Then I feel something hit my ankle hard. Before I can steady myself, my feet lose their footing on the slanted earth and I fall down in the flowers. Another puff of white fuzz floats in the air. A cackling laugh reaches me. I look up with narrowed eyes at the girl who's struggling to control her laugh as she looks at me. That wasn't funny, I say sternly. Of course not. Hazel nods, a wide grin on her face. It was hilarious. She doubles over laughing. I sweep my hand to the flowers nearby, causing the first to fly straight into her mouth. Hazel stops laughing abruptly, then irregular coughs and sneezes follow, eyes wide, giving her an even more animated look. I find my shoulders starting to shake, and before I can think better of it, a laugh escapes my mouth, a sound strange to even my own ears. Hazel glares at me and stands up, marching towards me. You are such an... She cuts herself off with a yelp of surprise as she loses her balance. Falling right over me, her head hits mine hard, and before I know it, we're rolling down a small slope. When my eyes focus again, I was aware of the small body over mine, my arms wrapped around it of their own volition. Hazel lifts her head, the tip of her nose touching mine, slightly parted lips hovering over my own. The light from the rising sun bounces off her skin, catches in her eyes to make them look like golden pools. Her breath falls on my lips in soft pants. I can't help the desire that crashes over me like a high tide. Without thinking, I tilt my face. My lips brush against hers, causing a shiver to race down my spine. A cackle of electricity. She pushes me away. My eyes snap open to see that she's turned her face away. Lips pursed tightly. Reality wedges itself like a silver blade in my windpipe. My body seems to lock itself in place, unable to move in the wake of the royal in my chest. I force my arms to shift from around her and let her go. She moves away, not meeting my eyes. I stand up, my throat parched like sandpaper. I want to punch myself in the face. She told you she doesn't want you. I tell myself fiercely. Hushly, we should go. My voice dead of emotion as I turn to go back. Someone holds my hand. I suck in a sharp breath. Luke, I let go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She hesitates for a moment before withdrawing her hand. I look over my shoulder as she stands up, her face contorted in helplessness. It doesn't have to be this way, she says softly. Quietly, we can be friends. We can. My voice is hard even to my own ears. We can't be. I can't be. Luke, it doesn't have to be all or nothing, she says, closing the distance between us. That's the way it is with me. I don't want this to happen to us. Hazel says, just because of some infatuation. Anger burns in my voice. Composure slipping through my fingers. Is that what it looks like to you? Her shoulders slump, eyes confused with the battle wagging inside her head. Say something. Some hopeless part of me expects her to say she doesn't think that. That she feels for me what I feel for her. That she wants me too. She says nothing. I turn my face away, clenching my hands into fists, feeling my pointed fingers threatening to cut through the skin. She would never understand what it's like for me. What it's like to think I will never see her again after this hunt. What it's like to imagine a life without her. What it's like to know that she would fall in love with another man and I would be powerless to do anything against it. She would never understand what it is to love someone who doesn't want you to. We're wasting time. Steeling myself, let's go. She meets my gaze, searching. A moment later she nods, a troubled look on her face. We start on our path again, silence descending over us. I would not beg her to love me. I would not force her to see what I do. With a deep breath, I straighten my back and roll back my shoulders, marching ahead on the path that would have led me to the goal you've waited to achieve for so long. The world could survive a heartless man, but it would not survive a heartless beast. 43. Let's pretend, Elise. I tell myself it's nothing. I tell myself I don't feel like I'm about to burst into tears every time Luke averts his eyes from me. I tell myself my thoughts do not drift to what he said that day every night. I tell myself I will forget this. I watch as the sun comes up from behind the clouds. A wave of homesickness crashes over me. Mom's pretty face, smiling warmly at me. Carlo's crooked grin, corn blue eyes. Angelina S. ruckus over the tinny street things. Morgan's amazing apple pies and savvy stories. What have they all been doing since I came here? Would they remember what day is today? Someone touches my shoulder. I jump away. In an instant, my revolver is pressed against someone's forehead. My finger at the trigger. Luke holds his hands up in mock surrender at the waste of ammunition. I let out a breath I was holding and pull my hand away. You startled me. Luke raises an eyebrow. I called you wise. You didn't respond. Oh, I blink. I didn't hear you. You seem distracted. Luke says monotonously as he scatters away the remains of the firewood. I refrain myself from sighing. Why can't he just talk to me normally? It would make it so easy to ignore this. It would make everything like an illusion. Luke is right. This can't be as simple as you wish it was. The moon knows what it took for me to push away from him when all I wanted was him to kiss me the way he had before. In a way that made me forget fear. Restrictions. The whole damn world. I should die of shame. How could I do this to myself? To my mate? To Luke? I should have stopped him before things went so out of hand. I should have stopped myself. Someone snaps their fingers in front of my face. I blink a few times. Luke's impassive face comes in my view. I zoned out for a bit. I say sheepishly. He keeps staring at me for a few moments. Are you all right? No, fine. Why? Luke shakes his head and picks up the bag, slinging it over his shoulders. The next words seem to retch themselves out of his mouth. You look like a kicked puppy. The corner of my mouth lifts up, just feeling homesick today. Luke starts walking. For a few moments we walk in silence. Then why? Don't tell him. There's no point. It's my birthday today. For the briefest moment, I see him falter in his steps. His shoulders tense. Silence stretches between us. I feel like kicking myself. Why the hell did I tell him? What did I expect? You're E20 now. I snap out of my thoughts and nod yes. Luke only nods at me before glancing down at the map in his hands. Is it possible to be jealous of a piece of paper? What the hell is the matter with you? I chide myself. This is what you wanted. This is what is right. Stop being so pathetic. Yes, not your mate. I'm in the middle of taking a deep breath when a horrifying thought hits me in the gut like an iron fist. What if I never find my mate? I swallow thickly. The lump in my throat stays just where it is. It's a huge possibility. I'm already 20. Already legally old enough to choose a mate for myself. I suddenly feel like something has sucked the life out of my legs. My heart rate doubles. Before this, before Luke, finding my mate was a secondary option over freedom. But now, if I don't find him, I'll never forgive myself for doing this to Luke. For doing this to myself. I'll never be able to forget. I stop in my steps, unable to breathe. Am I having a panic attack? Heart attack? Anxiety attack? No, I clench my fists tightly. Not today, whatever type of attack you are. Not now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm okay, I say too quickly. Luke raises his brow. I try and fail to swallow the persistent lump in my throat. Damn you, you weird reminder of restlessness. Right. He nods his head, clearly believing my amazing acting skills, then stops standing there. Nodding, I quickly walk over to him. The morning bleeds into noon, and then the sun starts setting. We enter a thinner part of the forest. The earth covered with plush, dark green moss. It's so beautiful in the failing evening light. A stark contrast against the orange sky. I take another step forward. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It doesn't fall on the plush moss. It goes right through it. A scream rips past my mouth as the earth swallows me. The next moment I feel like someone has simultaneously pulled my shoulder out of its socket and the breath from my lungs. Luke pulls me back up, steadying me with his arms. I try to catch my breath and stare at the gaping hole in the sheet of moss. It's man-made, Luke says. His eyes scan the vast area covered with moss. This whole place must be full of them. I step away from him. You think we can cross this without dying? Luke rubs his jaw, eyes narrowed at the battlefield. He glances at me, just for a moment, So quickly I think I imagined it. I can gauge their location by focusing on my footfall. But he shakes his head. We can't take chances right now. Well, go around it. I open my mouth to argue but then decide against it and nod. I turn around but freeze in my place. Luke tenses beside me. In front of us, at the border of the mossland, a row of wolves appears. Teeth bared, lips curled in snarls. Just perfect. I hear Luke hiss out before he takes my arm and his and steers around. Straight into the moss field. I whip my revolver out and look back, ready to shoot, and my foot slips again. I instinctively pull the trigger. The shot goes through the trees. What is wrong with you? Luke says, pulling me away from the hole. Just follow. A loud growl reaches my ears as a wolf lunges for us. Others on its heels. I'm thinking. I pull the trigger. A bullet goes straight through its head. The others only seem more enraged and charge forward, seemingly having memorized a safe path. I hear Luke curse under his breath. He throws his revolver at me. I barely catch it when he lifts me over his shoulder. Shoot. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke says, already sprinting ahead, clenching his revolver in one hand. I use it to brace myself on his shoulder to stay straight and with my own one. Bang, bang, bang. 1, 2, 3 down. A dozen more to go. I won't be able to shoot all of them. Switching revolvers. I take him again and pull the trigger. It misses, but the wolf stumbles back and right into a hole. A howl echoes in the gunpowder-thick air. I don't think they know the exact path. I say to Luke, shooting another wolf, can you guess where the most traps are? He doesn't answer for a moment, but takes a sharp turn to the left. Hold tight, Luke says. I feel my hands jolting with each leaping step he takes. My aim not as good as it should be, but I see the wolves slipping and falling. Their pace slows down but Luke's only increases. Then to my immense annoyance, I see the moss bear fade away to give a glimpse of the solid earth and still 4 wolves hot on our heels. Then suddenly my heart leaps to my throat. I see the earthway below, almost a speck as the chains holding the bridge clink together with Luke's running. The never-ending bridge comes to an end in Luke Hall, but drops me on my behind. I glare at him, but it's short-lived as I catch sight of the wolves following us. I really don't want to die today. Getting to my feet, I'll see that you get your wish. Enthusiasm, Luke says. I see his fingers extend, his frame becoming taller and broader as he clamps his hands on one of the thick wooden posts where the chains of the bridge are connected. He pulls it off the earth and tosses it down. The bridge shakes horribly. The wolves stumble and halt, but Luke wastes no time in going for the other post. He rips it off the ground. The bridge falls down like a recoiling snake. The howls of the wolves on it become distant as they fall. I slump down on the ground, breathing hard. Luke slumps down beside me, his own chest rising and falling rapidly as his fingers go back to normal. Finally, I open my mouth and words tumble out. Most unforgettable birthday ever. A faint smile crosses Luke's face. Try not to flatter me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Once we both gather our wits, we set camp only a few kilometers away. After a minimalistic dinner, I don't know what I doze off. Someone is shaking my shoulder. I grumble a curse and swat away the hand. Wake up, a familiar voice says. Like hell, I mumble, making myself comfortable against the makeshift pillow of our bed. This time the hand shakes my shoulder hard to get up. I force my eye to open and see Lou crouching in front of me. Instantly, alarms start going off in my head. What happened? Quickly sitting up. Nothing of consequence. Standing up, there's something you should see. My brow pulled together in confusion, but I not nevertheless and get up. Luke motions me to follow. In the dim light of the moon, I follow him through the forestry until he stops. Luke steps away from in front of me, and I hold back a gasp. A crystal blue lake invades my vision. reflecting the starry sky and the moon like a glassy mirror. This is, I say softly, walking over to the lake beautiful. I tap a finger to the water, watching as the whole portrait of the night sky wavers. I see my own reflection, the awestruck look on my face. Luke's come to stand beside me, his face impassive as ever. I turn to look at him, a soft smile on my face. Thank you, I say sincerely. He only offers me a nod. I turn my attention to the lake again. Something in the portrait changes. I blink. I think I just saw a flash on light cross the sky. I look up and my eyes widen as another shooting start goes through the black canvas. Then another, and another before the whole sky illuminates with them. I faintly hear you, Luke, stepping away. I'm thinking. My hand reaches out to hold his. His profile stiffens. Stay here. I find myself saying stay with me. Luke glances at me over his shoulder. Don't act like this, Hazel. Like what? Like you care whether or not I'm around. I ignore the way my heart tightens in my chest, but I don't let go of his hand. It's my birthday today. I get to be happy for a while. Even if it's an illusion. Let's just pretend to be ignorant. I say quietly, taking a step towards him. Let's pretend your feelings are locked away in your heart. Never been let out. I swallow thickly, knowing if I say what's in my head, it'll be letting him know just how vulnerable I am. There would be no taking it back. Just as my gnaw. I notice the movement in his throat. His face is impassive as ever, but his eyes give him away. The longing in them is making me want to break every rule I've set up for myself. It's terrifying. Luke doesn't let go of my hand when he turns to sit near the bank of the lake. Once we've both sat down, he lets go and I wrap my arms around my legs, putting my chin on my knees. The silence that befalls us is comfortable after so long. I look at the sky showering light. A smile tugs at my lips. Let's make a wish. I say to him. You believe that? Luke asks, not bothering to hide his amusement. Yes, I do. Not caring if it looks childish, I close my eyes and think of what to wish for. I am getting what I wanted. I'm getting my freedom. What else could I want? I cut off my thoughts, feeling emotions overwhelming me. I don't think the stars can grant my wish. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. My eyes open and gravitate to his, swallowing the turmoil of emotions they induce. There are inches between entire oceans. This is how it's supposed to be, but it feels so wrong. I turn my face away, ignoring the dull sting behind my eyes. Mine neither. I regret the words just as I say them. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm only pushing both of us in a path that ends in pain and disappointment. Let's pretend that's not what we wish for. I whisper. I feel something warm brush against the side of my face, slowly turning it sideways. Luke's stormy blue eyes meet mine. He leans forward, his palm rough against my cheek, causing my heart to beat a tempo against my ribcage. I can't. Luke says. I look away from his stormy eyes. It's too much for me. His emotions, his sincerity. It's too much for me to handle, too intense. I'm sorry, I whisper, afraid my voice would betray me if I speak louder. Luke holds up my chin with his thumb and finger so I meet his steady gaze. I'm not sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Not for this. He holds my face in his hands, looking at me like I'm his victory. The sun, the moon, a priceless treasure, an illusion about to fade. Alice, he says my name like an endearment, so softly it steals my breath. I put a finger on his lips. My heart cracks in a million pieces. Those words don't belong to me. Luke takes my hand in his hand, puts it on his chest, above his heart beating fast. Irregular under my palm, trying to tell me something words would never be enough to explain. Tell me again they don't belong to you. I swallow thickly, feeling my resolute cracking under the intensity of his gaze. Why do you make this harder for me? My voice fragile. Why do you make me want things I have no right of desiring? Just this once. he says softly. He leans forward and despite myself, I find myself closing the distance as well. Just for a moment. Luke whispers, please be mine. His lips fought against mine, so softly, as if the slightest force would shatter this mirage, so slowly and carefully, as if wanting to stretch this moment over 1,000,000 years. Against the perfect texture of his lips, I taste something salty. Hesitantly, I pull away, blinking only to realize my eyes are sweating. I try and fail to form words. A watery chuckle catches in my throat. This is so stupid. Like soap opera. Luke wipes away the tear streaks on my face. His face steeled but his eyes swirling with a storm of emotions. I don't want to be the reason you cry. You're not. I shake my head. A little sad smile on my face, I promise. And I don't cry. My eyes sweat sometimes. He allows the ghost of a smile on his lips and pulls me to himself, wrapping an arm around my waist, stroking my hair with the other, offering comfort that I will miss more than anything else in the world. Let's pretend this is a dream, a world fantasy. His hold on my tightens before saying, from tomorrow, everything will be the way it should be. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, taking in the intoxicating scent of coffee and pine trees, under the star-tainted sky, surrounded by the secrecy of the forest. In the circle of his arms, my heart whispers, softly, clearly, that I never want to wake up. 44 bullet through my head the next week is a blur. True to his promise, Luke didn't show a hint of his emotions after that night. For that matter, neither did I. We both acted the way we should like partners, and the fact that we're close to the finish line only fuels our will to keep focused. We hadn't really slept since the past week, only dozed off occasionally, which is precisely why I wake up in the noon to the sound of a growl. My eyes snap open, hands already fumbling to get the revolver out of the waistband of my jeans. There's only one bullet left, is my only thought as I spring to my feet. My eyes dart in every direction, but I see nothing that could be a threat. Then it dawns to me. Where did Luke go? Tucking the revolver away. I start forward, a frown on my face. Where the hell is he? Only a short distance away. I see him pacing around, his head in his hands. Another low growl reaches me. Luke? A hint of worry leaks in my voice. His head snaps in my direction so quickly I almost flinch. His eyes arc. Near black. When did you wake up? His voice a little rough around the edges just now. Walking over to him, are you all right? He moves away just as I approach him, but the tension in his frame doesn't go unnoticed by me. I narrow my eyes at him back. I know full moon is in 1 week. He must be having trouble controlling his wolf. Why won't he tell me? It's not like I don't know about it already. Are you sure? I ask him as he walk back to where I came from. Yes. He doesn't even look at me. Luke walks ahead and I throw my hands up in frustration. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They are impossible. I open my mouth to bug him again, but then stop myself. It's none of your business. I tell myself firmly. You're not supposed to worry about him. But I can't stop myself from glancing at him every now and then. Though Luke keeps always fast pace, I've never seen him break a sweat. So I guess it's a bit concerning to see a sheen of sweat cover his brow, his whole body taut like a spring under tension. How long until we reach the finish line? I ask him after a few hours. I'm not sure. Luke says the recreated map isn't very accurate, but I guess we should reach it in about 5 days. Give or take a few. I nod, feeling a thrill of adrenaline go through me. If we don't have to change course. Luke cuts himself off with a low growl. His hand reaches up, fisting his hair. Luke, without thinking my hands reach out to do. Well, I don't know what, but something. No, don't. Luke stumbles back, dark eyes wide in alarm. I stop in my tracks. Confusion and worry cloud my head. What? I breathe out, you're hurting. You idiot. Let me help. You can't help, Luke says. Stay away. I'm not too. Another growl rips its way out of his chest. I watch in horror as he falls to his knees. Features contorted in pain. His chest rises and falls rapidly, eyes darting in every direction like a caged animal. The next moment, I find myself kneeling beside him, praying his hands away from his hair. They're burning against my skin, as if he has a horribly high fever. What are you doing? Luke snaps, momentarily coming to his own bossy senses. I told you to stay away. Shut up. I give him a look. I'm not going anywhere. Can't you see? Luke narrows his eyes at me, snatching his clawed hands away. I'm not safe to be around. If he wasn't being so panicked about my safety, I would have sacked him for being such an idiot. Luke, calm down, I say calmly, taking his hand in my hands. No, he grabs my arms, ready to push my away. You need to go. You need to. Will you ever shut up? I put my finger on his lips. Just look at me. Whether wittingly or unwittingly, his dark eyes meet my own, panic and concern just on the surface. Breathe. I put my forehead against his. Don't think anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just look at me and take a deep breath. He does. At least the breathing part. For a few moments we stay like that. I feel his skin cooling down against mine. See. I pull away, a smile on my lips that wasn't so hard. Luke pulls his hands away from my arms and lets out a rattled breath. Why don't you ever listen to me? Because you give the dumbest suggestions. I chirp, unthinking. I rake my hand through his hair, making it less messy. Just as I realize what I'm doing, I draw it back. This is worse than I thought. Luke drags a hand down his face, rubbing his jaw. It's not even full moon and yet. Are you going to be okay? I ask him. A shadow crosses his face. It's not myself I worried about. I swallow, catching the meaning behind his words. That Wolfie hadn't hurt me, not in the slightest. Maybe he wouldn't hurt me this time either. I open my mouth to tell Luke I'll be okay, but he beats me to it. If I ask something of you, will you do it for me? Taking my hand in his. I blink a few times. Answer my question, Elise. Tightening his grip on my hand, his eyes search my own. Will you do it? Do what? I ask him, confusion thick in my voice. Luke's stormy eyes are steady as they look at me, as if steeled against emotion. If I shift, put a bullet through my head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyes become the size of the moon. I try to snatch my hand away out of pure surprise, but Luke holds it in firm grip. He leans forward, his face dead serious. I don't know how long until my restraint snaps. He says, and when that happens, you need to put me down. Luke, are you even listening to yourself? I say furiously, I'm not going to kill you. You won't have a choice. He glares at me. If you don't kill me, I would surely kill you. I'm shaking my head. Luke, I can't. I just cannot do that to anyone, let alone you. He grabs me by the shoulders, forcing me to look at him. I almost gasp when I look at his expression. Never in my entire life had I thought I would see Luke Winters desperate. Promise me. His voice hard as stone. You won't let me hurt you. Luke, please, don't ask this of me. I have to. Damn it. He shakes me. Once, as if trying to knock some sense into me. I can't live with your blood on my hands. I give him a harsh glare. You think I can? Think. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His stormy eyes bore into mine. Maybe this time if I shift, I won't be turning back again. I would become a monster, a killing machine. He lets go of me. His eyes hold an ages-old pain, a fear that's been with him for so long. He stopped being afraid of it. A man standing at the brink of the ocean, ready to be thrown off and drown. I don't want to become that. Luke says. I stand to my feet. Come on. Get up. I grab his arm, trying to pull him to his feet. Though confused, Luke complies. We don't have time. Starting to drag him behind me, we reaching that darn finish line if it's the last thing we do. Hazel, no. I'm surprised at the steel in my voice. You're not going to become a monster. I'm not going to have to kill you. Nor are you killing anyone. There's no other way around it. Luke sighs, though he keeps walking. I wail on him, my eyes glassy with burning tears. No, sweat. I do not cry. Then we're going to do what we always do. I jab a finger at his chest. We're going to find a way out. I hold his gaze, my breath short and harsh in the silence around us. He looks away from me and walks past me. Then stop wasting time. I hear the hard and commanding voice that I've grown so fond of. We have places to be. The next few days go by almost in a run. Though Luke didn't show it, I know these few days have been hard on him, especially because he couldn't blink an eye to sleep. Not once. As our time's coming to an end, I find myself closer to telling him about that night he shifted. I want him to know that he's not the monster he thinks himself to be. Luke? Mustering up my courage. Watch your step. Pushing aside the vines in front of his face. The trees are older here. You might trip on a root. I know. My eyes on my feet, but I have to tell you something. Hurry it up. I take a deep breath and grab his hand. Luke's head snaps back towards me. His eyes permanently a shade darker since the day he told me to shoot him if necessary, as if he's constantly fighting off the beast. And ever since then, he's been hypersensitive to any kind of stimuli. I don't know if I have the chance to say this later. I lick my dry lips, but I want you to know, you're not a monster. Luke furrows his brows. Hazel, we've been through this before. No, I shake my head. I mean literally. His face is a mask of confusion. What? On the full moon. I swallow thickly. I went to see you. You what? I know you told me not to. I say quickly, but I never listened to you. His scowl tells me exactly how much he parodies my joke. I can't help but grin at him. I'm going to miss this. But that's not the point. I say the point is that you didn't hurt me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The chain, I take a deep breath. I went in the range of the chain. I watch as his jaw goes slack. His head cocks to his side, brows furrowed. He opened his mouth to say something, but I beat him to it. You had me pretty much engulfed in your arms, but you didn't hurt me, not in the slightest. I tell him, you're not a monster. I hold his hand up in both of mine, almost under my chin. Not to me, never to me. I let go of his hand when he does reply. I guess he's going to explode in a fit of anger and overprotectiveness in a while. Better get out of his war's range. I quickly walk past him, glad to have let out those words. Whatever his reaction may be, Luke deserves to know. Through the trees, I see something red flying in the evening breeze. Breath catches in my throat and I squint my eyes to see clearly. Only a few meters away, I see a clearing, as if the forest stops there, and a long white pole, on which a red flag is waving. A silver wolf flashing on it. The Alpha Supreme's flag. Someone grabs me by the arms and turns me around. I didn't hurt you. For some darn reason, I'm imagining Luke sounding breathless, as if such a thing could happen in reality. Maybe I'm being delusional in my happiness. Luke, the finish line. I grab his face and turn it to the flag. I see his eyes widen a fraction, grinning like a maniac. I hold his hand in vice tight hold and sprint forward. In a dream, in a haze, I feel like I've just passed through a cold gel and the open air. We're here. I breathe out, a wide grin on my face. On my moon. We're here. I jump up and weapons around Luke's neck. We're alive and we're here. His own arms wrap around me, almost cutting off my breath, but he gives a damn about oxygen anyways. Now answer my question. Luke says as I pull away a bit, you came to me and I had you, but I didn't hurt you. I stare at him incredulously. Seriously, we just won the bloody Alpha, Hunt, and he's asking me that. Yes, you dumbass. I say with a roll of my eyes. You acted like an overgrown mutt fond of cuddles. He stares at me like someone were at a star, in wonder and amazement, the way you would look at a thunderstorm, watching at the light tear through the sky, or the way you would look at someone with 3 heads. Then he grins at me. Luke Winters grins at me, showing his perfect pearly teeth. He leans down to press a deep kiss on my forehead. Elise, you goddamn idiot. I push him away a bit. My eyes narrowed. Excuse me. Congratulations, Alpha Winters. I jump away from Luke and snap my head towards the source of the sound. A man in his early 40s is walking towards us from an earthen path. 2 military-built men behind him. He can almost feel the power in the air. My mind vaguely remembers his face. Red hair, blue eyes and stern expressions. The Alpha Supreme. I'm so proud of you, son, he says with a smile. Hands clasped behind his back. Luke only nods in his direction. I almost want to stamp his foot. He could at least pretend to care about his greeting. The Alpha Supreme laughs, the attitude of a king. Just what we need. He walks over to us and the 2 military guys instantly focus their eyes on me. A thread of unease coils around my heart. I'm not surprised at you who made it. Do. The Alpha puts out his hand whenever we've met. I've sensed your passion to win this hunt. Luke shakes his hand and I've sensed your unwillingness to let me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The Alpha Supreme laughs and in a surprisingly strong tug, pulls Luke forward to embrace him like a son. You were always too smart, Winters. I'm surprised. Luke cuts himself off with a gargledy sound. The next moment I feel myself being pulled back by the guards. The Alpha Supreme steps away from Luke, a bloody dagger in his hand. Thick drops of blood drop from its tip. My wide, horrified eyes turn to Luke as he stumbles back, blood oozing out of his side. I'm sure you are. Alpha Supreme smiles at him, wiping the dagger on his arm, reveling a silver blade. Luke lets out a rasp of laughter. Good thing I'm off my meds. He moves too quick for me to see, but I see the Alpha Supreme stumble back, holding his bloody nose as the dagger flies from his hand and into the earth on the far side. I haven't had an interesting fight in a long time. He wipes the blood from his face. Let's make it easier for you. I won't shift. He charges at Luke, but Luke easily duffs his first throw, grabbing his arm to pull him forward and dive his knee into the Alpha's gut. The Alpha doesn't even seem fazed as he swings his own fist. It catches Luke in his wound, causing him to loosen his hold on the Alpha. He stumbles back. The Alpha takes it as a chance to grab him by the throat and quite possibly choke him, but someone manages to twist himself out of the Alpha's hold. The Alpha Supreme's fists move faster than my eyes, and all I know is that Luke's lip and nose are bleeding, his movement sluggish due to the wound in his gut. I feel the gourd starting to drag me away. I struggle against their stone arms, digging my feet in the earth and trashing around, but it has no effect. Desperation gets the better of me. Luke. His eyes snap to mine and I see the murderous rage that flashes in them. Alpha Supreme uses the momentary distraction to grab him by the hair and knee him in the face. Luke stumbles back. I see his teeth stained with blood, but instead of focusing on his own survival, his eyes fly to me again, once again giving the Alpha Supreme the upper hand as he practically lifts Luke off his feet and hurls him towards a tree. Luke's back hits the tree with a horrible thud, is forced to his knees, breathing heavily, more on instinct than on anything else. I bite down the arm of one of my captors hard. His hold on me loosens just for a moment and I whirl on the other guard. My hand pulls the gun out from the waistband of my jeans and I slam its butt on his nose. He stumbles back, letting go of me. I turn to the other guard instantly. My hand comes down to slam the gun against his neck. He doubles over. I slam it down on his head. He crumples on the ground. The other guard recovers from his blow, his eyes red and nose swollen, but it doesn't stop him from grabbing me around the waist in a harsh hold. Look, I throw the revolver towards him the best I can. It lands in someone's hand. Not Luke's. The Alpha Supreme gives me a chilling smile, I must admit. She's a wild one. But I suppose this hunt would have to remember her as a martyr. Don't you know, Your Highness? Luke grabs him by the back of his neck and whirls him around. Hunters never take their eyes off their prey. The slivered dagger goes straight in the Alpha Supreme's chest, into his heart. He crumples to the ground, pulling at the heavy hilt of the dagger. But I can't see him any more since the next moment. Luke has ripped me away from the guard. His hand closes around the man's neck and a snap. Sounds in the air. I fall on my behind, breathing heavily. Luke crouches down beside me. Alice? He's holding my arms, Hazel. We have to go. To where agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I ask shakily as he helps me get up. There's supposed to be a mansion to accommodate the Survive RS and winners. He says we need to get there fast. Are you all right? It's a stupid question, but I'm staring at his blood-stained shirt. Not too bad. He says I was already putting away where he used the knife. The wound isn't too deep. Bang. The air stills. Both Luke and I hold our breaths. My eyes are trained on the Alpha Supreme's body on the earth. The revolver in his hand as his eyes glaze over. With a shaking hand, I touch my stomach. My hand comes back slick with blood. I open my mouth to say something. Blood comes out, pouring down my chin. My legs give out from under me. My head swimming. Luke's holding me to himself, his eyes desperately looking over me, settling on the wound. I barely feel him lift me in his arms. Alice, hold on. Luke's running maybe. His voice is shaking. Maybe don't close your eyes. But my eyes are dropping. There's so much pain through my body. It's numbing, telling me to go to sleep the way I used to when Mom told me bedtime stories. Mon Carlos. Angelina. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everyone's faces swirl before my eyes. Tyler, Clary, so many more. I'm tired. I know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says, but I need you to stay strong. Like you always do. I need you not to close your eyes. My hand is shaking when I reach it up to touch his face. His face snaps down to look at me. Stormy blue eyes that I've grown to adore look at me with so much pain I think it's even greater than mine. Don't. I croak out. My hand drops. Don't be hurt. I won't be. I hear the hitch in his breath. I will do anything you say. Just don't let go. He's still running. So am I. To where agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not sure. I dimly register him shouting at someone. Bossy Luke. Will let go of any chance to show who's in charge. Enthusiasm Luke. A breath leaves my mouth. He's letting me down on something. His frantic eyes meet mine, yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I feel my lips twitch up. I like that name. I like the way it sounds on his tongue. I want to taste something on my own tongue. I love you. 45 my Luna Luke. My shoes make a rhythmic thud on the polished wooden floor as I turn to my newly acquired office. Everything is in perfect order. A large L-shaped desk in the center. A high-back chair behind it. Shelves line the walls. The windows on the east wall light up the place. I take my place behind the desk and pick up the file I'd put there last night or early morning. Sleep has been miles away from me. 20 alphas had participated. 7 have made it back. After reaching the mansion, I had a witch lift off the spell from the competitors' wolves and the forest, officially declaring that the hunt was over. The last team reached here yesterday. The packs of the deceased alphas will have to be adjusted under others' authority. If they don't have another of the alpha bloodline to take the role, as I leaf through the file, the accommodations storing in my memory with singular glances, the door knocks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eamon Rest in a dark uniform comes in, his face impassive. Gorge Williams was part of the few warriors with me on my journeys the past 5 years. He was always my first choice to call when I needed to do something discreetly. Alpha Supreme Winters. He bows to me. The ceremony is in for days. Williams. Returning my eyes to the file him that the Alpha Supreme yet. What's the news? As per your orders. He beings formerly the Alpha Supreme Marcus Goldstein. This body has been taken care of. All the servants in the mansion who witnessed your arrival have been warned to keep their mouths shut. I put the file away and prop my elbows on the armrests, steepling my fingers as I hold his gaze. I doubt people would take well to a ruler who killed his predecessor. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I say, and the pack. The deceased Alpha Spack will be under the authority of his younger sister, Alpha Zoya Goldstein. She was told that her brother suffered a planned rouge attack. Very well. I give him a nod, make sure she doesn't look too much into it. Yes, Alpha. He says should I send in the files of the confessions by Alpha Goldstein's warriors? Send them up? You're dismissed. He gives me another bow and leaves the office, closing the door behind. Alpha Goldstein had always struck me as the power-hungry type, but he would violate the hunt as such was a surprise. Even to me. Only a few minutes later, someone brings me the file. I'd have to execute all these men anyways, but I wanted to have proof of their crimes in my hand. Making a plan for the division of the packs left unsupervised takes me a big mug of black coffee into hours. It's going to get more complicated when I discuss these with the Alphas who are having these additions, but till then, I'm almost done. For a few moments, I sit in the silence of my office, cherishing the fragments of peace. Then I pull my phone from my pocket and press my father's contact. Finally made time for your father, he asks in his usual gruff manner. You're either first when I called to give the news of my victory, father. I say dismissively. What do you want now? He asks should I send Casper then no. My voice holds a steady edge. I told you before that until I say so. No one is to come here. The risk of assassination is high. Don't try to teach me, boy. I can hear the scowl in his voice. Why did you disturb me? My father was never the affectionate type, which I'm glad for. Achidi have killed me with sympathy if that were the case. I want to talk to Mrs. To a agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To a agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sure you've told her. I say in measured voice, but I would like to talk to her myself. You want to talk to that Omega? What is give her the phone, Dad? For a few moments there's silence. Then some shuffling as he switches the call. A moment later Ichi is back on the line. She's on her way. Father grumbles, disdain rolling off his voice. Then the phone is given to someone else. A voice reaches me. Alpha Supreme. How may I help you? She sounds so much like Hazel, please, Ms. To a agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I find my voice becoming polite. You can call me Luke. Aye, Alpha. That. She hesitates. I can guess why. I would like you to step out of my father's office. I tell her you'd be able to talk to me more comfortably then. But Alpha tell him I said that. There's silence. Then, muffled voices. Silence again. I'm outside. Mrs. Atwood, tell me where's Elise? Is she all right? Can I talk to her? Elise is all right. Mrs. Atwood, I assure you. I tell her calmly, but I'm afraid she cannot talk to you right now. I will make sure she does as soon as it's possible. I hear her let out a ragged breath as you say. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Look, pardon. I want you to call me Luke. I say politely, you daughter is the only reason I'm going to be the Alpha Supreme for the next 10 years. Keep that in mind. There is a beat of silence then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. She says Tellelise I'm waiting for her call. I will. No, she says. Hesitates for a moment. Please take care of her. You don't have to worry about that. I nod to myself. She hangs up. I put the phone back in my pocket. Picking up my suit jacket from the back of my chair. I leave the office. The wide windows in the hallways illuminate them with an orange light of the setting sun. I pause beside the window. The sight of the sun melting behind the trees looks on for the maybe bleak. Through the winding hallways on the top floor, my feet take me to the master bedroom. I see 2 guards stationed outside the door. A short woman closing it as she leaves. Alpha Supreme. Vahida bows as she sees me coming. I look past her at the door. Before my eyes meet her slanted brown ones. How is she? She's recovering exceptionally well. She says with a nod. Having her wolf unlocked is really helping. I only offer her a nod, moving to grab the door handle when she speaks again. Alpha Supreme, I really think if you can get her mate here. I don't remember asking you for advice. My voice cuts through hers like a blade. From my peripheral, I see her swallow before she bows. Why, yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. She scurries away. I turn the handle and step inside the room. As I close the door behind, the scent of gardenia flowers and rain wraps around me like a comforting blanket, soothing every worry and exhaustion. The room really does show it was the residence of the ruler of the lichen race. The canopy ceiling high above the walls, the massive windows on the east wall, the white silk curtains hanging over them, the white settle and sofa in one corner all scream royalty. I walk towards the king-sized. The chair it put by its side still in its place. My eyes fall on the girl asleep under the sheet. Her honey hair spiraled on the wild pillows. Silently, I sit down in the chair, my hand already reaching to hold hers. My skin sings as it touches hers and I let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding. My shoulders sag, relaxing for the first time since I checked up on her this morning. It's been 2 days since the incident. She hasn't made a single movement except for the soft tries and thought of her chest. A newly familiar ache constricts my chest as I let out a rattled breath. I can't shake the hope that she might wake up just as I come. I've been waiting for you for so long. To my agent extraordinaire, Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Don't make me wait longer. Unbident. Distant memories unfurl in my head. Is there a cure? My father had asked the strange woman sitting in his office. I knew she was witch. I'd met her once before, when I was 11, but she always seemed different from other witches. There was something strange in her sense, something powerful, something more knowledgeable than the rest. I can only think of one. Her blazing yellow eyes swam towards me. I wanted to look away, unable to hold her scorching gaze, as if she could see what I'd become the night of the full moon. See the poison called wolfsbane used as a medicine by me. See the blood on my hands as I did in my nightmares. But I held her gaze, my face impassive. I was 13. I shouldn't be intimidated by anyone. Then speak, woman, my father said. But I noticed that his voice wasn't as commanding as always. This woman was important, and she had no reason to do as he said. Find his mate. The witch said she should work as a leash. A leash. I couldn't help the note of disdain that leaped in my voice. Both my father and the witch ignored me. Father's gaze was trained on the witch. Determination itched on his face. How would that help? Ye arch on yun, OJX. The witch raised a golden brow. Even beasts can't see what they love. I was suddenly glad that they were both ignoring me, since I could feel my ears burning. But keep in mind what he is. The witch said he can't find her as easily as Yamuts do these days. I saw my father's jaw tighten when she said muts, but he only nodded, understanding what she'd said. But he isn't in his senses then. My father told her as if she didn't know already. He'd kill anything in his reach. I could feel my innards roil as he said that. I wished I could vanish when both of them glanced at me for a moment, as if I wouldn't notice the way they looked at me, like I was a ticking time bomb. Anything except her. The witch stood up from her seat, dusting her long black gown. How you managed to do it? Ain't no problem. She walked towards the door but paused for a moment. She looked at me and smiled. I almost cringed when her yellow and gold teeth came in my sight. Best of luck. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And she went out. For the next few days, my father and baited rake busied themselves in devising plans to find my mate. I was sure if I wanted her to see me, I was sure if I wanted my soulmate to know what I was, but Mum always told me it wouldn't matter to her, that she would help me, understand my pain like no other. And I was stupid enough to believe that. For a few years, I believed her. I wished, hoped and prayed and visited every pack in my country. Let every trusted man see the monster preparing to unleash itself on the world. I had one hope, they all told me, and that was finding another to fix my broken pieces. Only a few months after I started my journey, I knew it was the solution I wanted. I didn't want my soulmate to find a broken statue she had to fix and cut herself in the process. I didn't want my soulmate to be afraid of me. I didn't want anyone to take care of my problems for me. I didn't want to be that man. Soon my mate was a secondary matter. Soon I knew what the Elf's hunt had to offer. Soon I didn't have to look for a stranger for peace. I had it in myself. An unshakable belief that I will find a way out. For 5 years, I went from one country to the next, training with one pack and the next, using any means to learn how to control the beast. In 5 years, I grew to the age of 100, survived more murder attempts than people double my age and reputation. In 5 years, JX Winter's son became Alpha Lu Quintus. I didn't need my mate. I didn't need anyone. Now as I look at the girl in front of me, her eyes closed and features calm, a strange longing fills me, more than any I have ever felt for the stranger I'd been forced to look for. I may be damaged, ruthless, demanding and not worthy of this girl in any way at all, but I was so far gone that I couldn't love her more than anything in this world. Wake up. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I press a kiss to her knuckles. I need my Luna with me. I open my eyes, thinking I must have died. But to my surprise, it seems as though I'm in heaven. The mattress is as soft as a cloud. The sheets are incredibly smooth. Yet the pain that radiates from where the bullet hit me tells me I'm very much alive and not far from death. 46. A bad decision Elise will I open my eyes. I'm sure Im died. And surprisingly enough, it seems as though Im in heaven. The mattress under me in like a cloud. The sheets covering me are stained soft. The room is beautiful and white and a bit hazy. Then pain kicks in. I'm alive all right and the pain radiating from where the bullet had hit me tells me it has me at almost died. My mind clears. The room comes into focus. Panic and confusion race through my head. How am I still alive? Where am I? Where's Luke? With Herculean effort, I heave myself up into a sitting position. The room looks like a 5-star hotel's master suite. The canopy ceiling is high above, decorated with an illustration of star constellations. The east wall is practically covered by windows, the curtains drawn over their silhouette. There are 2 doors, one near the huge bed, the other at the far corner. The said door clicks open, catching my attention. Someone steps inside the room. My shoulders tense, bracing for action, but soon enough. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Intoxicating scent of coffee and pine trees hovers towards me. Luciazu, Luke. Anticipation leaks in my voice. As I stupidly try to get up, his head snaps in my direction. His dark, stormy blue eyes focus on mine. His shoulders rise as if he is holding his breath. Eyes wide a fraction. The air is so heavy, almost palpable with tension. Elise, something in the air snaps. Then tension falls down on me like a heavy blanket. The next moment his hands are on my shoulders, holding me back so I can't. Whatever emotion was on his face moments ago gone as if it was just my imagination. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice tells you're wound, is still healing. In quick, precise movements, he adjusts to pillows behind my back, carefully leaning me against them. I take in his profile, the creaseless grey suit he is wearing, his perfectly brushed hair, freshly shaved stubble, but the shadows under his red eyes tell me what I need to know. Luke? Why, how am I still? The question hangs heavy in the air. Even if I had my werewolf strength, a silver bullet would have been lethal for me. An Omega. It's impossible that Im's still alive. Luke sits down in front of me, staring thoughtfully at my face, almost as if trying to believe I'm sitting right here. You were asleep for 3 days, he says quietly. My eyes widen. 3 days. I've taken a silver bullet. Been unconscious for 3 days and I still survived. How do you feel? Luke touches his hand to my cheek. I jump away from him due to sheer surprise. My cheek tingles as if someone's just electrocuted my skin. The confusion in my head only thickens further. Luke has touched me before, and though it feels amazing, it doesn't make me feel like stars are erupting across my skin. That's just not right. I see a flash of emotion cross Luke's face, almost like rejection, but he draws his hand back, his face unreadable as he stands up from the bed and walks to the dresser. Luke holds out a small mirror for me. Hesitantly, I take it a look at my reflection. My cheekbones have hollowed out. My lips are champed, and my skin pale like a sheet. Otherwise I look like myself. Hazel eyes wide and bright. Golden brown hair tumbling down my shoulders to the middle of my back. Luke guides my hand. Super, nebulous burst where his skin touches mine. But I focus on the reflection in the mirror as it lowers. Breath hitches in my throat. My eyes widen. Someone has robbed the breath from my lungs and my life from my limbs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At the junction of my neck and shoulder, a puncture wound has faded, leaving behind something disturbingly well known. A mark. When a lycanthrope is marked, his wolf isn't just living for himself, but also for his mate. Legends and stories tell over and over again the tales of lycanthropes surviving what would have been fatal wounds because of the presence of their mates. I turned my wide, terrified eyes to Luke's impassive face. Tell me I hit my head. My throat suddenly feels parched. Tell me I'm hallucinating. You didn't hit your head. Luke says, his voice hard and clear. I caught you before you could fall. My organs suddenly start working again. Too efficient this time. My heart pumps madly in my chest, trying to break out of my ribcage. My breath comes out short and ragged, panic rising like chilling water in my head, numbing my senses. I push my hair back from my forehead, a sweat breaks over my brow. Luke tries to pull my hand away. Calm down. I don't touch me. I break away from him. Never had I thought it'd see the day when Alpha Luke Winters, the most dominating and strong, willed person to roam this earth, flinches. Because of me. My wrist tingles where HED held it. I resist the urge to rub away that feeling. Tears well up in my eyes. Frustration and guilt hold my heart in a fist. My chest rises and falls rapidly. The pain from my abdomen suddenly numb in the wake of a new agony. One that's making it too hard to breathe. Realization hits me like a brick in the face. In feeling Luke's pain. Oh my moon. Oh my moon. What has he done? You should have just let me die. I choke out, holding my head in my hands, blocking out most of his emotions. A low growl reaches my ears. Don't say that again. I snap my eyes down, my own blurry with tears of frustration and anger. Was this what we had fought? I demand. What about all your promises, Luke? Were they for nothing? Tears race down my cheeks, but I don't move my steady eyes from his unreadable face. Luke leans forward and brushes the tears away from my cheeks. I hate myself for wanting to give in to his touch. I hate that its effect on me is only stronger now. You said you love me, he says softly. I push his hand away. I was dying. People say stupid stuff when they're dying. I sense the tension in his frame, the storm in his eyes ready to devour me whole. You didn't mean it. My shoulders slump in defeat. My feral expression slips away to give way for the helplessness welled inside. I did. I whisper, afraid of saying the words aloud. I do. Then what's the problem? Luke asks. You have my mark now. There's nothing standing between us anymore. I want to rip my hair off my head. What about the pack? They know we're not mate. What if someday your real mate comes in front of us? Or my real mate? What will we do then? This is wrong. So bloody wrong. You should have just let me. Something warm presses against my lips. Not a finger this time. A million burning flames heat up my face. Luke pulls away, creating an inch of space between our lips. Shut up. He puts his forehead against mine. Eyes closed. Do you have any idea what it was like to see the shine fading from your eyes? To carry your bloody, limp body in the mansion at the finish line? To look at you on that bed, not chattering my ears off, not complaining. He presses his lips to the corner of my mouth, almost sighing into the kiss. I would all set the world on fire if that's what it took to have you back. I swallow the lump in my throat, try to force my heart to stop beating so fast and hold on to the remains of my laws and logic. That doesn't change anything. Luke. Luke opens his eyes, almost challenging. The words that come out of his mouth tell me I've definitely hit my head somewhere. You're my mate. I blink, my features contort in confusion. What? I should have told you before. He says you should have told me before. I don't. Words stop making sense. The night I shifted, even when I told you to stay away, you came to me. I nod blatantly. I told you I would rip apart anything in reach, but I didn't hurt you. I remember it clearly. I remember knowing somewhere in my heart that he wouldn't hurt me. A few centuries ago, lycanthropes lived in their animal form for the most part. They couldn't sense their mates in human state. Luke says, tracing his fingers along my cheeks. Since I was shoved back to that primal state, I need to be in my lichen form to find my mate. And until I mark her, neither of us would feel anything in human form. But you said, I struggle with my words. You will hurt anyone and anything. Luke stares at me like a teacher stares at a hopeless student. Anyone, anything except my mate. Everything clicks in place. His travels in the past 5 years, training with packs. All the other pack leaders must be allowed him to shift in a dungeon, maybe, tied with that chain, maybe some other way, and try to see if he can sense his mate. You words betray me once again. My mate. My escape. The man I always thought of as a way to run from my pack. A chance of new life, and yet a man I wanted to be true to. KO. Aras words from long ago echo in my head. You will find your mate after you fall in love. Luke Winters. The man I fell in love with despite my every effort not to. Feelings that I knew were hopeless. Feelings that wouldn't go away. A strange sound reaches my ears. It takes me a moment to realize what it is. My own soul. Elise? Luke says, as if softly chiding me. He pulls me towards himself. His arms warm around me. Hazel. Why are you crying? I'm not crying. I lie, hiding my face in his chest. My eyes are sweating. This was the stupidest plot twist. And I know you're a bastard, but thank you. Thank you and thank you a million times. We sit in silence, my small frame cradled in his arms. Neither of us say anything, as if exhausted by words. The tears stop. The confusion and panic clear away, leaving a strange serenity in their place. I take a deep, soothing breath, relishing the scent of pine trees and coffee. Luke's scent. My mate's scent. Luke presses a kiss to my hair. His voice is soft as 3 little words caress my ears. I love you. And finally, those words belong to me. A laugh bubbles past my lips, happier and lighter than it's been in ages. I look up and brush away the tear streaks on my face. A smile on my lips. A bad decision. Really? Please comment and vote. 46.5 Wait for me. Hello my lovely readers. This is the first rewrite chapter. Not really a rewrite though. More like a bonus chapter. Anyways, this probably has more fluff than the whole book combined. I hope you don't mind that. 46. 5 Wait for me. Luke. I held up a piece of paper, running my eyes over the words, satisfied with how it turned out. I folded it and put it in an envelope, tossing the envelope over a stack of others. The lights lit up the office brightly even though it was pitch black outside. I picked up my pen again, going down to write another letter to one of the alphas who hadn't participated in the hunt. I figured it'll be best if I just write them personally, keeping in mind the temperament of everyone I was writing to accommodate Pax. Another one goes by, then another. After putting yet another letter in an envelope, I lean back in my chair, rubbing my eyes. My eyes stay closed even when my hand falls away. Just a few more. Then maybe I can review that ceremony details folder. Then a quick glance at the New York HQ location. Slowly, darkness closes in on my conscious, the silence of the office encouraging the natural shutdown of my body. I was walking through a hallway. Looking around, I saw blurry portraits hanging from the walls. It was dark. The single gas lamp on the wall made a yellowish glow. The sound of my shoes on the marble floor echoed in the silence as I walked forward. Though I was moving, the lamp and the portraits remained in the same place, as if moving with me. That's when I caught it. An intoxicating scent that made the beast howl, rattle the chains of restraint I had on him, struggling to come out and find the source. For the first time in my life, I found myself in agreement with this animal, quickening my steps to find the source of this divine scent. At the end of the hallway, I catch sight of someone's golden brown hair. She sees me coming. Wide hazel eyes meet mine and my heart beats harder in my chest. A gasp reaches me. Then she turns around and the sound of fast footsteps echoes as she starts running. Hey, wait. I call after her, my own feet starting forward. The hallway starts winding, curling and spiraling. Yet no matter how fast I run, I can't see her. My heart is beating harder for a different reason. I can still hear her footsteps, running from me. Her name comes to me in a flash. Recognition fills my mind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Desperation taints my voice, Elise. Wait. I call out again, but it comes out wrong. Like the snarl of an animal, my next step hinders. The clinking of chains reaches me. My head snaps down to the shackles on my feet. I try to reach for them, but my hands stop. Heavy manacles weight them down. I look up, finding the hallway disappeared and replaced by a place I recognize all too well. The basement made almost 2 miles from our pack house. To contain me. Wait. I call out. The beast hasn't taken over me. My own voice echoes. I'm trying and failing to catch my breath. I shout. The chains on my arms threaten to make me fall on my knees due to the weight Casper. I look up. My eyes lock on the door where I see them, pity marring their faces. My throat burns from the air that rapidly leaves and enters through my mouth. Why can't they understand me? My desperate gaze lands on my hands, only to still right there. The lethal claws of a beast enter my vision. I wake up with a start. My eyes dart over my surroundings. A desk, bookshelves, a lot of papers, the smell of ink. My office. I lean back in my chair, running a hand over my face as my senses come back to me. Damn it. Winters. I let out a harsh breath. Get over it already. I don't usually remember the things that happen when I shift, but sometimes the memory comes back to me. I'm still evening at my breaths when the door knocks. Come in. Picking up the pen again, the door clicks open and someone peeks in. I look up and my eyes meet familiar Hazel ones. Hi. Hazel offers me a smile before coming inside. You're still awake. Casting her a quick glance before turning my eyes to the paper in front of me. The scent of gardenia flowers and rain reaches me, calming my raging nerves. So are you? she says. I hear her footsteps approaching rather than running away. I resist giving my head a shake. I need to stop letting this get to me. I just have some work to do. My voice holding practice calm you should sleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You still need rest. She only hums in response. From my peripheral, I see her skimming through the files in one of the shelves. She glances at me from the corner of her eyes. I feel my mind drifting away from the words I'm writing. I turn my face to her and raise an eyebrow in question. She simply shakes her head with an upward tug of her lips. Then Hazel pulls out a file folder from the shelf. You probably have to review this, don't you? Holding it up the file for the ceremony details. I nod, yeah. I'm going to do that now since I can't find it in me to find any sincerity to put in letters anymore. And then some research on the New York HQ. I stretch my arms, that's why I said you should sleep. I'm probably going to be awake all night. I prepare myself to tackle her insistence. But surprisingly, it doesn't come. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turn my chair around to face her completely okay. A small laugh escapes her as she walks over to my desk. Have I really made my impression as someone who always argues? I hold back a smile. Pretty much, yes. Hazel narrows her eyes at me, but the gleam in them doesn't go unnoticed by me. Hilarious, she says sarcastically, before handing me the HQ file from my table. Come on. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stand from my place as she turns to the door, the ceremony details file still in her hands. Back to our room. She motions me to follow. My feet comply before I can think better of it. We can work there. I give her a knowing look. She grins at me. That bright, enthusiastic grin that can lighten my mood in just about any situation. We're partners. Remember, she bumps her arm against mine. If one of us is working, the other has to as well. But you just woke up this morning, I state as she opens the door to our room. You should be resting. I've been sleeping for the past 2 days. She takes my hand in her own, causing my skin tingle besides. She gives me that grin again. I have the rank of a Luna now. I can take it. I shake my head, but the upward curve of my lips betrays the expression. Climb up, Hazel says, getting on the bed and patting the spot beside her. Realizing that I won't be able to convince her out of this one, I simply settle beside her. It's only a matter of time before she falls asleep. A giggle reaches me when we're both sitting with our backs against the headboard, shoulders touching. So this is what mates do in bed. Hazel says, huh? It's more productive than I expected. A smile tugs at my lips and I don't fight it as I wrap my arm around her shoulders. Patience. Love. All in due time. She instantly turns to gape at me. I'm the impatient one. Don't worry, I say sympathetically. Tucking her close. I won't judge you. She huffs. From the corner of my eyes, I see her irritated expression, the cute one in which she puffs up her cheeks. Grumbling, Elise opens up her file and starts reading, making herself comfortable in this position. I let my eyes go over the words of the papers in the file I'm holding. I turn the page once, then twice. By the time I reach the bottom of the 3rd page, words start making sense to me. The tiredness of the past 2 days slowly descends down on me. The sweet scent of gardenia flowers and rain soothes down my senses. I don't realize I've dropped the hand which was holding the file, or that my eyes are falling shut until a soft chuckle reaches me from my side. Something soft and warm presses against my cheek. I can feel her smile on my skin. I heard that. I mutter another chuckle. The file is slipped from my hand. You were supposed to. Elise says you haven't slept in 2 days. Have you? I retch my eyelids open just barely to look at her. I'm fine. Elise smiles. But unlike her usually contagious or bright ones, this one is softened by something I can't categorize. Despite how tired I felt, I doubt any amount of tiredness would stop my eyes from widening when she takes my arm off her shoulders and shifts her position so my head falls on her shoulder. For a moment, I'm completely still. Then her hand reaches my head, fingers gently running through my hair in the way I do to her when I want to calm her down. Just because you're fine doesn't mean I can't take care of you. I feel something weight down on my chest. A strange feeling builds up in my throat. I don't remember the last time someone held me like this. Go to sleep. Her voice reaches me. I'll take care of this. For a few seconds, I can do nothing but relish the feeling of her fingers moving through my hair. Her scent, the warmth of her body reaching mine. Finally, my eyes close, getting into the utter comfort of this moment. 5 years ago, I told myself I don't need my mate. I don't need a stranger to fix me, to help me, to love me, because deep down, I knew she wouldn't be able to. She wouldn't be able to fix me, help me or love me. Love someone who became a monster every full moon. Someone who isolated himself from everything and everyone because he knew they would end up being afraid. Someone who didn't care for anyone, nor wanted anyone to care for him. If you can't feel anything, you can never be hurt. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alone, but when you can't feel anything, you can't feel love either. They say people change on this hunt. I suppose I did too. Because after a long, long time, I want to feel. Even if it hurts. Even if it's difficult at times. Even if I've forgotten how it works. I want to feel. If it means I get to love her. Elise, come wait for me. Her hand stops moving through my hair. A moment later her cheek presses against my head. At the end of that dark tunnel, her voice reaches me softly. You'll find me waiting for you. Luke. And then happens what I thought was impossible. But she's made possible before and now again. I drift off to peaceful sleep. 47 workaholic. I wake up cocooned in warm blankets, to the sound of birds chirping outside the windows. Arching my back, I stretch my arms and legs, relaxing back with a sigh before my hand reaches out for the warm body that should be next to me, only to come up short. My brows furrow and I push myself up from the gigantic bed, seeming larger since I'm the only one on it. Scanning the room, I realize my mate isn't the only one missing. The files we worked on last night are also gone. What is wrong with this man? I groan and collapse back on the bed. Did he even have breakfast? Or did he start working again just as he woke up? I've got to find a workaholic man of mine. My mind made up. I quickly get dressed in fresh clothes and leave the room, determined to go to his office and tell him. I falter in my steps, because the most amazing smell reaches me. Pancakes. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How, when? I need to find out. So I take a 180-degree turn and go towards the kitchen on this floor Luke told me about. But when I reach there, what I see makes me gape open-mouthed at the sight. Luke turns his gaze to me for one moment before flipping a pancake. You're up earlier than I thought. Are you? A surprised breath of laughter escapes me. You're making breakfast. Luke turns the stove off and sets down the plate of pancakes on an already loaded table. What? His lips dug into a smile at my expression. Coming in my direction, you thought I cowed. I didn't expect it. I admit. Grinning as he takes my hand and leads me to the table. You were always breathing down my neck to make you breakfast back at the pack, so I'm surprised. That was part of your training. Luke pulls out a chair for me. I was supposed to discipline you. I snort as the memories come back to me. All so distant now. You failed miserably. I say as he takes the seat next to mine. I never said I tried very hard. Luke shrugs, putting 3 pancakes on a plate and setting it in front of me. Didn't you? I glance at him from the corner of my eyes before I grab the syrup and pour it over my plate. A small sheepish smile tugs at his lips. It was more of a petty revenge. I fake a gasp, crossing my arms as I turn to him. What are you? A 10-year-old. You pissed me off. Luke holds up his hands in surrender. I pissed you off. I poke his arm. Not that immoral guard of yours. He did too. Luke nods, that's why I fired him. My eyes widen, you did. Come to think of it, I never saw that guy around the pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke shrugs a shoulder. He was from the last pack I visited. Apparently, his alpha had a way of showing companionship by sending one of his warriors to our pack with me, but he got himself fired before we could make it. I nod, processing this information. Go ahead. Luke hands me a fork and knife. Try it. I take the fork and leave from him. An excited grin takes over my lips as I stare at the most perfect pancakes ever made. I take the first bite, making a dramatic show of gauging the taste. I turn to Luke, who's watching me with a glint of anticipation in his stormy eyes. He probes. I shake my head in disappointed. Luke. The look on his face is almost comical, a mixture of confusion and worry sprinkled with mortification. A cackling laugh bubbles past my lips. Seriously. Why haven't you ever cooked for me before? It's delicious. An all too familiar scowl reaches his face, but the relief in his gaze is unmistakable. That was just cruel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He clicks his tongue, making a man feel mortified in front of the girl he loves. I choke on my food. What? Luke hands me a glass of water. I gulp it down as his lips curve in a lazy smirk. The girl I love. My soulmate. The only one in ever cooking for. He draws out, meaning you. I try to keep a straight face but fail miserably when a smile fights its way on my face. Where did you pick all the lines from? I'm just saying what comes in mind when I think of you, Luke says. My heart flips at the sincerity in his voice, smiling that ridiculous smile again. I take another bite of my breakfast, sighing in happiness. Aren't you going to eat? I ask him. Luke promptly leans forward, eyeing the fork in my hand. With a little smile, I hold up a piece of pancake for him, then put it right into my mouth. Luke blinks, and I burst out laughing again. Too good. This day is starting out too good to be real. Then his eyes narrow in playful challenge, and the next thing I know, two arms wrap out my waist and I find myself in his lap. Something tells me you like the food more than you like me, Luke says, nuzzling his face in the crook of my neck, making me laugh yet again as his head tickles my skin. What gave it away? I managed to pull myself away just enough to see his face. You never look at me the way you look at food. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke chuckles. Maybe it's just that you're either one who made this for me. Then turn around and take another piece of the pancakes and hold it out to him. Luke eyes me suspiciously before he takes it in his mouth. He says after swallowing. I suppose it's just good enough to be worshipped. He smiles down at me and I find myself returning it. My heart feels so full with emotions, I might just start overflowing. The idea of mates never thrilled me romantically. It was just the perfect plan of escape. I never even went far enough to think if I would fall for my mate for any other reason that happened. Maybe not even for that. Now as I sit in this kitchen, eating food that someone made specially for me, a strange sort of warmth spreads through me. The kind that I haven't felt never before. Like the warm shower of sunshine after a long winter. I reach up and press a soft kiss to his lips. Thank you. I say softly, thank you for the lovely surprise. His own lips curve upward in a smile that's been showing up more and more often. A smile that has somehow gathered everything I love in one place. Luke takes my hand in his and brushes a kiss to my knuckles. You don't have to thank me. 48 said in his ways. I knock at the office's door. A moment later, I crack it open and peek my head inside. Luke looks up from my HE's working at his table. Did I disturb you? I smile at him. Luke shakes his head. Come in. I slip inside and close the door behind. It's been a while since breakfast, and now that I'm tired after reading books in the library, I decided I should do something else. What are you doing? Perching myself on his desk. Something boring, Luke says with a sigh. He glances up at me when I'd rather be doing something else. My brows raise. Along with the corner of my mouth. Pity you have to keep working. He sighs again. I lean forward to inspect the file, looking more like a calendar where there's a note under each date, and Luke is filling up the rest. Anything I can help with. I'm afraid I have to suffer through this one alone. Luke says. His eyes flicker to me yet again. Did you call your mom? Yup. I nod. She wants me to come back as soon as possible. This time, Luke closes the file and sets it aside, turning in his chair to face me fully. Did you tell her? I bite my bottom lip and shake my head. I figured it would be easier to explain if I just tell her in person. Luke lets out a breath, leaning back in his chair. I furrow my brows. I thought he'd want me to tell her as soon as possible. Noticing my confusion, Luke takes my hands in both on his. My heart rate doubles by the small contact, but I do my very best to keep my head. Elise, keep an open mind about what I'm going to tell you, Luke says. His voice is as hard as always, but I notice the pinch of concern in it. Okay. I nod at him calmly. We can't let anyone know about us. He holds my hands tighter. Not until I officially become Alpha Supreme. Not until we move to the New York HQ. Why my face is all angles of confusion. A shadow crosses his face. If anyone found out about you, it won't take them long to plan something to get to me. Get to you for what? In the new leader. Not even official. Luke says there are countless people probably planning assassinations right now. I stare at him, mind running 1,000,000 miles per second. Luke searches my face, looking for a hint of what I'm thinking. Considering the way his grip tightens a notch, I think he comes up short. I shrug. The look of pure surprise on his face makes a laugh bubble from my lips. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So we can't make it public just yet. I grin at him, eyes crinkling in amusement. It's only for like what? 1 week. Luke flashes me a small smile, the relief on his face barely readable but definitely there. He presses a kiss to either of my hands. I thought you would insist that you can keep yourself safe. He says I can. Winters. Raising my chin, but I'd rather not look over my shoulder every 10 seconds to make sure no one is stalking me for taking me hostage. Thank you for understanding. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You don't have to thank me. I wink at him. Then a sudden thought crosses my head. What about this though? Tightening my head to expose the mark on my neck. Luke presses his lips in a line. His brows already furrowed in dislike as he says we can hide it. I put on a thinking expression. Then nod. Turtlenecks and a boatload of perfume. I got it. Luke shakes his head. That won't work. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. The change is in your very scent. Your aura. It's not that simple. Then what? Luke seems to be debating if he absolutely had to say what's in his mind. KO or rock and mask it. No way. My nose crinkles at just the thought. I don't want to mask it. And her spells sting pretty bad from what I remember. She's our best option. Luke sighs. Believe me when I say he looked for other solutions for the situation. She's the only witch capable of anything close to masking a mark. My teeth graze my bottom lip again. Brows pulled together in thought. Well, I can handle a bit of a sting, and it's not like I want an inexperienced witch to turn me into a toad by accident. After a few moments of awkward silence, I finally make a face at him. This relationship better be worth doing all this for. Luke leans forward, brushing his fingers along my jaw, trailing towards my neck. Over the mark. The storm in his dark eyes gravitates towards my wide eyes. He flashes me a smirk, showing a hinting of G-list drink A9s. I wouldn't doubt that. He stands up from his chair, face coming dangerously close to mine, and I hold my breath, frozen in anticipation. He reaches around me and grabs a file. With a smirk loaded with mirth and haughtiness, Luke leans back and opens the file. The pen in it tells me HE's been working on it. I gape at him. That bloody bastard. Something the matter? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke raises an eyebrow, giving me a fleeting glance before looking at his file again. You look flustered. Not at all. I narrow my eyes at him, his lips quirk upward. I believe you. I will my thoughts to shift from plotting revenge and towards the newly acquired file. The title catches my attention. What's this file for? Selecting a day for the execution. I nod. Oh, that's understandable. What? Luke looks at me as if there's nothing wrong with that. The men at the second lodge, they were warriors from Goldstein's pack, sent there to ambush the participants. When we reached this mansion, I found out where they were staying and had some of my men retrieve them. I gaped at him. So you're just going to get them killed? They violated the hunt rules. Luke says casually, there's no saying they wouldn't try to avenge the alpha later. Luke, no, excuse me. This isn't their fault. I say vehemently, they were just following orders. Following orders to kill us. Luke points out whatever it was. Luke. My voice softening, they don't deserve this. You want me to send them back to their pack? He asked dispassionately where they would tell their new Luna that Goldstein was planning to attack the participants and got himself killed. Why would that matter? He was the one who did wrong. Zoya Goldstein is as witty as her brother was, if not more. Luke says she's going to use this against us. Just because Alpha Goldstein was a horrible king doesn't mean you have to be like that too. I'm not a king. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says coolly, leafing through the file. I'm a leader, and I cannot lead those unfaithful to me. I resist the urge to throw my hands in the air. Indeed, Luke Winters is a stubborn man, set in his ways. Luke, would you really kill all those men for being loyal to their alpha? I take his face in my hands, turning it to meet my eyes. His gaze softens as he sets one of his hands atop my nightcap. Just send them back. Maybe not. I say persistently, but it doesn't mean you have to get them executed. That's what they're expecting you to do. If you show them forgiveness, they will be forever grateful. They will be loyal to you. I can almost see the gears in Luke's head moving, his eyes calculating, a storm of thoughts brewing in them. A gleam settles in the deep blue as he cocks his head to a side. Perhaps, he says slowly, I can make his exception this once. I know he has something in mind other than sending them back to their pack, but at least they'll learn. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A smile lifting at my lips. If you just move your head from the rigid pathways, things can work out pretty well. But Luke only stares at me, eyes thoughtful. I can tell his mood has shifted from scheming by the way the tautness of his face is replaced by a little smile. You're going to be a great Luna. A hint of pride pinched in his voice. My Luna. What can I say? My lips curve in a smirk. I'm known to be pretty amazing. 49. Have we met before? I heat out a dramatic sigh and lean my head over the armrest of the couch in our room. This is so boring. I drawl out. Luke looks up from the files he was reviewing, my legs resting across his lap. You could read a book. Been there. Done that. Get yourself something to eat. Don't feel like it. Browse through the internet. Not my thing. This time he sighs, brushing his thumb against my calf. Then I'm sorry to say, Hazel, but you'll have to bear it. Luke explained to me that it'll take a day or two to find Ko or Ra and convince her to come here. Until then, I can't let any of the other surviving competitors know that Luke and I are mates. Meaning, I have to stay on this floor for another few days. I sit up and pout at him. Are you really sure someone will find out we're mates if I go out? Positive, Luke says, looking a little conflicted at my disappointed face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Defeated with the fact that he'll have to stay stuck on this floor until the mark is removed, Luke offers me a nod. I'm sorry. Just for another day or two. I nod back, and then collapse back on the couch. I don't realize I was sleeping until something wakes me up. Pint. My brows furrow and I lift myself up from the bed, not knowing how I ended up here. Pint. My eyes draw towards the windows, which show the dark sky outside. I make my way towards them, pushing the glass panels aside when ouch. A little stone hits me on the forehead. I catch the little weapon and glare down. Who the hell? And curses die on my tongue when I see an all too familiar face looking up at me from the ground. You sleep like the dead. Luke calls to me. What are you doing? I call back, as quiet as I can. In answer, he only opens up his arms, the gesture too obvious. I blink down at my mate Luke. If you want to hold me, you can just come up. He shakes his head. I want you to come down. My heart skips a beat. My eyes widen and a sudden rush of excitement washes over me. You'll be down in a sec. I call down excitedly. No. His voice reaches me in a panicked whisper. Yell. Barely loud enough for me to catch the whole point of staying in was that no one catches your scent. Then what? I furrow my brows. He holds out his arms again. I realize what he means and recoil just at the thought. You're mad. I give him a wide-eyed look. I'm not jumping from here. His shoulders shake in silent laughter. That's about the only thing we have in common. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I bit down my bottom lip. I want to go. I really do, but it's so far down. But Luke. I growl in frustration and throw the rock in my hand at him. Luke stepped sideways. You better catch me, I warned, contemplating how much it might hurt falling from a 3-story building. I wouldn't worry about that. Luke smirks. I take a deep breath. Here goes. And I jump. Please catch me. Please catch me. Please. The air gets knocked out of my lungs when I land. Strong arms wrap around me. I still can't open my tightly clenched eyes. Got you. Luke chuckles as he starts walking. The shock of the fall dims down and I open my eyes. Looking up at him. Where are we going? Luke meets my eyes, surprising me with an excited grin. Somewhere you'd like. He puts me to my feet once we near the trees surrounding the mansion and takes my hand in his, interlacing our fingers. I take a huge gulp of the mist-kissed air. Slight goosebumps spread on my arms due to the chill and I find my excitement returning. So this is our first date? I ask Luke, almost skipping in my steps as he leads me through the trees. The first of many. He stops for a moment so we can walk side by side. Sure you got what it takes to keep my interest? I wiggle my brows at him. Luke narrows his eyes at me playfully. Is that a challenge? If you're not too afraid. I fire back. Oh, I think you like my thought process. Love. Not a few seconds later. I see the trees starting to give way for a decent earthen road, and on that road... No way. I stop in my tracks. Slack-jawed. A black car stands in the middle of nowhere. Luke pulls out the keys from his pocket and unlocks it. You own a Ferrari, among other things. Luke says, unfazed. As he leads me towards it. I've earned my fair share of fortune during my travels. He turns his eyes to me, lips tugging upward at my expression. Impressed already. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I snap out of my stupor and grin at him. Though that one hell of a car. It'll take more than just this to impress me. Luke opens my door and sketches an elaborate bow. Allow me to take care of that. I laugh as I slide in and Luke closes the door before going to the driver's seat. So where are we going? I ask him. Somewhere, Luke says as the car roars to life and we start down on the road, realizing he won't tell me. Which I honestly don't mind since I love a good surprise. I settle with how far is it? Luke hums a bit and thought a little far. This might be like a short long drive. Short long drive. I chuckle say, does this road go straight to the destination? Stormy blue eyes flicker to mine. A hint of amusement already gleaming in them. Pretty much, yes. I grin and, theoretically of course. How fast can this thing go? Luke flashes me a grin mirroring mine before we're racing down the road. In the sight of the night. Someone probably wonders why the hell they hear a howling who-oh from the woods. The car finally slows to a stop, still in the middle of nowhere. I brush my hair behind my ears, a wide grin already forming on my face. Turns out, I like short long drives made really short. Luke opens my door and I take his outstretched hand in mine. As close the door behind as he leads me forward. Don't turn into your height and senses yet. Luke says there's switch for that. He nods, just focus on my hand. Not your surroundings. Okay. I tighten my grip on his hand. The rough calyces of his palm brushing against my still relatively soft hands. Close your eyes. I roll my eyes with a laugh and you say in the childish one, just consider it payback for all the things you make me do. You never do anything willingly. I point out, but still, close my eyes for the heck of it. We walk on for barely a few more minutes, but my nerves are already jumbled up from excitement. Then Luke stops. I feel him lean closer, his lips almost brushing my ear ready. I grin always. Open your eyes. And when I do, they only widen further. I gape open-mouthed at the sigh in front of me, my eyes traveling up and up to the peaks of this surprise, all the way to the highest point of the Ferris wheel, because Luke Winters took me to a carnival. Oh my goddess. I grab his arm and squeal shrilly enough to make him go deaf. But Luke only laughs like the surprise. I love it. I walk on my toes, grinning excitedly. Then let's make the most of this night. Returning my grin with a smile. But wait. I stop him before he can walk towards it. Won't people recognize us? I thought they do some promoting or something of the hunt participants. No, Luke shakes his head because unlike us, this carnival is arranged by humans. The humans of the town not very far from the mansion. So, I say as we start forward we can be just you and me here. Just you and me. Luke glances at me from the corner of his eyes, the stormy blue catching my nose. Then let's go. I take his hand and all but start sprinting, quickly covering the remaining distance. The glittering lights and smell of food and chatter of all the people around, combined with the screams and laughter of those at the rides, is already giving me a dopamine rush. I reach up on my toes and press a kiss to Luke's cheek. You're the best mate ever. He raises his brows, a smile playing at his lips. Does that mean you'll go out with me again? Depends on how much food you buy me tonight. I chirp happily, but first, I look around, settling on my first conquest for the night. I turn back to Luke, mischief dancing across my eyes. How about we raid the shooting court? Luke shakes his head with a snicker as I drag him towards the stall. Will ruin that man's career. Maybe he'll offer something just to get us to leave. I winked that he did, after I almost won everything on display. All the while Luke stood by my side, leaning against the counter. The stall owner not so subtly hinted that he knows the owner of a barbecue place nearby, and he can get his friends free dinner. I was more than ready to take him up on the offer, but Luke said it's fine and dragged me along with a dozen stuffed animals that I'm probably going to go back and give the Omega kids in alpaca away from the stall owner. The poor man looked like he would kiss Luke in gratitude. Where to next? Luke asks me. Let's go check out this barbecue place he mentioned. I say, I'm starving. Luke rolls his eyes despite the amusement clear on his face. You're always starving. I slap his arm playfully. Be glad, Winters. I don't let just anybody buy me food. Oh, I'm overcome with gratitude. Luke laughs. I'll go put these back in the car. You go ahead. Don't be long, I say before walking in the direction the stall owner pointed towards. He said it's almost right by the photo booth. Narrowing my eyes, I spot the bright red thing, sticking out like a sour thumb. Not a feet away, a huge signboard declares the place where I'm probably going to make Luke spend a lot of money tonight. The shop is more of an open area. Grills scattered here and there along with tables, waiters and cooks. My mouth waters at the aroma. Loon, how long has it seemed since I've had food like this? I catch it a person's table and place the first order. Not 2 minutes later, while busy admiring the fairy lights arranged across the whole place, someone clears their throat. Startled, I look back to see someone standing in front of me. To my extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kushut's enthusiasm. Miss. Luke clears his throat, but have we met before? I can't hold back my smile as I prop my elbows on the table and meet his eyes. Have we? I get the feeling I wouldn't have forgotten you. His lips tug upward. May I? He gestures at the seat across from me. Help yourself. I wave my hand. Luke sits down, letting out a breath. You really saved my dignity. I raise an eyebrow. He leans forward, setting his interlocked hands on the table, a sheepish look on his face. My date stood me up. He reveals I really didn't want to make some excuse back home as to why I'm back so early. I snort her loss. Holding out a hand towards me, Luke whimpers. I laugh as I shake his hand, Elise outward. Just then, a waiter sets down an absolutely delectable-looking dish of barbecue on our table. Enjoy your meal, he says. Oh, I think we will. I grin at him. So, Elise, Luke passes me a stick of my new love. What are you doing here all by yourself? I take a big piece of perfectly seasoned meat in my mouth, groaning at a taste, eating all too fast before replying. I've recently passed a really twisted part of my life. I sigh and wave a hand, but in the end, everything turned out fine. So I thought I should treat myself to some fun time. I lean forward, a suggestive smile lifting at my lips, but I don't mind a little company. His stormy eyes are so bright under the twinkling lights. My breath almost catches at the intensity of his gaze as he leans forward as well. Both our faces inches apart. I'm glad I met you, Elise, Luke says softly. Yeah. My cheeks are burning from this undivided attention. I'm pretty awesome. Aren't I? His warm breath fans my face when he snickers. I can always count on you to keep me from being arrogant. Can't I? Then he takes the barbecue stick from my hand and leans back. I gasp and put a hand on my chest at the sleek betrayal. After I'm done eating to my heart's fill, Luke pays our generous bill and offers me his arm as we leave, right for the photo booth. And after I have about a dozen pictures of both of us, and the night ripens to its peak, the chill in the air increases. But nothing falters the spirit of the carnival. I'm thinking. I tap a finger to my chin. How about some dessert? Luke raises an eyebrow. You really have space for anything else to put in your stomach? Yup, I say proudly, like I always tell myself. There's always room for dessert. You'll keep that in mind. Luke chuckles, leading me towards a patch of area full of ice cream sellers. I honestly took you for the type more interested in the rides. Luke tells me. Maybe some other day. I say as the ice cream man hands me a big cone having scoops of chocolate, vanilla and strawberry, but I'd like to explore on my first experience. You've never been to a carnival before? Luke raises an eyebrow, flickering a glance at me before taking his mint and chocolate chip ice cream. Nope. I shudder as the ice cream melts on my tongue, but I'm good at adapting, as you might be witnessed. Good, Luke says as we head to a bench, because there are so many places I want to take you. I flash him a bright smile, trying to show that the shudder that went through me just now was not at the absolute sincerity of his gaze but at the chill of the night. Looking forward to it. I say the carnival is almost quiet in this area. Only a hum of noise. For a few moments, both of us simply enjoy the ice cream, sitting next to each other, the fingers touching of our hands touching. Then I notice Luke stiffening, before he shifts ever so slightly towards me. I raise an eyebrow. What? Luke lowers his voice and doesn't directly look at me. Three guys near the oak tree. They've been staring at us for a few minutes. I try not to let the stiffening of my shoulders be noticeable. Do you think they know? Not sure. They're humans, Luke says, but maybe we should go. I nod. Then, a few seconds later, both of us get up, casually walking away. From my peripheral, I see one of those guys walk towards us. H.E.S. wearing a thick leather jacket, his blonde hair touching his shoulders in neat waves. Don't talk to us. Don't talk to us. Don't. Hey. He waves a hand as he reaches. Oh crap. Luke stops and turns to him. I do the same. Mr. Blonde smiles, mainly at Luke. Hey, I've never seen you around here before. He says casually. You're new, in town or something?
No, Luke says we're just visiting.
Oh, his face falls for barely a second before he smiles again. Pity that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He reaches into the inner pocket of his jacket and I brace myself. If this smartest thinks he can take on us, if HE has been sent by some hidden enemy I don't even know of yet to ruin my first date, I swear all that's holy I. If you ever come by, he pulls out a piece of paper and hold it to Luke. Feel free to crash at my place. Then he winks. He bloody winks at my mate and shoots him a suggestive smirk. Gregory Miller's. But I answer to handsome or babe too. In gaping at him, while HES still holding out his number to my mate. Before Luke can so much as blink, I step up between them. A death glare on my face. Hey. I narrow my eyes. Can't you see HES taken Mr. Blonde as turns his gaze to me, as if seeing me for the first time, his face utterly bored. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He draws out, I thought you were his sister. My nostrils flare. His sister. Why, you little. Before I can make sure his face never matches his sister's again, an arm wraps around my shoulders and pulls me back to a warm chest. Let go. Love, Luke says in my ear, but I can hear the laughter in his voice. Before he turns to the dumbass before us, I'm sorry, but as my wife told you, I'm already taken. I add, just for good measure. Blondie's shoulders fall, but he shrugs, giving Luke one last wishful glance before returning to his friends. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hiss, glaring at his back. I can feel Luke's silent laughter from his chest pressed to my back. Someone's jealous. I'm not jealous of anyone. I huff indignantly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke shifts his hold so we're walking side by side. I look over my shoulder at that blonde who's still looking at my mate. When he catches me watching, I move a thumb over my throat and then point at him. Something about the look on my face makes him look away, albeit with an eye roll. Yeah, that's right. Stay away from him. You dense asshole. Come on. Luke nudges me. Let it go. I am letting it go. Mindlessly lifting my hand, totally forgetting I'm still holding my half-eaten ice cream and smudging it across my cheek, followed by a yelp of surprise. Luke laughs and I scowl at him, opening my mouth to say something when he leans down, pressing an open, mouthed kiss on my cheek. His warm tongue licks off the ice cream. A low growl rumbles in his chest. His arm tightens around me, pulling me closer to his warmth. That's some good ice cream. Elise. Luke pulls back just enough to say don't waste it. I that. My heart is fluttering like a mad bird. Where's yours? I finished it while you were busy shooting death glares. Luke chuckles. Oh right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why am I stammering? We weave through the thinning crowd and I manage to calm my heart down and finally finish my ice cream. Ready to call it a night. Luke asks me. I hums in thought. When my eyes are drawn to the thing they were drawn to the moment I saw this place. One more thing. Everything looks miniature from here. I say in awe. From the highest point of the Ferris wheel, the carnival looks like a kid's Wonderland toy set. Then, Luke is in agreement. I turn back from the window at my side to see him lean forward, elbows propped on his knees and face resting on a fist, looking directly at me. A laugh escapes me. You're not even watching. I am watching. Luke says what exactly? I cock my head with a smile. A lazy smile tugs at his lips. Stormy blue eyes so openly adoring. It makes me slightly breathless. A beautiful piece of art. Yeah. My heart is definitely going to outrun itself. This doesn't make sense. I shake my head. Luke cocks his head to one side. What? Even in my fanciest daydreams, I smile sheepishly. I was always alone. In the end, in the big scheme of the world, I was left on my own, and so I pretended that I don't want it. The care, the bond, I said it so many times, for so long, I almost believe it myself now. And yet, looking in those stormy blue eyes, I realize just how susceptible I am to fall for those things. I set my hands down on either side of my legs, lowering my head to look at my app as a breath of embarrassed laughter escapes me. The layers of cocky remarks and optimism melt down, making me feel as if my heart is fluttering in my throat. It seems almost wrong. My voice catches, though the smile stays. I've never done anything to be deserving of. Then a warm hand slips behind my neck as my face is tilted up, and something warm is pressed against my lips. Perhaps for the first time, I'm too surprised to kiss Luke back. He pulls back, just enough to look at me. Don't say that, Luke says, despite his serious face. His voice is soft. Don't even think that. Even when I didn't know about the bond, I loved you. And if someday, somehow, this bond fades away, I'll still love you. The dull sting behind my eyes doesn't stop me from smiling as I put my arms around his neck. I love you too. His own lips curve upward. I take that this date was a success. I laugh as I nod. Yeah. Guess we'll be seeing each other again. And just like that, his lips fought against mine again. I thought my life was just an ordinary werewolf game until I found out my mate is the alpha of the game. 50 misses. Winter's known. I cross my arms, frowning at Luke. He holds my gaze, his own immovable with determination. We're sitting in the kitchen, the table laden with breakfast that both of us made together. The morning was blissful as they come, waking up in his arms, and then cooking together had been more than amazing. Only, right now I want to whack him on the head. Why ask? Because I don't want him anywhere near you. Luke says firmly. Come on. I lean forward in my chair. Towards him. He's my friend. He might still be worried about me taking a bullet. His eyes only narrow at that. Your well-being is none of his business. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Calm, Elise. Calm. What you need is to stay chill and make Luke see things from your side. Luke, I take his hand in my own. Don't you trust me? The steel in his gaze falters at that. His fingers tighten around my own. It's not you I don't trust. Ethan is just. I take a second to gather my thoughts. He just misunderstood where we stand. I don't want to be the reason someone gets hurt like that. A frown tugs at the corner of his lips. You didn't seem to think that when you told me to get lost. I blink at his serious expression and I seriously try and fail to keep my face straight since. A laugh bubbles past my lips and still laughing I ask seriously. His frown eakens. That is not funny. I remember proposing some very solid fact when I told you to. I burst out laughing again. That's it. Lou says, feigning hurt. My own mate doesn't think I might be hurt. He stands up from his seat. And I, still giggling, quickly stop him by grabbing his arm. Luke looks over his shoulder at me, and it's all I can do not to start laughing again at his devastated face. I'm sorry. I stand to my feet. Well, so we're facing each other. I didn't mean to. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He brushes his other hand along the side of my face, stopping as he reaches the back of my neck, leading fire along my skin. You mean it? Luke asks, and I realize he's not joking anymore. I nod, his calluses skin brushing delightfully against my own, and a smile curves at my lips. I was sorry back then too. I tell him, but I knew I'd do us both if I let my emotions get the better of me. Luke steps closer, putting his forehead against mine. At the end of the day, you were the stronger one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I reach up to press a soft kiss to his lips before falling on my feet again, grinning like hell. I say smugly, you were going crazy. Luke breathes out a laugh and wraps an arm around my shoulders, pulling me close to his side as we start walking. How could I not be? He presses a kiss to my temple. You're amazing. I look up, smiling like an idiot I know I am. With a contented sigh, I lean back in his warmth and realize where we are walking to the library. You know, I murmur, this doesn't mean I've forgotten about what I said. Luke lets out a dramatic sigh. I know. I'm still going to come clean to Ethan. I know. Luke grumbles honestly. You didn't even string him along. This is just unnecessary. Whatever it is. I nudge him. I need to do it. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Why do you hate him so much? I sigh as I finally ask. He's always been nice to me. Except for that one time. Luke's jaw clenched at the mention of that one time. Because he isn't nice. His gaze hard, and I wonder if you know, but it's well known that his pack is the one of the cruelest, most manipulative ones. All courtesy to its new alpha. The fact that he's good to you doesn't sit well with me. I furrow my brows. That sounds really far-fetched, given what I've seen of Ethan. But I trust Luke to know more about packs than I currently do. I'll be careful. Fine, he says in defeat. Then he's silent for a moment, thinking maybe you should do that before the mark is removed. I raise an eyebrow. He continues, I want him to know you're out of his league for good. I roll my eyes. Alpha males. They're always going to be beyond me. Then again, I wouldn't like it if some girl was fawning over Luke. And for some biological reasons I don't get. Males have a harder time with this sort of thing. Thank you. Aid of mine. I say to him dramatically, for letting me do things that I do even without needing your permission. It's more of a suggestion. Luke turns his face to me, but you're utmost welcome. My love. I laugh and shake my head as he smiles. Then Luke turns the side of his face towards me, leaning down. When I only blink, he turns to face me. To where agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I raise an eyebrow at the expectant look. Luke cocks his head to his side, just a verbal thank you. Another laugh escapes me and I move out from his arm, walking ahead to open the library door. You're unbelievable. To where agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He walks in after me, not even a kiss on the cheek. I shake my head, not bothering to turn to him as I walk to a shelf. Stop being greedy. Luke. His arms wrap around me from behind. I only get you for what? One lifetime. That's a short time already. I look back at him, meeting his amused gaze with my own. Since when are you so openly affectionate? Since you're my mate. Luke leans down, reducing the distance between us to almost non-existent. I would have been before, but you'd probably run away screaming. I turn around in his hold, hooking my arms around his neck. I wouldn't run. Darling, I'd slap you. Luke snorts. True enough. His eyes run over my face. Softly, easily, a small smile coming on his face, warmed by something I can't yet categorize. Is this what people call a happy ending? I allow my own eyes the pleasing task of looking over him, over every little scar, every sharp angle of his face. The face of the man I can't even imagine my life without. What happened along our way to this? When did this sneaky bastard put my heart in a sack and ran off with it? I pull my hands down, only to wrap them around his waist, dropping my chin on his chest. Luke smiles down at me, wrapping his own arms around my frame. Yeah. I give him a soft smile. They do. All clear. I get up from the couch I've been sitting on as I see Luke enter our room, not looking particularly happy. He nods. The coast is clear. I put my book down and move my arms as if warming up. I tug my ponytail tighter and take a deep breath. Luke's lips stug upward. You're acting like you're about to spar with someone. He shakes his head, amused. Oh, you have no idea. Winters. I tell him seriously, gently breaking the news of having found your soulmate to a guy who's been pinning on me for I have no clue how long is going to be harder than a punch in the face. As you say, Mrs. Winters. He motions me to follow Mrs. Winters. I ask as we leave the room. Luke casts me a quick glance from the corner of his eyes. You don't plan on staying Ms. Atwood for the rest of your life, do you? I roll my eyes with a laugh. We are not getting married. He stops dead in his tracks. We aren't. Definitely not for the next 5 years. I say dismissively, maybe 10. Seeing as he doesn't start walking even then, I look over my shoulder at Luke's subtly sharp expression and flash him a grin. You're welcome to try and convince me otherwise. I wink. Before he can say something that might convince me right then and there, I race down the stairs. Since we can't let anyone really know that Luke and I are mates, and Ethan is being an exception, Luke made sure no one would be seeing me meet Ethan. I sneak out of the mansion, giving a nod to the guards who return it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So Ethan was supposed to meet me in the far side of the backyard, if you can call it that. It's more of a secondary garden. One of the many reasons why I'm going to miss this mark even in the short, while it's going to be masked, is that it enhances my senses to an insanely new level. I detect Ethan at the moment I reach the backyard. He's standing at the very far end, by a few apple trees. I hurry over to him, trying and failing to find a script for what I have to say. Oh, screw it. I'll just go with the flow. He sees me coming and it offers me that polite smile of his as a greeting. When I reach closer, I offer him a wave, stopping within hearing distance. I see you're still alive, I say as greeting. I could say the same about you. Ethan says, how are you feeling? Splendid as always. I grin, more so because I won. We both just stand there awkwardly for a moment. About last time, Ethan breathes in a deep breath, not meeting my eyes. Before you start apologizing, I cut him off hurriedly. It's okay. You were stressed. I was stressed. Luke was stressed. That's what happens when a bunch of stressed people get stuck together. Ethan meets my gaze. His own remorseful. I shouldn't have forgotten that you're a werewolf. I should have been more careful. As someone who constantly messes up, it'll be really hypocritical of me to hold a grudge. I shrug with a smile, and now that the cursed hunt is over, we can move on with our lives. Ethan huffs out all if I was starting to think it's never going to end. Me too. I roll my eyes. Ethan closes the last bit of distance between us. When Luke told me you wanted to meet, I was worried you're about to put a bullet through me. I roll my eyes. I can't help but feel a little pleased that I give off the vibe to hunt down those who bother me. Noon. Is it wrong to feel good about that sort of things? Then Ethan stops. I see the tension that seeps into his frame and his eyes narrow as he looks around. I watch him in confusion. Is Luke with you? He looks over the yard. I can. He stops again. His eyes snap to me and widen. Realization hits me like a brick. Crap. My center's changed now. I clear my throat awkwardly. Yeah. You wanna walk while I tell the tale? Ethan just stares at me, mouth opening and closing like a fish. I grab his arm and start walking, making him snap out of his stupor. He marked you. Pretty much. Yuck. Ethan comes up in front of me, eyebrows furrowed in concern. What happened? Before he can assume anything, I put my hands on his shoulders, squeezing a bit. Hear me out. He nods, closing his eyes. His shoulders sag slightly as he loosens a breath. When he opens his eyes again, the crystal blue is sharp with calculation, the silver bullet. He guesses. I nod, but that's not the only reason. Ethan looks at me expectantly. I take a deep breath, look around to make sure no one's listening, then pull Ethan closer. Luke and I are it. What? My reaction exactly. I can't help the little chuckle that escapes me, but maybe a bit more happy. Ethan lets out a ragged breath. Maybe we should walk. So I start telling him, as briefly as possible, that Luke and I both had feelings for each other even before we knew we mates, and that because of how Luke's wolf is, we didn't find out until the very last moment of the hunt, and then everything went to hell when former Alpha Supreme tried to kill us. Sitting on a patch of grass, looking over the forestry that stretches ahead as the night wears on, I let Ethan process through all that. He didn't want to say anything when I told him. Finally, he turns to me. Are you happy? I blink. Surprised, of course. It's all I could have asked for. Ethan nods, turning his face ahead. I'm sorry, I mumble, pulling my legs to my chest and resting my chin on them. If I hurt you. He shakes his head. A small smile tugs at his lips. You have nothing to apologize for. I'm not hurt. He takes a deep breath, as if he can't express what he's feeling, and that frustrates him. He looks down at his hands, eyes tracing the path of the lines on his palms. There are things I regret not having done, he says quietly, times I wish I could bring back and people I wish I could have saved, and his words catch. He swallows thickly. Ethan shakes his head and turns to face me with a small smile. I wanted to be there for you, he says, in any way I could. Not necessarily as a partner, but that seemed to be the only way I could have helped. Ethan leans back on his arms. And if you're happy with Luke, the least I can do is congratulate you, and hope you kick his ass if he's not doing everything he can to win your heart every day. I can't help myself. I throw my arms around him, hugging him tight. Ethan still's in my hold. You're too complicated to be real. You know that. So I've been told. He breathes out a laugh and pats my back. You should let go in case you fall through my image and into the ground. I pull back and flash him a bright grin. Friends. He surprises me as he lifts up a fist for me to bump. Only if you convince Luke to stop bullying me like I'm his younger brother. Deal. I bump my fist with his with a snicker. I roll my eyes toward the night sky just in time to see a shooting star go by, shaking Ethan's arm with enough force to detach it. Make a wish, I say urgently. Maybe it's still valid. What? He raises his brows. I don't. I growl out in frustration. We're running out of time and he doesn't know what to wish for. An idea lights up my head and I stand up, putting my hands around my mouth. I wish Ethan gets the prettiest, most amazing mate ever. I howl. Just then, another shooting star goes by. I grin back at Ethan, who looks at me like I'm nuts. He lets out a short, surprised laugh. You're mad. I smirk smugly. One of the many reasons my mate loves me. 51 stink of the mate bond. Sneaking out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I freeze in my tracks. By the way, isn't really easy. Given him half hanging out of the bedroom window. Clearing my throat, I pull myself up a bit, grinning sheepishly as I catch Luke's eyes. Achius leaning against the bedroom door, arms crossed loosely across his chest. Hello, mate. I croon. You finally remember I'm alive. Luke takes the liberty to walk over to the window and all but pull me inside the room, his arms wrapping around my waist. Do I want to know where you were going? But amusement gleams in his stormy gaze. Who says I'm not just returning from my rendezvous. I pick off an imaginary piece of lint from my shirt. Because I'm just returning from my rendezvous. Luke says, interlocking his fingers with mine and leading me out of the room. And it has seen you climbing up. Where were you? I narrow my eyes at him. After our date last night. I'd woken up this morning in an empty bed and a little note saying I'll be back soon. So, after having breakfast, and then boring myself to death, I figured I might just try to climb out of the window and jump down. Test out that lunar strength a bit. Off to deal with something important. Luke says, and you're about to find out what. With that, he leads me into his office, and there, in one of the visitors' chair, I see someone. Yellow and gold teeth are bared at me in a wicked smile. The hunched figure of a woman, all too recognizable, sweeps in a crooked bow. I suppose I should bow to ya. Now, dearie. K.O. Rosses. I school my features into calm, despite the sudden clamor in my head, the masking of my mark. I resist the urge to rub at the spot where my neck meets the shoulder. There's no need for that. In what I hope is polite calm, how are you? Cora waves a withered hand in dismissal. I've seen better days. Luke gives my hand a squeeze as I glance at him. Then he leads me to his high-back chair behind the desk and pulls it back. When he doesn't sit down, I look up at him and realize HES pulled it out for me. With no small amount of satisfaction, I sit down. Luke's hand comes down on my shoulder. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pleasant reminder that anything that might hurt me will sooner be turned to splinters. Luke answers her with his stormy gaze. You knew, didn't you? Cora snorts. My nose was burning with the stink of the mate bond between your two. My brows raise, and it didn't occur to you that we'd like to know. Please. She rolls her eyes, this as though fate wanted it. So this is how it went. I glance at Luke with a look that says, well, she seems happy about being here. To my absolute horror and surprise, his voice sounds in my mind. That might have something to do with the fact that I had to drag her out of her cottage. A shudder goes through me. His voice snicks along my bones. Well, damn me for forgetting that part of being a high-ranking lichen. Why the hell didn't he do that before? We'll talk about this later. Your will is mine. My love. He almost purrs, making my hairs stand. Yes, we will definitely talk about this later. Kora's face is delightfully repulsed. Danya. I turn my eyes to the witch. Can I trust you not to blow my head off? Not remotely. The glare that Luke sent her way could have burnt holes through steel. Kora merely held up a hand in mock surrender. Cool down. Beastie. She says I ain't hurting why our treasure. She turns those blazing yellow eyes to me, and it's all I can do not to squirm as their undivided attention falls on me. As if reading a particularly puzzling paragraph off a piece of paper. The stars of top lay with you. She murmurs, then shakes her head. Who am I to object? I ignore the twist in my stomach. Luke's hand tenses on my shoulder, batting aside the panic slowly building in my bones. I sigh dramatically. Do it. I tell her do it while the fit is on me. Cora pulls out the wand as old as herself and then jabs it at Luke's direction. Move away from her. And stay away until I'm done. Luke removes his hand from me, but doesn't step away. Does that mean the process would make me want to rip your head off? A wicked smile likely. A low growl escapes Luke's throat, but the witch only snickers. Not that you would be able to touch on me while I'm at it. Best if you stay away on why I our own. Luke takes 2 steps away from me. Not an inch more. Mask it. Harmless and easy. And the gold you've been promised will leave with you. My heart drops to my stomach. Gold. A cheers paying. Kora in freaking gold. I make a mental note never to hire Kora for anything. Kora grins one last time before the wand is pointed in my direction. She closes her eyes, muttering words under her breath. Wisps of gold spin out of her wand and slowly swirl towards me. The wisps curl around me. I feel pain shoot up my skin, as if someone is burning my skin with a blue, hot flame. My lips part instinctively and a blood-curdling scream escapes. I rub my arms, my neck feeling as if something is ripping my skin off, melting something off me, as if in being cut from one skin into another. I can't hear my own voice, but my throat is burning raw with pain. My senses give in, numbing and bending away under the pain that comes over me. I feel like I'm falling, but I don't reach the ground. I keep falling and falling and falling until there's something soft against my back. I retch my eyelids to open up. My vision lurches and so does my stomach. I feel sick, like that one time I did when I thought it's a good idea to ride in the washing machine with the door open. A groan escapes me. Somebody kill me. The next moment, I feel the mattress dip beside me, a warm hand covering mine. No stars erupt across my skin, but the sure warmth and scraping calluses tell me enough about who this hand belongs to. Luke's voice is soft, if not slightly breathless. Elise, are you all right? I turn my face to him, finding him leaning over me, his hair askew. Just the slight movement causes splinters of pain to ebb in my muscles. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I give him a shaky smile, which fades in a wince as I try to sit up. Luke helps me get up, adjusting pillows behind me. What the hell happened? It's a different voice that answers me from the other side of the room. What the stars willed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I removed my mark, That's impossible. My wide eyes land on Keoa. You haven't completed the bond. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Keoa says simply. A low snarl escapes my mate's throat. The look on his face would be made a lesser, which run in the other direction. You were to mask it. Luke seethes. Muscles taut as if holding himself back not to remove it. Cora flashes him a smile of yellow and gold. What's done is done. With another vicious snarl in the witch's direction, Luke turns back to me, stormy eyes taking in my face, hunting for any sign of discomfort. I roll my eyes and nudge him in fine. Luke's eyes slide towards where Keoa is standing, watching us with her scorching yellow eyes. Good. If Keoa faces the way Luke is staring at her right now, she doesn't seem concerned. Her eyes stray to where his hand is still holding mine, and stay there. I follow her gaze to the clawed hand holding mine. My fingers dwarfed in comparison to his. Luke's head snaps down as well. Stillness seizes his frame. His eyes flicker to mine. Sorry, they seem to say before he wills his hands to go back to normal. Need some air. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Keoa asks, whatever stupor Luke was in. He snaps out of it and narrows his eyes on Keoa and not leaving her alone with you. Cora glances at me. Her yellow eyes grave but then coolly turns to Luke as your wish. She makes her way towards the window, and only then do I realize there is a bag placed on the table nearby. She snags it, stashing it somewhere inside her cloak and glances at me again, those yellow eyes hinting something. Curiosity pretty much grabs me by the collar of my shirt and shakes me. Wait. The witch halts in her steps and turns to look at me. You want to say something? Then say it. Cora turns her attention to Luke. Send him out and I will. I turn to face Luke, but before I can even open my mouth, he cuts the witch's sharp look. No. Just for a moment. I say quietly, you can wait just outside the door. His eyes snap to mine and I'm taken aback by just how dark they are. No. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Luke, please. I cut the side of his face. If anything goes wrong, you'll scream my lungs out. Promise. His eyes dart between both of mine. Unconvinced. Concerned. I try again at my request. His jaw tightens. Every muscle in his body tenses like springs under pressure, but his head jerks a nod. He turns his stormy eyes to Keoa. Luke lets out a breath, and I see the armor slide back in place. He gives my hand a squeeze before letting go and standing to his feet, looking down at the witch with an impassive face. Anything happens to her, he says slowly, calmly, each word hard as rock, and Braxton will have to face the consequence. For one split second, Keoa's eyes widen, but she recovers too quick. A shadow crosses her face, making her yellow eyes more pronounced. Done our share of bargaining, haven't you? A slight sneer in her voice. My whole life is a series of bargains. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says with impressive coldness, and I always keep my end of the deal. With that he leaves the room, closing the door behind, giving me one last look before he does so. I turn to Keoa, slightly awkward. What do you want to say? I ask straightforwardly. She stares at me for a few moments. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then shakes her head, letting out a ragged sigh. Why does White Eye Goddess always pair so strangely? She mutters. Maybe to me, probably to herself. My brows pull together. Can you not speak in riddles? Please. You know what is gotta become on full moon, she says. I nod and dismal Kanya, the beast's assurance that his mate belongs to him. My stomach turns and uneasy. Luke wouldn't hurt me. He never has. And his mate just so AP pens to be an omega. Keoa ignores my statement. A fragile dolly needs to protect. Luke isn't like that. A bit heavier this time. Wintersaya enti. Ko a rosh rugs but the beast is. Ko a ras amber eyes settle on mine with a seriousness I haven't seen before. Don't let the beast break the chains of restraint Winters has on him. She turns to the window again, and what she says next is barely audible to me. The beast can't hurt ya. She whispers, but he can hurt many people ya, would like Tossie alive. Then she shifts into a raven and takes off, leaving me with a racing heart and a swimming head. Don't let the beast break the chains of restraint. 50 to someone I love, staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, wrapped in a sinfully fluffy robe. I frowned as my fingers brushed the skin at the junction of my neck and shoulder, where the mark was. Hell, the skin here is so flawless now. It feels synthetic. I shake my head, trying to get rid of the slightly hollow feeling that settled in the pit of my stomach. Quickly getting dressed, I step out into our room. Luke looks up from the letters he is reading when I approach the bed and settle down beside him. How are you feeling? I roll my eyes with a smile. That's got to be the 9th time you've asked me that since morning. Luke cocks his head to a side, him hoping for something a little more than a simple fine this time. I feel I tap my chin with a finger empty, like something's missing. An annoyed breath escapes me. I honestly don't know if it's only the fact that all my heightened senses are gone. Luke chuckles. I narrow my eyes at him. That's to be expected. Hopefully, it won't be long before that feeling has to go away. I groan. I can't wait for those moments. Noon, was having omega senses always so bad? Like having a blanket wrapped around you. I have to give humans some credit. How do they deal with living like this? I turn my eyes to Luke, only to find him staring at me, face propped against a fist, giving me a sleepy, suggestive smile that makes he trush to my face. My mind instantly goes back to the conversation we just had. Hopefully, it won't be long before that feeling has to go away. You, I sputter, catching the meaning of those words. My face burning. I what? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I give him the stink eye, and then flick him on the forehead. To his credit, Luke only winces before he rubs at his forehead. What was that for? For having your mind in the gutter. My love, there's amusement glinting in those stormy eyes. You said you can't wait for those moments. Keep teasing me and they'll never come. Luke's brows raise at my serious face. He stares at me, and keeps staring at me before. Enthusiasm, a squeal escapes me as he lifts me off the bed and onto his lap, only to drown in giggles and laughter when he nuzzles his face in the crook of my neck, his soft head tickling me mercilessly. Stop. I manage to get out above my hysterical laughter. Luke, you be bastard. Take it back. Warm lips brushing against my skin, still cold from the shower. Fine. Why, you brute. Another squeal escapes me at the graze of his canines. I take it back. He lifts his face from the crook of my neck, his dark hair messy but lips pulled in a bright grin. If I wasn't already red in the face and out of breath, it would certainly do both those things to me. I run my hand through his hair, taming it a bit. Your ear, brute. Luke cleans down, saying things that you might have to take back. Are we? I huff, despite my smile as my hand comes to rest on the side of his face, my thumb brushing against his sharp cheekbone. Then a thought suddenly hits me. Why did you remind me about the mind link? I ask him. Luke puts his hand atop mine, his stormy eyes trained on mine. It would make things more complicated. A rattled breath even when the plan was to mask the mark. You wouldn't have been able to communicate with me. We'd both have felt on the edge more if that bond had already gotten stronger. I hum a little, letting his words sink in. Luke cleans his brow against mine. Are you angry about that? A little disappointed. Our breaths mingling, but I didn't get to experience it. Luke presses a deep kiss to my forehead soon. A pleased shiver races down my spine at the promise in that word. Now that the mark is gone, I say I can go round the mansion as I please. Luke nods. Any way you do like. Well, that's my cue to leave then. I chirp and slip out of his hold. Luke frown a little. You could at least pretend to be disappointed about leaving me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I wink at him. I'll be back before you know it. Besides, I nod towards the letters on the bed. You have to read through all those. Luke lets out a long, exaggerated sigh as he picks up the letter he was reading. I turn around and make my way towards the door. Elise. I turn halfway to look back at Luke. His eyes flicker to me before going back to the letter. But I sense the tension in his frame, the stiffness that was there a few moments earlier. Try not to stay with another competitor for long. Unbident. KOR's words rush inside my head. Don't let the beast break the chains of restraint. Lycanthropes tend to get antsy when the full moon is coming, especially the males with an unmarked partner. Something about hyperprotectiveness or something. Got it? I try not to miss me too much. From the people I know, Ethan and Tyler made it back. So did Freddie and Joseph. I'd go and talk to Ethan and Tyler for a while. Find out what's so savage about their pack. Then I'd say hello to Joseph and Freddie. My mind made up. I make my way towards the stairs and go straight to the first floor. I reach the first door and raise my hand to knock when realization hits me. I have no idea which room they're in. Muttering a curse, I move the gears in my head. Just then, a maid goes past me. An idea hits me like lightning. The sound of thunder in the background only adds to create the effect. Wait. I quickly walk to her. She raises an eyebrow in confusion. Do you know where Alpha Park's room is? Sure. Miss Atwood. She nods the sec and last on the left. Thank you. I grin at her, but just as I take a step forward, she speaks again. If you are hoping to meet him. Yes, not there. She tells me he left for a jog with his beta just 5 minutes ago. They said rain wouldn't be a problem. Oh, my shoulders drop in Dalfov and Irwood. Where is he? He just asked for coffee in the library. With a smile I nod at her and to the stairs again. Soon enough, I reach the library on the second floor. Without knocking, I slip inside. Using my ninja maneuvers, I quickly detect a mop of dark hair against one of the couches. I slowly creep forward, making no sound whatsoever. Finally, I am close enough to the couch to scare the shit out of him when I hear. And you said I'm creepy. Seriously. I frown at him, peeking from behind the couch. What is it with everyone knowing in there? Your scent is strong. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Joseph looks up from the chessboard in front of him on the table, and every lycanthrope here is either alpha or beta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I huff yet in the one who won. Winter's won. Same thing. He gives me an amused look. What are you doing here? Can't I check up on my housemates to know if they're alive? I give him a look, cupping myself on the couch. I appreciate the concern, he says with a quirk of his lips, and surprised you're alive. Heard you took a silver bullet. He told you. My eyebrows shoot to the sky. Cox wanted to see you when we arrived. Winters said you're still recovering. Moving a piece from the black side and then moving one from the white, by the way. How are you now? In good. I say cheerfully, never been better. Joseph casts me a sideways glance. His lips curve in a smirk. So, you and Winters? I raise an eyebrow at him, hoping he can't hear how my heart has started to gallop. What do you mean? I play dumb, faintly aware of the splatters of rain on the windows. Don't give me that look. He rolls his eyes. I know about his curse. My mouth falls open. What? How? Joseph takes a moment to think, then moves the black screen, knocking over white skin. My father tried to kill him. What? Joseph picks up his coffee mug and takes a sip, leans back in his seat. He came to our pack some 4 years ago. Talked to my father on some matters. He tells me calmly he and his little crew of warriors were to leave in a few days. My father told me we would finish them off in the night. I asked him the reason. He told me. He takes another sip of the coffee and looks at me, with those too clever for us eyes. I don't think he'd ever forget the night a single like and killed 10 trained warriors. A beat of silence passes and then I'm compelled to ask, what about your father? Gone. My eyes widen in horror. Did Luke know? Joseph says HES not dead. HES in exile for planning an attack on your pack a few months later. He helped some Rouges. The Alpha Supreme found out. He was exiled without trail. No one Bauer's story of the boy beast. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Joseph exhales a laugh. You're acting as if it would have been bad if Winters had killed him. How can you say that? I ask. Applauded HES your father. A father who killed his 2 older children to save his title. In openly gaping at Joseph, he rolls his eyes at me. Get yourself together. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says lightly, but I detect the careful warning in his voice, telling me not to show sympathy. Things happen. People go on. I don't remember much of it anyways. I decide to change the topic here. Luke and I. Knew it. He flashes me the usual self, content smirk I must admit. Winters is a lucky bastard to get to stay with his mate the entire hunt. You must be missing your A-mate too, huh? Then a grin comes to my lips and Shawshare's glad to have you away for a while. Penelope adores me. Joseph huffs and she shares my admiration for chess. I find myself genuinely smiling at him and sure she does. Now that you've given me the official title of being your housemate, Joseph says I expect you to have the first official dinner at my pack. Official dinner. He nods at me as he stands up. The new Alpha Supreme receives a lot of invitations for official meeting with other pack. I stand up as well. I expect a grand fest. Joseph gives me a little bow. As you wish. Your Highness. I smile at him, only to realize a moment later that he probably has to go, and I'm standing just in front of him. I'd cheaty have to move around the table to leave, or I could just step back and save him the trouble. Use my haste to move back. My foot hits the table's leg and I lose my balance. Instinctively, trying to hold something for support, my hands find Joseph's arm, causing him to fall with me. The mug slips from his grip and shatters to the floor as we both fall on the couch. Joseph manages not to crush me by holding himself by the arms. I almost cringe at the awkward position. Before either of us can move, a low growl reaches my ears. The next instant, I hear a crash as the table is tossed away, its glass arc shattering with an ear-piercing sound. Joseph is hauled off me, and I hurriedly scramble up to see him being held against a shelf. Stay away from her. Luke's lips curl in a snarl, displaying his elongated canines, his hand clenched around Joseph's throat. I stare at Luke, petrified in my place. If he tightens his hold, he is going to kill him. Something hits me like an iron fist in my guts. Luke, let him go. I scurry off the couch and towards them, trying to pull him back from a struggling Joseph. His head snaps to me for a moment, eyes arc like obsidian, rage swirling in their depth. Without thinking twice, I step back. He turns his face back to Joseph, whose face is turning red. His own hands have shifted, trying to claw off Luke's grip in vain. She's mine. Luke growls at him. I flinch at the Whopper's Eshin and rough his voice. My heart starts to pound hard against my chest. Something is very, very wrong here. This is not Luke's voice. Internally shaking myself, I grab his arm yet again, trying to pull back. He knows that. Desperation taints my voice like poison. He has a mate. Remember. His chest rises and falls as quickly as Joseph's. A few painful seconds die in the process of his hand leaving Joseph's throat, who quickly pushes Luke away from himself, drawing in sharp breaths. Luke's arms come around me in a protective hold, almost hiding me from Joseph, as if HES even capable of being a threat in the current situation. Don't touch her again. Luke's voice rumbles with a growl. I can't see Joseph's face, but he says nothing. I feel a face pressed in my hair. Taking a deep breath. My mate. A rough voice whispers mine. I manage to snake my hands between us. hopelessly trying to push him a bit away. Finally, relenting, Luke pulls away just enough to look at me. "T'y agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Possession and adoration all mixed up in his eyes. No sign of the stormy blue eyes behind the pitch blackness. "Luke," I breathe out. My voice seems to snap him out of his stupor, clearing away the dark mist to give way for the stormy blue. Luke's eyes widen a fraction, eyebrows pulling together as he abruptly lets go of me. I barely see him leave, only hearing the sound of a door slamming shut as he does. I whirl around to see Joseph, leaning against the shelf, the bruises on his neck already fading. "Are you okay?" I ask. "Fine." He nods, still staring at the door. "I'm okay." I let out a breath. "Joseph, I'm really sorry. My clumsiness totally got this messed up." He finally looks at me again and shakes his head. "This is expected. Mycons are possessive even these days. And he is something ancient. This isn't. I swallow always going to be like this." "Wait." Joseph keeps staring at me for a while. I don't know. I try to swallow the lump in my throat. "I should go." "Elise," Joseph calls as I near the door. I look over my shoulder, give him time. This must be new for him too. I give him a quick nod. "I'll keep that in mind." I quickly make my way to my room. When I throw the door open, I can't see him anywhere. I'm not sure if I'm relieved or disappointed. I bite my lip in thought. Should I look for him? But Luke will come back when he is done processing this, right? I should give him time. "T'y agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Lay down and pace again in my room as minutes tick by. The rain outside gets harder. He doesn't come back. Finally, when it's past midnight, I decide that this is enough. Leaving my room, a storm of thoughts swirls in my head. I don't know if I want to have this conversation. I'm sure Luke doesn't want to have this conversation. But we can't avoid this. I refuse to let a dumb incident be a hurdle between us. I go to his office and, without knocking, go inside. Blinking, I look around. HES not here. I close the door and look through the other rooms. The thunder roars, illuminating the otherwise dark hallways. I contemplate calling out his name, but I don't want to risk him walking away. Looking inside each room, my disappointment increases. But he should be here, unless he went out. But he wouldn't go out in this weather. Would he? My feet accelerate their pace, and so does my heart, and I silently pray to the goddess for him to be here. I reach the second floor, and just as I quickly pass a balcony, my steps falter. I step back, slowly, hopefully, and there, standing in the pouring rain, I see a tall, dark silhouette. The thunder roars again. I quietly step out into the rain, biting back a gasp as the icy water hits me. My hand reaches out to touch him, but I hesitate before pulling it back. A soft whisper leaves my mouth. "Luke." Impossibly, over the sound of the splashing rain and rushing wind. He hears me. He whirls around, eyes wide a fraction, muscles taut. For a moment, we just stand there in the pouring rain under the dark sky, looking at each other, asking 1,000 questions in the silence that envelops us. My feet move forward. My hands reach up to hold his face, and I vaguely wonder why he seems so taller than usual. Tenderly, my freezing fingers graze his burning skin. His stormy eyes burn with deep regret, a pain ages old, breaking the spell of silence. My mouth opens and words tumble out. "Why did you leave?" Luke snaps out of his trance. He briskly steps away from me before turning his back at me once again. "Why are you here?" His voice is harder than it's ever been before. "You just took off and you are asking me why I'm here." Another flash of lightning illuminates the balcony. I notice his hands digging into the rail. "You should go." I gape at his ripped back, feeling irritation and confusion rise in me. Why is he acting like this? Do you think I came here at this hour of the night, in pouring rain, just to turn back? My eyes narrowed, his neck muscles tense. Other than the sound of thunder, I get no response. Look at me," I say in a firm voice. He doesn't move an inch. closing the distance between us. I take his arm and force him to look my way. Do you have any idea? I jab a finger at his chest how worried I was. You don't have to worry about me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He looks away. Luke, what are you talking about? I stare at him. Brows furrowed in confusion. Monsters are not to be worried for. Your Eno, I saw the way you looked at me. He steps away from me, his face taut in pain. I stare at him, wide-eyed and stunned, getting no answer out of me. Luke runs a hand through his hair, pushing the dark strands away from his face. You looked at me like you want to run away. His eyes clench shut as though I terrify you. My heart falters, crushed with an unknown pain, and my shoulders sag under its weight. You don't scare me. My voice hushed in the rough winds. You never will. How can you not be afraid? Staring down at his hands, claws of what might surface through me, I step forward and hold his face. Luke's eyes gravitate to mine, looking like shattered glass after a storm. How can I be afraid of someone I love, even in the pouring rain? His body radiates heat. Standing on my toes, I hook my arms around him. His own arms wrap around me, holding me as though I might vanish any moment. This won't happen again. His voice so low I almost don't catch it over the sound of the rain, I swear. I know, I whisper. Then a little smile tugs at my lips, but I kindle really like hugging in the rain. His shoulders relax slightly. Luke presses a soft kiss to my temple. This won't happen like this again. I nod. Yeah. There should be a garden, and definitely background music. He smiles then. The stormy blue I've come to adore, already bright with calculation. Already planning on how to make that happen. How to make it up to me. And my heart cracks at the sight of it. At the sight of my brilliant mate, who's been told his entire life that he might become a monster, who had the courage to face all of it, and to take down that title and make a new one. I lean forward to lock my lips with his. Luke returns the gesture, but I stop before that. A strange feeling crawls up my body. My eyes widen in realization. I turn my face just in time before I sneeze. Sniffing, I turn back to Luke with a sheepish smile. Come on. His hand seems to engulf mine on a whole new level. Luke guides me back inside and passing through the dark hallways to my room before flickering on the lights I had turned down before leaving. You should take a warm shower. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stepping away from me, Luke opens the closet and takes out a long sweatshirt. Taking the shirt from him, I look up and you. They'll take a shower in the other room, Luke says. Nodding, I step away from him into the bathroom. Taking off my soaked clothes, I take a quick warm shower. Sneezing a few times. Might I add that I dry off and put on the dry shirt. When I step back into the room, my eyes instantly land on Luke sitting on the bed. I focus my eyes on his face, his damp hair and dark stormy gaze, but he looks calm, not as guilt-ridden as he did a while ago. My gaze travels to his hands and, for a millisecond, they're still not back to normal. Surprised, I walk up to him and curiously, cautiously hold his hand in mine. It should be back to normal. Every other time it's happened, it goes back in a while. He waits for me to speak and I do too, but no words come out of my mouth. I look up and my eyes meet his tired ones, a note of worry in them. A small smile tugs at my lips as I interlock his fingers with mine. Let's sleep. Luke presses a kiss on my forehead and nods. So both of us lay down on the bed, a little distance away from each other. Me curled up and him ramrod straight, staring at each other. Luke, I say after a moment in feeling cold. Strange. He says I think it's warm. Well, if that's the case, I scoot over to him. His arms warp around me so his head falls against my chest. No doubt hearing my fast heartbeat. The thunder roars again. Rain splatters on the glass windows and my body relaxes completely in Luke's hold. I nearly drift off to sleep before realizing that he was still awake. Can't sleep? I ask quietly. Silence. Then yes. I tilt my head to look at him. A little sleepy smile on my face. You have me here and you still can't sleep. Hushed amusement in my voice. I have the right to know why. Luke shifts his hold on me so we're on eye level. In the dimly lit room I make out the slight furrow between his brows. Not a wink of sleep in his eyes. Elise, if I ask something of you, will you grant it to me? His voice quiet in contrast to the storm outside. I ignore the worry in my mind if you ask me to kill you again. I just might. He doesn't find that funny. Instead his fingers interlock with mine, engulfing my hand in warmth. Don't give up on us. I blink, confused at what he just said. He presses on. I will not lie to you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Even after I become Alpha Supreme, even after I mark you, I might not be able to control my shift on full moon. I might not be able to hold back my instinct when another male comes close to you. Luke says, but I swear. Elise, I will never hurt you. I will get this under control. I press a kiss to his lips. Shut up. A small laugh escapes me at his bewildered expression. You worry way too much. Luke. I pull my hand out of his and trail my fingers down the side of his face. Along his jaw. You don't have to explain yourself to me. You kept no secret about yourself. I fell in love with it all. In not going to take the good you offer and frown at the bad. I know you will work this out, and am always happy to help. I can almost feel him relax. He buries his face deeper in the pillows, hooded eyes staring at me. Maybe after so long of having everyone fear me, he says softly, I keep worrying that you might fear me too. I snuggle closer to him, tucking my head under his chin. His scent and warmth engulf me in comfort. I can hear his rhythmic heartbeat as I close my eyes. In here, I whisper softly, don't ever forget that I'm here. Look, you're not alone anymore. I am almost asleep, almost lost in the comfortable darkness when his voice caresses my ears. I know. 53 Royal Carriage today is the day. After breakfast, Luke dropped me by our room, excusing himself to go and see if all the others in the mansion are ready to depart for the temple where the ceremony is. We have to leave in the end, after everyone else, so there's plenty of time to get dressed. Fidgeting excitedly, I rake through the closet and find an E-length white dress that looks sophisticated enough. I quickly take a shower and dry my hair, put on the dress and apply a bit of makeup, quickly zipping up my ankle boots. I take another look at the mirror. The door opens. I see Luke's reflection. I grin at his surprised expression as he sees me and do a little twirl. Ta-da, I say excitedly. So, how do I look? He smiles as he crosses the room to come up in front of me, his arms up around me as my own hook around his neck. Can you ever look less than perfect? Luke says. True, I say, brushing back a strand of his hair that fell out of place. Then I cock my head. What are you wearing today? Luke shrugs. A suit. I gape at him. Luke, you can't wear a suit to your coronation. His brows flicker up. Would you rather I wear nothing at all? I lightly hit his shoulder. I'm serious. What sort of king wears a suit on his coronation? I'm not a king. Luke says, and it doesn't matter what I wear. Before I can protest, the door slams open. Habitually, Luke and I jump 2 feet away from each other. Casper comes in my line of sight. His face flushed from running, suit clad from hunched, blonde hair flying and grey eyes instantly settling on me and Luke. All the angels and their babies. Casper huffs out. You two really are alive. The next instant, his one arm around me and the other around Luke, holding us in tight embrace. Fucking hell. You two actually won. He squeezes both of us tightly. Luke scowls. I laugh. Nevertheless, Luke pats him on the back. Casper lets go of us, beaming. When Alpha JX told the news, I almost collapsed from relief. He says, you've really outdone yourself, Winters. I think not. Luke says coolly, it was rather obvious. Casper huffs, you should really brush up on your common courtesy. I can't agree more. I nod solemnly. Casper turns his bright grey eyes to me, and the next moment HES lifted me off my feet in crushing embrace. Thank you. Elise, from the bottom of my heart for tolerating this rock and surviving. Letting go of me, I deserve medals. I know, I say smugly. All smugness washes off my face when he presses a kiss to my cheek. We can get that arranged. Atchius pulled away from me by a very pissed-off Lycan. Casper staggers back as Luke lets go of him, and I resist the urge to facepalm myself. Why did he have to do that? Get a hold of yourself. Luke's voice rumbles with a low growl, his hand already reaching for mine. Casper's wide eyes take in our interlinked hands. He looks at Luke's dark eyes. Then he looks at me. I offer him a little smile. Then he looks at our interjoined hands again. Are you two? Casper gestures with his hands, as if they would convey his message, but then would splutter out of his mouth, tell me, you bastard. Is she the one? Luke clears his throat, snapping out of his instinctive haze, with a face absolutely blank. Yes, yes. Holy mother of fuck. Luke holds Casper back before he can hug us again, but Casper doesn't seem to care. His lips are pulled in a splitting grin, eyes twinkling. This is brilliant. Perfect. Casper says. I can almost feel the elation in his voice to think we had your mate in our own pack all this time. Luke murmurs something along the lines of "Don't remind me." So, this is our official meeting as Luna and Beta. I say with a grin, pleased to meet you. Beta Casper Hendricks. The pleasure is all mine. Luna. Casper gives me an exaggerated bow. Luna. I grin at the title. Yeah, I can totally get used to this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now you two can go downstairs and wait, Luke says with a glance at his wristwatch. He'll just change and be down in a minute. I turn to my Beta as your Luna. I am in need of your assistance. He sketches me about Casper Hendricks at your service. My Luna. Good. I nod now. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Luke's face is wary when he eyes me, Elise. Do not. Luke is wearing a suit to his coronation. Casper gasps, his eyes wide as he looks at his alpha suit. Luke glares at him, yes, like a decent, normal person. Casper ignores his comment entirely and clicks his tongue. We need to get you something kingly to wear. My point exactly. I nod devotedly. And when Casper grins at me and I return it, I know that he found an awesome Beta. And I know Luke is probably going to hate both of us in the near future. Luke's stormy eyes narrow at us in warning. Don't you dare. I know a man. Casper tells me who knows a man whose uncle is an expert tailor. I nod, taking in the information. You have connections. Hendricks. Indian crest. Thank you. Casper says Olomidi and the man I know, who knows another man. That man's uncle takes pride in making clothes the likes of which royalty wore in the past. We don't have time to go, and he just so happens to live in the town nearby. I pat my Beta on the shoulder. I always expected big things from you. But you've rendered me speechless with your genius. And you, my Luna, have won me over with your idealism and bravery. Casper puts a hand on his heart. I shall serve you with my life. And then we both turn to Luke, grinning like hellions. Before he can object, both of us have grabbed either of his arms, pulling him out of the room and downstairs. This is absurd. Luke stops, effectively causing both Casper and I to halt him wearing a suit. Not some medieval nonsense. Don't be such a killjoy. Lucy, I tell him it'll be memorable. And if it makes you feel better, we're both dressed like royalty too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Casper says, continuing down the stairs like a king, queen and the general. It'll be awesome. Luke looks heavenwards and mutters, why me? Universe. I press a kiss to his cheek because it loves you. That's why. And it might just be my imagination, but when we reach the bottom of the stairs, Luke doesn't look at all annoyed by this request of ours. I squeal, rocking on my toes, which are barely visible under the voluminous skirts of this dress. The siami-colored skirts trail after me as I pace in the spacious changing room. The bodice of the dress infitted to the bone, the tight sleeves making my arms look elegantly slender. The neckline and bodice are shimmering with little pieces of glass, arranged strategically to form flowers. I gather up my hair and with the supplies the generous shop owner offered me, put it in a neat IGN on, courtesy of all the times someone in the pack made me do their hair. Whistling, I put in the heavy teardrop earning it picked up from the section of the store where jewelry is available, and voila, I look splendid. I slip out of the changing room and towards the room where the tailor had dragged Luke to try on the king outfits. Perfection. I can hear someone saying from inside it's everything I've ever worked for. When I turn the knob and enter, I freeze in my place. Because in front of me stands a man every girl has, at least once, dreamed of, standing by the windows. The sunlight streams down to make the angular lines of his face more pronounced. His dark hair brushed back, yet one piece manages to escape and fall in front of his forehead. A chias wearing a deep blue doubled, with gold trimming and regal embroidery, dark pants and knee-high boots that gleam in perfection. And after all that, a cape draped over his broad shoulders, dark like the night, the lining like liquid gold. The tailor steps in my line of vision. "You look like a king, young lord," the tailor is saying. I think he might be crying, feeling just a little bit cornered with the amount of male attention my mate seems to attract. I cough. Loudly, the tailor spins to face me, and over his short frame, Luke's eyes meet mine, and by the look on his face, Achia's probably describing me in detail in his head. When he meets my gaze again, that impassive face forms a smile that is my breath halting. I smile back at him as I step inside the room. The tailor, wisely, steps out of my way and goes out the room. Luke takes both my hands in his and damn that smile. It's enough to make me blush like an idiot on her first date. "You look beautiful, Regina." His deep voice smooth in my ears. And in that moment, I could have wept. This is impossible. Things like this don't really happen. Clumsy, reckless little me docent when the alphas hunt. Or the alpha supreme and no man ever looks at me like him priceless. And Luke, my amazing, hard-working, dedicated mate. Everything he has worked for. Everything is going to be worth it today. All his efforts are going to be worth it. Alarm and concern flash in his stormy eyes. Luke pulls me closer, his hold protective and possessive and possibly a flashing danger sign for anyone in the perimeter. His eyes flicker between mine. What's wrong? Why are you crying? My embrace cuts him off. I press my face in his chest, taking in the intoxicating scent, memorizing it. "I'm just happy," I say to him, "for you." I'm just so happy. His arms wrap around me, and he lets out a relieved breath. With the full moon tonight, I have to admit I admire his hold on himself. "You're not going to deny you're crying." I look up at him, grinning despite the silver lining my eyes. I only cry when I'm happy. Luke takes my face in his hands, brushing away the tears with a soft smile. I'd open my mouth to say something when the door slams open and, again, habitually, Luke and I jump 2 feet apart. "Your Majesties." Casper is grinning, dressed in a dark doublet with silver embroidery, dark pants and leather boots. His red cape rippling like blood. It's time to depart for the royal chapel. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "General," I say with a grin of my own, "it's time to get our king his crown. This way, Your Highness." He gestures to the door, stepping aside to let her pass you to look legit. "By the way," I snort, "tell me something I don't know." The tailor is weeping by the counter, and smiling. Sure he isn't a relative. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Luke asks me. I elbow him in the ribs. All my readers are dead. Smart ass. He has the good sense to wince as we leave the tailor shop. Casper already left a thick bundle of cash on the counter by the weeping tailor. I look around the road, and then my brows raise as a limousine stops. Not a royal carriage, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke asks, glancing at Casper. Casper grins as he opens the door. Royal carriages don't have a food compartment. I was the Omega nobody believed in, until I survived the hunt and not only earned respect but also found my alpha. 50 for hallucinating effects. Everyone stands up as Luke gets up from one knee, a golden crown jewel string atop his dark hair. He stands erect, hands clasped behind his back, looking every inch the king they just declared him to be. My hands sting from clapping too hard, so I decide to put my fingers in my mouth and whistle. Through the crowd, his eyes snap to mine, dark hues of stormy blue, and I can't help the pride that flows through me. The glass roof of the chapel displays the starry sky and the full moon almost at its peak. Luke had the ceremony started before the moon could rise fully. It didn't make much difference in the procedure, but it did stop him for eating the guests. All the alphas that attended the ceremony and the participant alphas surround him, shaking hands, congratulating, inviting him for dinners. Your mate just got famous, Casper says to me, hands in his pockets. He's always been, I say with a smile. Are you jealous? He raises an eyebrow, glancing at where a very bored Luke is flanked by female alphas and betas. Just as I look his way, he seems to sense my gaze. His eyes gravitate to mine, irritated, itched on them. No, I wave my hand dismissively. They have no chance. Casper laughs. You should talk to Gloria soon. I raise my brows at him. And who's that? My possessive little mate. I gape at him. You have a mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luna, Casper gives me a bemused look. You think I traveled the world with Luke and never found my mate? Then why isn't she with you? I met her last year, but we were still traveling then. Casper shrugs. Gloria was a warrior in training at that time. I'd rather stay away from her than have her give up on all she's worked for. The www, Cass. That's so adorable. I nudge him with my elbow. Firstly, thanks for acknowledging my good heart, and secondly, he gives me a look. Cass. It sounds like a girl's nickname. You do love drama. You wowed me. And me too. A familiar deep voice as Luke takes my hand in his. Away from praying eyes. I feel the scorching warmth of his skin. Maybe to anyone else, he would look perfectly fine, but I can see the tension in his shoulders. The way he's rubbing his temple every now and then. He's having a hard time keeping it under control. I give his hand a squeeze, hoping to be of some comfort. Luke couldn't dose himself with wolfsbane because it would tamper with the ceremony. Goddess, we've managed this on a thin margin. You've never given me a nickname. Luke says. I grin. What about all those during the hunt? Like bastard. Idiot. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His finger presses against my lips. Maybe you need to reconsider. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Before I could reply, Casper coughs distinctively. There are praying eyes everywhere. He coughs again. Get a hold. Which is, unfortunately. Luke and I sigh at the same time. He pulls his hands away from me, but stands too close for it to be casual. But, if I'm being totally honest, everyone in this hall, every alpha from the continent, seems at ease with each other. The tension and bloodlust I'd witnessed during the hunt is nowhere around. Everyone seemed so. I look back at Luke, peaceful, like no one wants to murder each other. What's with that? That might have something to do with having our wolves back. My head snaps in the direction of that familiar voice. Ethan walks up to us, hands tucked in his pockets, the thumbs peeking out. He offers me a smile, then turns his attention to Luke, who has gone slightly tense beside me. Alpha Supreme. Ethan offers him a nod. Congratulations. On everything. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says in a clipped tone, his hand brushing against mine. The slight movement doesn't go unnoticed by Ethan, who's looking between the three of us uncertainly. Honored to know you feel threatened by me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ethan's voice is dripping with sarcasm. Luke's eyes narrow to slits irritated would describe it better. Let it go already. Will you? Ethan blows out a sigh. Humans get over this sort of thing all the time. Lightning flashes in Luke's eyes, you would know. Ethan raises his brows. Can't say it's a disadvantage. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I almost jumped in surprise when Joseph suddenly appears behind us. He flashes me that foxes smile, leisurely walking into our circle, a glass of red wine in his hand. Besides, no one is dumb enough to tamper with fates already bound. Swirling the wine in his glass. Hold on. Casper puts his hands up. Am I missing out on something? I'll fill you in later. I give him a sheepish smile, but you can say that these two share our secret. Casper nodded, looking slightly concerned. Luke and I excuse ourselves and go around the chapel. Interacting and talking is strange. Really, how all these alphas and betas are talking to me, respecting me. It feels good to be considered an equal. Well, most of the time. Alpha Winters. Alpha's Avia. Luke nods towards a man. My eyes fly in his direction. He seems to be in his mid-20s. Maybe a year or so older than Luke. Dressed in a neat tux, with chestnut curls down to his shoulders. He looks pretty handsome. My man. He shakes Luke's hand heartily. Congrats. I can't wait for you to take charge. It's about damn time young men took hold of authority. Thank you, Xavier. Luke says formally. I'm sure you're happy about this. His brown eyes fly to me, and he offers me a crooked grin. And I know you brought along a date. Winters. Luke raises an eyebrow. Didn't recognize her. Xavier looks surprised. Should I? Luke glances at me. I give him a smile before turning my eyes to the alpha standing in front of us. Elise Atwood. I offer him a professional smile. His eyes widen and his jaw drops. You accompanied him on the hunt. I can't help the laugh that escapes me. What were you expecting? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Some old battle axe. Looking pretty serious, at least not a bathing beauty. I'm flattered. I roll my eyes with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. He sweeps my hand in his and presses a kiss to my knuckles. Alpha Xavier Pines, Alpha Supreme of Europe. Pleased to meet you. I nod. Feel free to be pleased by me anytime. Little lady. He winks. Luke's arm around my waist tightens just slightly. I offer Alpha's Xavier a small smile, praying to the goddess he does not get his nose broken. Say, I have a vacancy for my secretary. Xavier says, not at all bothering to be subtle. Ever thought of visiting Europe? Before I can reply, a hard voice does it for me. Elise will be staying here. Alpha pines. Luke's voice reverberates with a low growl with me. Alpha's Xavier looks at him, then looks at me and holds his hands up in mock surrender, a little smirk playing on his lips. I was merely joking. Alpha Winters. He says I should get going. I let out a sigh and turn to my favorite brooding granite statue. Do you have to do that? Luke's eyes meet mine, the obsidian almost taken over the blue. Yes. It's not like I was going. I tell him, I didn't like the way he was looking at you. Luke says, pulling me closer to himself. His eyes go over the room once. I don't like how any of the men are looking at you. Like it's some mating bull. I grin at him and wiggle my brows. Are you insecure? My love. Luke narrows his eyes. Affection, bothered would be a better word. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Then pick up a few things from me. I say cheekily, like not being irritated by people flanking your mate. He frowns a little as I say that, so you wouldn't be bothered by any woman flirting with me. Nope. I shake my head. Why? Because I trust you. I smile, touching my fingers to his cheek, and if any dumb ass goes as far as to kiss you, I'll have to get her executed. That would take some explaining. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke says, a faint smile on his face. Don't worry. I wink. I'm pretty good at convincing people. You two just cannot stop that. Can you? Casper says, walking over to us, a frown on his face. Stop what? Dropping my hand from Luke's face. He makes a discreet gesture towards us. In a setting like this, someone is always watching. With a sigh, I turn my eyes to the glass roof over our heads. The noon's still high. It's a long time before this party is anywhere near an end. Near dawn, people finally start retiring to their rooms in a settlement built near the royal chapel. I try and fail to stifle a yawn as I enter my room. Luke's still busy with a few more guests. My eyes swim to the windows, the stars winking out. I free my hair and cross my arms over the windowsill. Only a few hours later, I'd be back at the pack house while Luke and Casper would stay here for another night as some tradition. The thought of leaving alone makes my heart oddly heavy, more so than I imagined. The sound of the door clicking open snaps me out of my thoughts. I look over my shoulder and smile as my eyes meet stormy blue ones. But Luke doesn't come inside. He motions for me to come out. Raising my brows, I silently cross the door and step out. What? Sure. Luke presses a finger to my lips. I've barely managed to escape the chapel attendants. They want me to start on the inner reflection immediately. A quiet giggle escapes me as he pulls his hand back. You have to do yoga. He narrows his eyes at me playfully, something like that. Then I suppose I shouldn't keep you from it. Look, I grin at him. I am notorious for being distracting after all. Here I thought you'd be up for one more surprise before you go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke says casually, but the gleam in his eyes. Damn, he knows he's got me there. Now that you've mentioned it, I say maybe a few minutes delay wouldn't count. Interlocking his fingers with mine before we start down the hallway, I barely rein in my giddy excitement from making me bounce in my steps. What surprise could he possibly have for me here? Luke seems to know where to go. Walking through the building with unrelenting speed, we reach a corridor, only for Luke to whirl back around, hissing a few colorful curses under his breath. What? I mouth. Before he has the chance to reply, an old voice reaches me. The Alpha Supreme is not in his quarters. Goddess? Children these days. Look around. He has to be here somewhere. I put a hand over my mouth, shoulders shaking with withheld laughter. Whoever can call Luke a child must be worth meeting. Luke gives me a look, warning me not to lose control, making my shoulders shake further. This feels oddly familiar to running from detention. My mate hurries back to where we came from, turning to another direction. Once we're far enough, I burst out laughing. Luke, are you sure you're not getting in trouble for this? I ask between my laughter. Glad to know you find my torment amusing. Glancing at me from the corner of his eyes, but I can take it. If it means I get to spend just a little more time with you. My eyes crinkle with my smile. My hold tightens on his hand. How does this man always manage to make my heart beat faster? We reach a spiraling staircase. The slanted windows in the walls, showing the now brightening sky. Luke stops in front of a door, giving my hand a squeeze. Ready? Like I said before. Luke? I step forward, giving the door a push to open it. I'm always ready. But maybe I wasn't. Not for this. Because in front of me is a place floating on the top of the world, with no boundary that obscures the view of the sky. A canvas painted in hues of indigo, violet and blues, outlined by gold of the rising sun. The first rays of light spread over the flower beds made over the roof of the settlement. The dark marble floor swept with petals of every kind and color. How is? I look back at Luke, eyes wide. When did? How do you know this was here? He laughs, the deep sound settling warmly in my bones. Luke brushes my hair behind my ear, the cool morning breeze lifting it. I thought you'd like it. Then cocks his head to a side. Did you? I nod, smiling widely. I turn my eyes to the rising sun again. It's amazing. Bunching my skirts in my hands, I walk over to the flowered at the margins of the roof, marveling at the dewdrops that sparkle like crystals in the sunlight. I crane my neck to look down at the earth. I had no idea we were so high up. I almost tip forward before two familiar arms wrap around my waist, tugging me back to a warm chest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke's voice caresses my ears. I'd hate for you to fall off and immobilize yourself. Sounds familiar. I huff out a laugh. I put my hands over his arms, leaning back against him. All of that seems a lifetime ago, doesn't it? When both of us couldn't stand each other. What makes you think I can stand you now? I elbow him in the gut. Luke only chuckles, before pressing a kiss to my hair, his arms tightening around me. I look back at him where he lets go, confused, a glint of anxiousness in his stormy gaze. Then he takes my hand in his own, and gets down on one knee. For a moment, I can't believe this could be what it appears to be. My eyes flicker to the flower bed. Some of these plants definitely have hallucinating scents. No, Hazel, this is not a hallucination. Luke smiles at me. I would have kicked him in the shins if I could, but my legs feel slightly unsteady. Then what is it? A hopeless attempt. And though it's impossible, his smile turns nervous, perhaps the first of many. The sunlight feels like a warm caresses against my skin, the breeze still cool with the night's dampness. My eyes go from my hand to Luke's gaze, brightened intense as the sun. I've been an idiot at romance most of my life. The unexpected comment pulls a breathless laugh out of me, easing the tension in my shoulders slightly. And I was dead sure I'd never have any reason to be better at it. Luke says that love, or emotions, or compassion, all of it seemed worth his back then, and it didn't matter if I was horrible at it. His hold on my hand tightens. But you make me want to be better. Not only at this, but at so much more. I want to be better at everything I do, everything I am. All for you, always for you. The world seems worth more than just a passing glance with you by my side. Alice, Luke says, slightly breathless, be my Hazel forever. Words seem wedged in my throat, not letting me breathe. And if it could, my heart would possibly rip its way out of my chest. I sit down on my knees in front of him, my smile a little shaky with the enormity of emotions in my head. No. Luke blinks, his lips parting slightly, and he's looking at me as if trying to decipher what I just said. I laugh, squeezing his hand. I'm just kidding, Luke. And then next moment, my laugh is cut short when two arms wrap around me and pull me into his lap, his lips warm against my own. The kiss doesn't help with my already breathless lungs, already shaky hands. Why would you do that, woman? Luke pulls away, panting for breath. You almost gave me a heart attack. Sorry. I breathe out, gritting. I just had to. I'd pass out from the heaviness of my emotions otherwise. I put my hands on his face, my cold fingers warming against his tamped skin. But yes, I smile softly. Yes, I'd like that. I'd like to be your Hazel forever. I pull him down to kiss him again, softly, tenderly, pressing him close enough for him to be able to hear my racing heartbeat, know just how much he affects me, letting him know how this heart would never belong to anyone else. We pull away, both grinning like idiots. Then Luke pulls something out of his jacket. He holds out the little box to me. I take it in both my hands, holding it more carefully than I've held anything in my life. The ring is simply beautiful, an elegant band of platinum with a single dime encrusted at its center. I pull it out, and my eyes catch the words engraved on the inner side. E.M. Pell. Luke gently takes it from me and slips it in my finger. A perfect fit. Just so you know, I poke a finger at his cheek. This doesn't finalize when we're getting married. He smiles, of course. It might be years from now. Whatever you say. I make the mistake of looking at him, finding those stormy blue eyes already trained on me. And I can't help but imagine what it might be like to actually be married. It wouldn't be much different from how mates live. But these days, few go far enough to have a document saying they legally belong together. I gasp, catching my train of thoughts. Hey, stop trying to persuade me. Luke raises an eyebrow, grinning at me. I didn't say anything. It's your face. I turn it sideways. It's making me wonder about stupid things. Luke promptly turns his face back at me, leaning down so his nose grazes mine. What sort of things? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not the sort you're thinking. I narrow my eyes playfully. Oh, I gleam in those stormy eyes. Do you know what I'm thinking? Regime. As a matter of fact, I do. And I suppose there's no harm in it anyways. 55 Hostel La Vista. The attendants found us. And the poor souls. I don't think their holy eyes were ready to see two mates making out in the open. In plain day. To their credit, they did congratulate us on our engagement and gave us their blessings. After a much dramatic departure, with Casper feigning hurt and not being invited at our engagement. Joseph and their companions giving us heartfelt congrats at breakfast. Luke and I trying and failing to have a one-on-one see you soon. I'm sitting in a car, admiring my ring. To God sit on the seat across mine, and once sits on my left. All silent men with stone faces. I don't even try to start a conversation. Dang it, I already miss him. Then give my head a turn and shake. No, I'm not going to act like a lovesick puppy. I'm going back to Mon. To my friends. I might as well enjoy the last few days I'm going to spend in that pack. Only a millennium later, I see the familiar streets of Minneapolis. The hustle of the city, and soon, we're racing down the earthen road to the Pack estate. The car stops, and just as the doors unlock, I jump out of the damned vehicle and take a deep breath. Miss Atwood, we have orders to guide you up to the very entrance. One of the guards says in a deep, gravely voice. I nod at him, start towards the main gates, holding myself back from breaking into a sprint. Once I cross the threshold, the guards bid me goodbye and turn away. As if a leash has been broken, I sprint forward through the vast gardens. Everything is exactly the way it was 8 weeks ago. No one to greet me. No celebratory preparations, even though they had received word that I would be arriving today. Why is the familiar behavior making me grin? Because it doesn't matter anymore. And I don't want to feel sentimental about leaving this place. I reach the Omega quarters. The little building makes a rush of homesickness go through me. I take a deep breath outside the door, my hands trembling from the onslaught of emotions. I grab the handle, turn and enter. The living room is dark. Even the window curtains are drawn. Furrowing my brows, I reach for the light switch and fit up. Welcome home. I'm frozen in my stand by the decorated living room. All of the Omges are grinning at me. Angelina is holding a huge cake in her arms. Elise, sweetie. The next moment I'm engulfed in a puff of motherly love as Mom crushes me in her arms. I faintly register the tears flowing out of her eyes as she kisses my cheeks. My forehead. Mom, I'm okay. A watery laugh escapes me as I wipe her cheeks. That's my girl, Morgan says, patting me hard on the back. Her grin is FIEC as always. I'm so happy you're okay. And even happier that you won. Angelina squeezes me in a tight hug. You made all of us proud. You, all of you. I didn't think. Words betray me. Those bastards. And I hug Mom and Morgan and missed you all so much. You missed your birthday, Cassie says, coming up to me with a smile, so we thought we should make it up to you. Thank you. A little shaken by this happiness that has pounced on my so unexpectedly. All of you. I gesture to everyone in the living room. This is more than what I would have ever expected. You don't need to thank us, a scrawny boy says. I remember his name to be Victor. We should thank you. You've given all of us something to be proud of. A loud clang of rings through the air. Everyone is hugging me, taking pictures, giving me cards of what they think about my adventure. You're the bravest Omega I know. I want to be as strong and resilient as you are. You show them higher wolves that we own gazer aren't less than anyone. I'm still marveling at the ingenuity of this whole ordeal when I hear a familiar voice. Seems like you've forgotten me. I whirl around, the card still in my hand when I see him, still dressed in his warrior's uniform. Carlos flashes me his usual crooked grin, and the next thing I know is that I collide hard with him, wrapping my arms around his neck, almost knocking him off his feet. How can I ever forget you, you bastard? Grinning widely, you're still the little shit I remember you to be. Carlos laughs, ruffling my hair. Idiot. I give him a mock glare brat. He ruffles my hair. The party goes by in haze of me telling my stories. Eating cake, asking how things have been in the pack, telling them about the crowning ceremony. A few hours later, I'm curled on my bed, relishing the familiar feeling of my head in Mom's lap. Her hand stroking my head. Your hair has gotten so damaged. Mom says gently, but it'll be fine. I'll mix up my herbal oil. It does wonders for the hair. I hum, mindlessly trailing my fingers on the sheets, mind running 1,000 miles per second. Mom, I finally say. I miss him. Mom's hand stops moving. I hesitantly push myself in a sitting position, looking at her startled face. Her eyes snap to the ring on my finger, as if suddenly aware that it was there at all. Then she seems to snap out of her stupor. Who, when? Where is he? I can't tell you who. I give her a teasing smile, but I met him on the hunt. He's dealing with some important stuff right now. Who is he? Mom takes my hands in hers, a wide smile on her face. Eyes crinkled. What is he like? Tell me. You'll just have to meet him. I laugh an alpha. Mom muses. I nod. What of your rank? I swear to all that is holy, if he even thinks. No, I say quickly now. He doesn't care about that. He just wants us together and happy. So where is he now? Mom asks impatiently, when are you two getting married? He'll come to get us in a few days. I tell her, but geez. Lucine doesn't mean I'm getting married right away. We'll see, she says smugly. I narrow my eyes at her and challenge her. We will. What does he look like? Mom asks me excitedly. I shake my head. Come on, dear. I need to know just how cute my grandchildren will be. Blood rushes to my face, Mom. She laughs and pinches my cheek. Just teasing, dear. I give her but a brooding look. She nudges me. Fine. Just one thing. I finally give in. He has the most hypnotizing blue eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not ruining the surprise more. Mom squeals like an overexcited schoolgirl. I can't help but smile, adoration welling up inside me. Soon, I'll take her far away to New York, where she'll be allowed she pleases. The door knocks. Morgan peeks in, sorry to disturb the mother. Daughter time. But we need to go, Juliet. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I furrow my brows. Mom sighs as she gets off the bed and put on her shoes. We have to go shopping with the Luna. You know Morgan, and I always go with her. Can't you stay? Like a child asking her mom to sleep in the same room. I try to sway her. Morgan says with a sigh, but you know Faye. She's stubborn. Mom presses a kiss to my head and leaves with Morgan. The door closes behind. I huff. I know why Luna insisted on going shopping just now. To let me know it's not a big deal that I'm back. Well, mother-in-law, I hope you can swallow your hate for me for your son. I stretch my arms over my head when Mom and Morgan are gone and then make my way towards my dresser. I find my diary right where I left it, in the very back of the last drawer. With a smile, I grab a pen and set down the write the longest entry this diary has ever seen. What? I raise an eyebrow. The two warriors standing in front of me exchange a look. One of them, a heavy-set man with dark eyes. Eamon. clears his throat and repeats his statement. You have to leave. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What? The other one, Kyle, holds out something from me. I take it and realizations hits me. My contract. The Alpha says that you and your mother are to leave in an hour. But Mom's not even here. I give them a fierce look. Hell, after I finished writing my diary, I come out of the Omega quarters to ask someone when Mom will be back. Iman shrugs. Kyle only looks away. It's almost dark now. I say, can't we just stay tonight and leave in the morning? Maybe after Alpha Luke has arrived. Carl purses his lips. Alpha JX specifically said that you should be gone by tonight, but... And I walk away. A part of me wants to curse so loud. Alpha JX would hear it in his office. I suddenly remember why the hell I wanted to leave this place so badly. Think. You idiot. Why didn't you remember this? Maybe I can use the money Mom saved for my wedding. Go with the original plan and stay in a hotel for a day or two. But it might not be safe. They promote the hunt participants. And if someone caught the winner, they might be dumb enough to ask a ransom for me. I bit the corner of my lip as I walk back inside the Omega quarters. Mom's not back. I contact Luke Asper because of that moon-damned ritual. Alpha or Luna won't believe me if I say Luke and I are mates. The thought cuts through my haze of questions. My mind made up. I hurriedly pack my bags. Once done, I write down 2 notes. One for Mom, explaining where I'm going and how she can reach me. And one for Luke, which is simply, my unaware father-in-law has handed me my contract and told me to get lost. I'm going to Ethan's place. Don't be mad at him. I'm not either. No? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I leave Mom's letter tapped at the dresser mirror, grab my bags, and then walk out. No need for sentimental goodbyes when I can visit the young gazer once all of this clears up. The sky is almost black when I step out of the Omega quarters. Now all I need is to find Carolus and give him Luke's note. On my way towards the training grounds, since I can hear the clash of weapons, I run into Angelina. What are you doing? She asks me, eyeing the bag. Leaving this moon-forsaken place. I say my contract. Remember, I'm sure everyone knows of it. Rumors. Angelina nods. Her brows furrowed, but... Elise, you can't really be leading right now. She looks pointedly at the night sky. Then at me. Where would you even go at this time? I have a place in my mind. I show her the letter. She takes it from me, taking barely a few seconds to read it. Her brows raising. Who's Hazel? She hands me the letter again, then wiggles her brows. And why is she calling Alpha JX her unaware father-in-law? I grin. Long story. Wait for the book to come out. Wait, you're going to Alpha Ethan's territory? Angelina asks. I nod. Does anyone know you're coming? Nope. I'll have to explain it to Ethan. I tell her. Angelina crosses her arms. Do you even know the way? I hesitate. Then put a fist under my chin. It's in the neighborhood. Goodness. Elise, you're going to get yourself killed. She does a very impressive intimation of Luke's scowl. Wait for me outside the Pack residence's gates. I'll take you to Alpha Park's territory. I raise an eyebrow. How do you know the way? She offers me a smug smile. When you're ready to trade information, I'll be happy to tell you. I narrow my eyes at her. At the old game, Carolus. I and Angelina have between us. Information for information. Favor for favor. We're a heartless bunch. I know. Fine. I shoot her a mock glare. I just have to give Carolus this note. I'll be at the gate soon. She nods, then hurries towards the Omega quarters, probably to find something warmer to wear. Right. I hurry towards my own destination. Carlos. I call as I near the training grounds. Baited rake gives me a glare. Then he barks something at Carlos. He mutters something before quickly jogging towards me. What's up? But his eyes flicker to the bag. Elise. Don't tell me you're leaving. I nod. I have to go quick. Brother. But do me a favor. He nods, but the tension in his shoulders tells me he doesn't like this. I give him the little piece of paper when Luke comes back. Get him this. His eyes widen, but browse for a why. What am I supposed to say to him? Alpha JX sent me my contract. He wants me gone by tonight. I tell him this just explains where I'm going. Where are you even? Never mind. He exhales, you drag me in the craziest things. I grin, I'll tell you when I come back. Would they let you? Carlos asks. His voice taut. I'd like to see them try to stop me. I say, lost your head on the hunt. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cringe as the familiar voice reaches me. Slowly, not wanting to, I turn to look in the direction of the voice to see Casper's twin. Darky's grey are eyes just like his, but lacking any of his joviality or kindness. We're curging crap like you. Darky smirks. Crossing her arms, it's about damn time. I give her a passive look, trust me. I'm the lucky one in that situation. Smart talk all you want. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Darky sneers at me, but now everyone knows what you really are. A selfish bitch. People have it worse than you. But you just have to make it look like Ak has been horrible to you. Maybe 8 weeks ago, I'd be angry at her words, wanting to prove her wrong. But right now I have too many things more important than that. You're right. I nod. Mirth filled in my voice, I'm so selfish and bad. Oh my, that's so horrible. I lean forward, lowering my voice and dangerous, calm, anything you can to do about it. I straighten myself, ignoring the look of surprise on her face, giving Carlos a parting glance. I turn around, ready to start a new chapter of my life. A life no longer dependent on the whims of strangers. But my feet stop. This isn't the ending I want this chapter to have. One last thing. I turn back, a grin on my face. My knuckles slam against Darky's nose. It's Elise. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That moment is forever burned in my memory when Doris loses her balance, arms failing, and falls on her behind in an ungraceful heap. I whirl around and sprint for the gates as she yells for the warriors. A laugh bubbles past my lips and I know they can't catch me now. The one thing I learned on this hunt is to run. At the gates, I cast one final look back. Darky's nose is swallow. She's yelling something and Beta Drake is trying to calm her down. The warriors look amused and surprised and Carolus is laughing. Darky's livid gaze meets mine. I grin at her and give them all a two-finger salute. Before I call hasta la vista. Assholes. 56. Too many books, sir. How do you know the way again? The night sky's first stars above our head. The forest that stretches between our territory and Ethan's pack is, thankfully, tame enough to walk through without tripping over anything. I'm the fastest among the gazer, Angelina says. Her gaze focused on our path. Alpha JX has sent me to the neighboring packs a few times. How do I not know about this? A slight smile because you never asked. I narrow my eyes at her and then huff for you get in trouble. For sneaking out. No one would ever find. I nudge my best at you sound awfully confident there. Lena, it's well placed. I assure you. She says and argue as I might. I know it is. Angelina is way too good at slipping away unnoticed. Now you tell me, Angelina says, glancing at me from the corner of her eyes, how come you have a new nickname and an unaware father-in-law? I press my lips together, wondering how I should even get started. Then I hold up my hand, the ring gleaming in the pale moonlight. Angelina lets out a soft gasp, stopping in her tracks. Did Alpha Luke? She leaves the questions hanging as she sees my grin on my moon. And I'm tackled in a tight hug, laughing as I hug Angelina back. She's beaming when she pulls away. That's so sweet. She says, how even, you know what? It doesn't matter. I knew you'd find an honorable, lovable man. Mate or not. I clear my throat, getting to the complicated bit actually. It's true love. The mate bond isn't necessary to love someone with all your heart. Angelina, oui? And don't ever listen to anyone who says you two can't be together. I will personally give them a piece of my mind. No matter who it is, we're mate. She stops babbling and blinks at me, slowly. Okay. Angelina's brows pull together. Maybe I got too excited. I think you've been reading too many books lately. Bina. But you guys have met before, she says as we start walking again. How come you didn't know? Long story. I breathe out in a sigh, but the highlight is that Luke is my mate. So, Angelina drags out, want to tell me about the hunt. And when I grin as she returns it, I realize I've missed my home very much during the past 8 weeks. The only reason I haven't yet collapsed from walking is that I've spent almost the whole of the past 8 weeks walking. Loon. I had no idea this forest was so big. How far is it yet? I ask Angelina. It has to be near midnight by now, not far. She says just 1 more mile. I let out an exaggerated sigh just when I thought that phase of my life is over. She chuckles at my statement and opens her mouth to say something but then stops. Tension seeps into her shoulders and her brows pinch together. An old familiar sense of survival grips my frame. The muscles in my limbs tense, ready to start racing. I feel like someone's watching. Angelina doesn't falter her walking rhythm as she whispers to me. Ethan's pack members on patrol. I ask quietly, hoping for the best. She subtly shakes her head. We're too far for that. I see her fingers twitching, in resistance to clench them into fists. My own hold on my bags tightens. Ears perk to catch any sound. Elise? Angelina says calmly. On the hunt. Did you ever have to run like hell? I almost smile. All the time. Good, she says when I say go. You sprint straight ahead. If you see warriors on patrol, tell them what you need to. And you. My shoulders tense. Fastest omega in the pack. Remember, she says. Angelina, I am not leaving you alone here. I grit out. We both run ahead. If it's a rouge, she says. The forest around us is too quiet. As if holding its breath, I can outrun it long enough for you to get help. I breathe through my nose, willing calm over the chaos in my mind, my skin prickling with the sensation of being followed. Ready. Angelina stops, letting me take a step ahead on the path run. And as if a button has been pushed, that word triggers a response in me that makes my legs run to the fastest of their capacity. I hear another pair of feet behind me. No pause. We really were being followed. Angelina. I have to get to the pack borders and get Angelina help. I will my legs to run faster, my body dodging the trees instinctively, and it's all I can do not to look back, not to scream for my friend, or for help. I slam into a hard body and stumble back. My eyes fly to the face of the man standing before me, his companion standing close by. Who are you? He demands, stern eyes seizing me up. State your name and purpose. I'm from the Winter's territory. I breathe out. We were being chased by wolves, my friend. She's still there. They exchange a sharp look. Then the warrior who I stumbled into says, I'll go look for your friend. My companion will stay with you. I nod, my throat bone dry with anxiety. Damn it. Angelina. If you're not okay, I'll kill you. You're from the Winter's territory. The other warrior says to me, what business do you have here? He eyes my bag suspiciously. I clear my throat, my mind still wandering to where Angelina might be. I need to talk to Alpha Ethan. About. I raise an eye. Think I'll just tell him that. He narrows his eyes at me but doesn't push further. I set my bags down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's taking so long? Why aren't they back yet? The wolf chasing us. I heard the pause behind me, and all of a sudden, pain explodes at the back of my head. My knees give out, scraping painfully against the rough ground as I fall. My swimming vision shows the man standing over me. There's no way I could have covered 1 mile so quickly. The thought cuts through my pain-hazed mind. Crap. 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 Angelina. Shit. The other man walks over to his companion, murmuring something I can't make out. And everything fades away. 57, no matter the cost. I quickly shove everything in my bag, which isn't a whole lot, but I'm too eager to go back. Too eager to be with my Hazel again. One night and I can't wait to see her again. Hear her voice. Make her smile. Already. Casper walks into my room. Hands in his pockets, I nod. Everyone else is ready as well. My parents arrived this morning to congratulate me and take Casper and I home. It wasn't necessary, but I appreciate the gesture. Casper and I reach the sitting area of the residence. My mother and father are seated on one couch. Darky standing by my mother's side, grinning at me in a way I'm sure Hazel would kill her for. Are we waiting for something? Setting my bag down on a table. My father gestures to the couch across from they sit for a minute. I resist the urge to look back at Casper as I ask something I should know. Tell me when you find out. Stiffly, I settle down, part of me irritated at the delay, anxious to return to Elise as fast as possible. I should hope it's nothing of concern. On the contrary, my mother begins with a small smile. I think you'd be happy, darling, now that you've succeeded in securing your title. Father says you mother, and I think it's time for you to finally settle down peacefully in your life. I raise an eyebrow. Well, that explains Darky's grin, and a very special girl would be happy to spend her life with you. Mother says, if possible. Darky grins broader. Casper holds a hand in front of his face, probably to hide his own amused smile. I lean back in my seat, knowing that my parents probably have good intentions regarding this suggestion, and trying to shove that thought onto the right infuriate even the idea. Indeed, a very special girl would like to spend her life with me. I say, then I hold up my hand. I ring G, the string on it. It's suddenly gone very quiet. Oh my moon. My mother's hands fly to her mouth. Did you? Have you? I nod. My lips quirk upward. I found my mate. To say my parents were surprised would be an understatement. I'd be too, if someone told me I'd find my mate on this hunt. Despite my father's demands to tell him immediately where she is, I managed to keep the information to myself. I'd rather they meet her in person. The car drive would have been awkward, but I was too far gone in my own thoughts to care much for Darky's sniveling and Casper's attempts to appease his twin. Though they both fought like animals all the time, I suppose it's only humane if Casper allows Darky to re-pull over his shirt. It almost makes me wonder what I would do if I had a sister. By the time we reach oratory, I'm barely holding myself back from either tapping my foot or my fingers against something. We were originally supposed to arrive by afternoon, but since my parents arrived, our plans were delightfully changed, and now, with the sun barely up, we're here. Most of the pack is probably still asleep. I refrain myself from grinning at the thought of surprising Hazel. I excuse myself to go for a walk while the rest of the party makes their way to the pack mansion. Casper looks over his shoulder and winks at me. Tell Elise I say hi. He all but yells down the pack bund. When all of them are finally inside the mansion, I quickly pivot towards the Omega quarters, my exhilaration increasing by the second. I knock at the door, and barely a few moments pass before someone opens it. Alpha Luke. The boy quickly bows his head in greeting. We were told you'd be here later in the day, sir. We'll start on the feast preparation right away. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you would only wait a bit for the head Omega 2, that wouldn't be necessary. I tell him you can do everything as scheduled before. Oh, he blinks animatedly. Anything we can do for you then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is everyone awake? Most of us. Yes, is Elise awake? Holding back the urge to just walk inside. I doubt all the Ungazer would like to see the new Alpha, so peep me first thing in the morning. Elise. He shifts awkwardly on his feet. Elise is. She's not here, Alpha. I'm staring at him blankly. No. Alpha JX. He gets out. His eyes widening. He kicked her out last night. Her mum left this morning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm pacing around the room, my claws appearing and retracting, anger and reason causing a riot in my head. My father's office is packed. My mother, beta Rick, beta female Clara, Darky, all of them, and not a single one has any idea where my mate is. I whirl on my father, who's sitting in his office chair, his face infuriatingly stoic. I told you not to do that. My words come out as a growl. I'd called him before proposing, and I told him not to act on the contract before I come back. For once in my life, I tell him not to do something, and he fucking does it anyways. Did it occur to you that you should tell me she's your mate? My father narrows his fierce brown eyes. My fingers stay pointed. Did it occur to you that if I'm telling you not to do something, I might have a damn reason? Her mom isn't here. The head Omega isn't here. Neither of Elise's friends are here, and no one in this damn pack has any idea where any of them went. I resume my pacing, going over the possibilities of where she might be. She mentioned once that she'd go to the Human Society after leaving the pack. She would probably be in the city somewhere. I turn to Casper and open my mouth to tell him we're going to look for her when the door knocks. Apologies. The warrior that enters says, but the matter is important. Alphys Aprine. What is it? I snap. He pales a bit. Carlos is back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Along with Mrs. Atwood. I don't wait for him to finish before I rush out of the office. She's back. Thank heavens she's back. I'm never going to let her out of my sight like this again. I race down the stairs towards the sitting area. Casper right behind me. I see a bob of dark hair. The warrior uniform as the young man paces around. Alpha Supreme. His eyes snap to mine. Brows pinch together, but my eyes sweep around the room. I see Mrs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And the head Omega Morgan, but I don't see. My eyes snap back to Carlos. Where is she? His shoulders tense. He puts a hand at his forehead. Mrs. Atwood and Morgan pale. I have the vague feeling of a man underwater. Not where she should have been. Carolus pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket. The scent of it painfully familiar. My eyes go over the words. What do you mean that she isn't there? We just came from Alpha Park's territory. It's Morgan that answers me, and she isn't there. Neither is my daughter. Angelina and Elise left for Alpha Ethan's place last night. Carolus says, pacing around, Elise had left her mom a note saying I'd escort her to the pack this morning. But when we reached there, it's only due to years of practice that I refrain from blowing up. Years of tolerance and patience that allow me to keep my breathing controlled. Alpha Ethan sent his warriors to search around the pack territory. Carolus says we came here hoping at least to find Angelina. Get a team of warriors ready. I pocket the note in my hand. We're going there right now. I'll come to. Carolus says. I nod, the three of us moving towards the door when a small voice stops me. You're her mate. I turn back. Mrs. Atwood walk over to me. Her resemblance with her daughter uncanny. She told you. My voice losing its edge, which is what I should have done. I should have just told my father. Then she'd be here. With me. Say find my daughter. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mrs. Atwood's voice breaks slightly, please. And every single fiber in my body is begging me to tear the world apart. And look for my mate like some half-hysterical animal. But I managed to rein it all in enough to put my hands on her shoulders. I'll bring her back. I tell her. Then meet Morgan's gaze across the room, both of them. I'll bring her back, no matter the cost. 58 toilet plunger. I open my eyes to the dark. A groan escapes my mouth as I pushed myself in a sitting position, my head ringing with a dull ache. Rubbing the back of my neck, I take in my surroundings. And there isn't much to take in. considering that I'm in a dark room with walls made of stone. It's completely bare of furniture, and has no windows. Hence the dark. A hulking metal door is against one wall, no doubt locked. The events that led me here swim in my head, and the acrid feeling of anxiety washes over me. Where's Angelina? And where the hell am I? I stand up. My vision lurches for a moment before restoring. My eyes fall at the ring in my finger. I quickly pull it off and tuck it in my pocket. Damning caution to hell. I bang my foot on the metal door, the sound echoing. Moon knows who went to enough lengths to kidnap me of all the people, and why the hell. But it's obvious they want something other than to kill me, so I might as well just ask. And figure out where Angelina is. I'm awake. I yell out, and I'm hungry. Who the hell kidnaps someone and keeps them starved? Yeah, that's sure to attract someone's attention. And, as I expected, the door rattles and I quickly take a few steps away. The same men for pack warriors enter my vision. Bold of you to make demands. The blonde once says. All thought of my previous words leaves my head. My eyes narrow to slits. Where's my friend? My heart beating fast enough for them to hear. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The other one, with darker hair, tells me and exactly where you left her. I watch them warily, gauging my options of running, wondering if they're telling the truth. I can only hope they are. Otherwise, I'm going to kill them any chance I get. Interesting. Keeping my breathing calm. Why am I here then? Settle down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You'll figure out soon. And the door slams shut. I hear the sound of their feet, which fades away at about the 20th steps. Wherever I am, it's a big space. I pace around the room, thankful for its less than small size so my brain can function. What is my captor hoping for? Ransom. Well, Alpha JX would disappoint them. But Luke, my heart sinks to my stomach. How long have I been here? Is Luke back? Has Angelina returned to our pack? Have my captors sent them any messages? I imagine how all of them might be worried. My own thought causing panic to rise in my head. I need to get out. I have to try something. I bang the door again. No one stirs nearby. So I bang it again. And keep banging at it, until it opens. And what? The blonde guard snaps. I give him an odd smile. I need to use the bathroom. He shoots me an odd look. Use a corner. A cheer's about to close the door when I leap for it, holding it open with my hands. No, wait. You don't get it. I will. I had lots of beans for dinner, and the atmosphere would wail if I use this place. The stench will reach everywhere and... Don't care. He tries to pull the door free of my grasp, but I hold to righter, squeezing myself half out. You should. I grit out, holding as strong as possible. It won't just be my nose that suffers. What is going on here? The other guard approaches, eyeing me and his companion with confusion. Chess being a nuisance. The blonde once says, excuse me. I try to push the door open further and fail. Haven't you to the bathroom? The other guard pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs. Eric, let her out. With an eye roll. Derek lets go of the door. I stumble forward, out of the room. We'll escort you to the bathroom. The smarter guard says, and if you try anything, I won't mind dispatching you again. Clear. I nod somberly to flank my sides, leading me ahead through the dark hallway. I notice the doors, all made of heavy metal, just like mine. Realization hits me like a brick. I'm in a dungeon. I open and close my sweaty hands as we walk and walk and walk. My mind racing. My eyes snag hungrily at the structure. The ins and out, and I find a staircase. The open door showing light outside. It has to be daytime. If the bathroom has any windows, or an opening, I can make it out. Then I can find the nearest phone owner and call the pack house. Someone is bound to come for me. Right. Finally, we reach a bathroom and they stand outside, shoving me in. I resist, stomping my foot. Not even a hole. Who the hell built this place? I sit down on the toilet lid, head in my hands. What the hell am I going to do now? I knock on the door from the inside. What? An irritated voice snaps, there's no toilet paper. I call back. Oh, for the love of everything. Derek groans, then a sigh, and heard you stay here. He'll go get it. Fine. Derek grumbles at his companion. I wait until I can't hear his footsteps anymore. Then I wait some more. Then I open the door. Derek's head whips in my direction. I shove the toilet plunger in his face. And since it's wet, WH8EHAFUC, he starts pulling at it. And since I'm a good person, I save him the embarrassment of facing anyone like this by shoving him inside the toilet. I slam the door shut after, hoping it'll be somewhat rigid, blood rushing in my ears. I race back towards where we came from, towards the staircase I saw. Taking two at a time, I rush upstairs. The bright light is blinding for a second as I climb out, closing the door behind by instinct. Then I can make out the brightly lit hallway, the expensive showpieces placed strategically around. My eyes find a window, and a rush of adrenaline goes through me. I'm in front of it before I can blink. I'm overcome with relief as I realize I'm on the ground floor. It was probably the basement I'd just come out of. I open it, ready to sprint out when someone grabs me by the back of my shirt and yanks me back. I stumble into a very pissed off Derek, an angry red lining around his face, and his equally pissed off friend. I swallow thickly as he slaps his hand at the back of my neck and steers me forward, away from freedom. Crap, 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 is all I can think when they walk me past the basement door and towards a room, an office of sorts. I'm not allowed to see much of it before the pressure on the back of my neck forces me to my knees. My head down. The sound of footsteps fills the air. Calm, casual footsteps. Something hits me in the ribs. I can't help the scream that escapes my mouth instinctively. Hands grab me by the arms, holding me in place. The thing that hit me, someone's foot, takes its time doing it again, and again, and then some. By the time it stops, tears are streaming down my face and my ribs are howling in pain. For a few moments, only my ragged breathing echoes in the air, each breath more painful than the last. Finally, the hand at the back of my neck and the arms holding me let go, and it's all I can do not to fall on the floor in a pathetic heap. Someone grabs my hair and tugs my face up. I turn my watery gaze to the asshole who decided to have their fun. The face that comes in view is awfully familiar to one that he'd already associated with bad vibes. Alpha Zoya Goldstein looks down at me, smiling. How you like me customary welcome, darling? She asks, bitch. I hold back the growl in my throat, stinging eyes narrowed at her. Very generous. I rasp out, to what did I owe the pleasure? She smiles wider, and tightens her grip on my hair. I refuse to wince. I like her, she says to her guards. What a shame we're on opposite teams. I keep staring at her as she lets go of my hair and walks towards her desk, sitting down on it, and crossing one leg over the other. What do you want? Trying and failing to ignore how much my ribs hurt, she cocks her head to a side, watching me with cold grey eyes. A confession. My confusion must be showed on my face since she gets off from the desk and walks around it, settling in her back chair. You see, your e-partner murdered my beloved brother, she says calmly. Or did you forget already? Ignoring the urge to curl in a ball and groan, I straighten myself, breathing as slow as possible. You want me to confess he did that? More of a statement than a question. She flashes me a grin. It looks like a wolf baring its teeth. That's part of it, yes. I can't find the energy to ask what else. She answers me anyways. You stayed with Winters during the full moon, yes. Zoya Goldstein says you must be seeing what he is. And realization dawns to me. She wants me to claim that not only did Luke murder his predecessor, but HES also unstable to rule. Is it all for your brother's love? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Proud of the sarcasm that edges my voice, she howls a laugh. I do like you. You're amusing, little pet, and I'm wondering if she surpasses her brother in madness. As the rules claim, if the Alpha Supreme dies, the rule would fall in the hands of his mate or children. Goldstein tells me, but as fate would have it, my poor sister, in-law and nieces were met with a horrible accident. And so, she grins as she stands. The sunlight from the windows behind her casts her face in shadow. Once everyone knows Winter's an unfit for his title, she says he'll be the one who sits on the throne. 59 newly found Luna Luke. A team of warriors awaits us when we exit the Pack Mansion, each face stoic with determination. Casper has already mind-linked them about our location and goal. I clamp down on the instincts going haywire in my blood. Beak out the tips of my fingers where claws beg to erupt. The knots in my stomach. She's fine. I force down on all of the panic. My Hazel is strong, and she is brave, and she will definitely be fine. Any question? Once I explain which parts of the city and which packs each section of the crew will search, no one asks anything. With a nod, everyone hurries over to their own directions, in search of their newly found Luna. I, Casper, Carolus and a few others make our way towards one of the SUVs, ready to depart to wildest territory. A voice tears through everything. Alpha Luke. My head whips in the direction of that voice, along with almost everyone else's. I suck in a sharp breath. Morrigan's daughter, one of Hazel's friends, sprinting towards us, a sharp coating of blood the color of her hair crusted on one arm. Angelina. Carlos runs up to her and looks her up and down. What the hell happened? Angelina's wide gaze as panicked as I feel, her breathing sharp and short. We were going to Alpha wildest territory. She explains in a voice that's all breath, only a mile from the borders. We were chased, and I told Elise to go ahead, and then I was cornered and someone hit me on the head, and when I awoke she was there, and she holds out a crumpled piece of paper, almost soaked with blood. This was pinned to my arm. Her hand trembles as she holds it out to me. I take it, barely keeping my own rambling in check. From fury and panic and something murderous I squash before I can identify. The words are barely visible under the blood. You'll see how again. When she's telling the world what you are and what you did to my brother. I read it again, and again, my thoughts consumed by a white-hot rage that makes everything inside me calm. Perfectly still. Zoya Goldstein. Casper hisses a curse. Does she know Elise is your mate? Carlos asks. I shake my head and find some relief in the fact. She's not going to kill her. She has no reason to. If she doesn't know how important Elise is to me, she needs her to testify I killed my predecessor. We're not looking around the city or Alpha wildest territory. It takes me a moment to realize that this voice is mine. Command-controlled She's not dumb enough to send a letter and keep her nearby. Casper nods, yelling at the search teams who have stopped in their tracks to see what's going on to gather in the warrior's residence while we inspect newfound clues. I turn to go towards the war room. I need to think. I need to figure out where She's going to take Elise to declare this. I need to reach there before she does. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A voice stops me. I look back to meet Angelina's gaze. A full flicker of surprise going through me at the steel of my own reflected in them. She trusted you, she says, holding her injured arm with the other. You better not betray that trust. I nod. I don't plan to. With I stride in the Pack Mansion, Carlos and Angelina behind me, I tune everything out, my gaze on the paper in my hands, my thoughts spiraling as I resist the urge to go somewhere, anywhere, and start looking for her. Don't, I say to Casper as he makes to follow me inside the war room. I need to think, and I might kill anyone around me. With that, I stride inside, closing the door behind and put the paper down. Then I start making a plan. 60 Alpha bitch Elise. I groan again, lying on the cold stone floor of my cell. I wonder which position to take so my ribs are in the least pain. Curling up didn't work. Neither did laying starrett. I scoot myself towards the wall, and slowly sit against it. Slide down until I'm half laying. Half sitting and decide this position will do. Even if it's straining my neck, my vision swims to the ceiling. My own raspy breathing hurts, and when I lifted the beaten-up shirt, I found my skin thoroughly bruised. Cursing Goldstein colorfully under my breath, I traced the lining of the ceiling. My eyes now used to the dark. The cracked cement and cobwebs swim through my sight until I'm looking directly above my head. Am I going nuts? I murmur to myself, squinting to see clearly, but lo and behold, I find a vent at the very end of the stone wall, near the ceiling. Huffing, I stand up, or try to. It's almost a crouch because of my barking ribs. A vent, an escape. Footsteps near my cell, and I quickly settle back into my previous position. My heart beats in my ears, excited and elated, and neuro us on having found escape route. The stone wall is shabby enough to be climbed, but my ribs, as if aren't you, they hiss out in pain when I lightly rest my hand on them. I lock moves and the door opens. Derek stands in the doorway, looking at me with bored eyes. Hello there, asshole. I croon, sitting straighter, come for another round of beating. He rolls his eyes at my words and strides in. Despite myself, I feel fear start to crawl up my spine, making my heart beat fast for another reason entirely. They need me, I remind myself. They can't kill me, but not killing me doesn't guarantee not hurting me. Derek smirks, no doubt hearing how fast my heart is beating. I do my best imitation of Luke's scowl. Alpha wants to know if you're done being a bitch. I narrow my eyes, remembering our last encounter. And if I don't do it? Zoya Goldstein raised a perfectly groomed brow. You've kidnapped me, kept me in a cell. I stood up, swaying slightly on my feet. Why should I help you in any way? But Winters kicked you out. She stood up. You are a rogue. You have nowhere to go anyways. Then you might very well kill me after I make the declaration. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A leaping laugh, and a chill ran down my spine, knowing that she did not take no for an answer. Whatever clever words I had in my head evaporated when hands on my arms pushed me to knees again. Very true. Goldstein walked over towards me again, but you're in no position to decide what you do or do not want to do. She laughed at the glare I shot her. I'd like for you to reconsider, darling. Because a monster's nature is to break things it doesn't like. And hence my probably broken ribs. I keep my face carefully blank as I stare at him. The vent above my head no yet forgotten. Get a healer. I tell him in a voice that should not belong to someone spiraled in a cell. Ordering me. He raises his brows. I can barely walk. I snap him, very sure anyone who sees me will think you beat me into saying whatever I say. He seems to consider, and I cross my fingers out of sigh. Please, you dumbass, take the message to your alpha bitch. Do it. Derek turns to the door again and without a word, walks out, closing the door behind. I deflate back into my half-lying, half-sitting position and loosen a breath. My gaze on the vent. My hand slides into my pocket to clutch my ring, as tightly as you would a piece of wood in a stormy sea. I stand at the pinnacle of power, yet I've never felt so alone. My wife, my moon, has been kidnapped by my enemies. I must find her before dawn, or it's not just my throne but the balance of the entire continent that will be at stake. 61 in honor and blood, Luke. The car stops and I hurriedly walk out and towards the building in front of me, Casper racing to keep up. I knock the door impatiently, then knock again, almost banging on the heavy wood. Williams opens the door. His eyes widen when he sees us, but doesn't say anything as I walk inside the house. Where are the Goldstein warriors? I ask him, just retired to their rooms after training. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He tells me, gather everyone in the meeting room. I say over my shoulder, already moving towards it. A house near the mansion at the finish line of the Alpha's hunt is the first thing I bought when I decided I wouldn't be killing those warriors after all. Elise was right. They did expect me to kill them, and when I announced that I wouldn't be killing them and that they are to be the personal guard of the Alpha Supreme, they were grateful. At least, they seemed to be. And now I'll find out how true that was. Casper settles down in a chair next to mine as I set my elbows on the table and interlock my fingers. Soon after, men fell inside the room, a few of my own among them. Faye Ryson's suspicious gazes turn toward me. My gaze swims over them, assessing any malice like a hawk looking for prey. I come up short. All their faces hold a mix of confusion and suspicion. Nothing more. I stand up, flattening my palms on the table, gathering some semblance of stability from the smooth surface. My Luna is missing. The tension that hangs in the air with those words is almost palpable. My own men look almost as panicked as I did when I first heard the news. She's been taken. I continue, my voice carrying over the room by Zoe Goldstein. She intends to make her confess that I killed your former Alpha. I doubt Goldstein would explain why I did it. But to know what you did, she must be some sort of witness. Williams trails off. Something like a mix of shock and realization crosses his face. Your partner for the hunt. A toss nod of my head confirms what he's saying. A man stands up, making my eyes snap to his. His hair is shaved off, and 3 claw marks run down the side of his face in ragged lines. The Unbird, the leader of the Goldstein warriors, the one who had sworn loyalty to me on all of theirs behalf. What must we do to help? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asks in his gravely voice. I doubt I have any capability left to make any expression on my face, and the relief is too numbed by a killing calm. The Goldsteiners must have some place they kept secret prisoners. I say some place they never wanted anyone else to find them. The nods not many, but they are very well guarded. I suspect she's keeping her in one of them until she brings her wherever it is she wants to declare my position unstable. I tell them, looking around the room, I want you to search for her in those hideouts. A round of nods. Leon puts a fist over his heart. We will bring the Luna Supreme back to you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He dips his head. We owe her our lives. I raise an eyebrow. He offers me a fierce smile. We are not idiotic enough to imagine you changed your mind overnight. He says we are indebted to her. In honor and blood, I will come along to search. I swallow whatever emotion tries to surface. Swallow the need to shift and tear the world apart from my mate. Luke. Casper's hand falls on my shoulder. You need to see this. He holds up his phone, a message illuminating on it. Zoya Goldstein challenges Alpha Lou Quintas right to the title. She invites all Alphas of the continent to gather at the Temple of Moonshire in her packed territory. Tomorrow at dawn to see the proof of his unfenced. That woman sure is dramatic. Casper puts his phone back in his pocket. I feel an avingwam still, almost detached from my own body, whirling through the thoughts in my head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Leon looks at me go. I tell them all start the search. If you find her, get her back. I don't care who you have to kill for it. Get her back. I don't mention what to do if they don't find her. The table groans under my hands and I realize I've dented the heavy wood with clawma. The warriors filter out of the room. I distantly hear Leon barking orders. This message probably reached every Alpha in the continent. Casper says they're going to start contacting soon, asking what the hell this is. He turns his gaze to me. What do we do now? I feel like it would be a wholly bad idea if I flipped the table over. Even a minute kind of chaos would probably tear through every barrier I have put on my instinct. Call then, I tell my beta. An inkling of a plan forming at the back of my mind. I want all of them in this room before midnight. And if they contact Goldstein and tell her? Williams asks. I feel my finger dig deeper in the wood. She won't care. She thinks she has the upper hand right now and I'm only drawing at straws. They both nod, leaving me alone in the room with thoughts that threaten to swallow the calm I've conjured up. I can't seem to bend my knees to sit. I let the stillness wash over me, over the creature that prowls beneath my skin, over every rash desire to murder the woman who's taken my Luna from me, over every horrible thought that threatens to enter my head. I breathe, force the tension from my limbs with practiced skill and settle down in my chair. I'm going to get my girl, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows what happens to those who threaten me or mine. The meeting room is full again, this time with all the alphas of the continent under my control. I turn my gaze over the faces seated around the table. You all got the message. Alpha Kieran leans back in his chair. Yours or Goldstein's? I fix him with a look. Both. What do we make of this? Joseph asks, rubbing a hand on the stubble at his jaw. What proof does she has against you? None. Interlocked fingers on the table. Alpha Lion barks at a rough laugh. I would have ignored Goldstein's message as crazy if you hadn't called this meeting. He flashes me a rough-ish grin. You called us because you're scared of something. Silence falls over the room. I look at him until he drops his grin and gaze. He has a point. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alpha Texan says calmly, you wouldn't call us for nothing. She has something far more important than any proof. I have to retch the words from my mouth. She has my mate. The silence that befalls the room is different than the last. Everyone has gone abruptly still. Our Luna supreme. Alpha Gideon sucks in a sharp breath. She's stolen my mate to make me bend to her will. I say, who's to say she won't steal yours to make you do the same? All at once. Every one of them looks tense. Alpha Iron clears his throat, looking more aggressive than thoughtful as he says, I talked to Goldstein. I have to refrain myself from leaning across the table and grab him by the throat to have him say what the fuck she said to him. As I said, I thought she was crazy, so. Get to the point. I growl, claws digging in the arms of my chair. Right. He clears his throat again. That you murdered her brother. Before he could call you out on how you somehow cheated on the hunt. I'm staring at him in a way that he was the good sense to swallow. Did you? Winters. Kieran narrows his eyes at me. Don't be absurd. Joseph waves a hand. Goldstein was mad. So is his sister. But if Winters killed him or cheated, it does put a question on his right to the throne. Alpha Gideon says, but we have pledged loyalty to Alpha Winters. Alpha Ryan says, does the oath even remain valid under these circumstances? Alpha NOX raises his brows. The room breaks into a frenzied conversation. And right then and there, I realize they would all rather have no Alpha Supreme at all. They would let me and Goldstein squabble with each other and hope we both end up dead. And with that I realize I don't care anymore. It takes me a moment to realize I've stood up. A moment to register that MK9s are emanating out of my mouth. And my fingers are itching to rip out someone's throat. We all participated in the hunt, unhesitant to draw each other's blood for the title. My voice reverberates through the room. I have outsmarted, outraced and murdered every obstacle in the way. I would not hesitate to do a lot more for my mate. Is that a threat? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alpha Kieran's voice is quiet, but savage. My lip curls back in a snarl that is a testament of how little self-control I have left, and how much I don't care about it. It's advice. Lowly, viciously I killed the last Alpha Supreme with my wolf locked up. I wish you don't tempt me into finding out what I can do as the Alpha Supreme. You must all remember the ambush we faced on the second lodge. Harsher than I had intended my voice to be in this meeting, our predecessor sent them for us. And those warriors are still whole and hale for you to ask yourselves. He tried to murder me when I reached the finish line. My partner was shot with a silver bullet. And now his sister has stolen my mate. And I'm not feeling particularly patient with their bullshit anymore. For the next few moments, no one speaks. So you did kill him. Alpha Texan muses, and rightly so. Doesn't change the fact that you weren't given the title. Elful is someone snore. My eyes snap to the chair down from mine, where Ethan is leaning back, dressed immaculately despite it being the middle of the night. Come on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says casually, you murdered your way to your title, didn't you? Then he sits upright, ignoring Alpha Iron's glare, and looks around the room. All of you have a mate waiting for you back home. What if you return, and find out they've been whisked away by Goldstein until she has your vote to take Winters off the throne? Snarls and growls break out through the room. Parks doesn't look the least bit concerned. And if Goldstein takes Luke off the throne, he leaves the sentence hanging. Then she becomes the next Alpha Supreme. Joseph finishes how convenient that the previous Alpha Supremes family died just recently. And if not these two, Alpha Inner Ex Monas, then someone from the other continents might take the opportunity to wage war in the absence of someone to deal with the other Alpha Supremes. A round of nods goes around the room. I'd rather have Winters on the throne than someone who murdered her own brother's mate and children for it, Ethan says, then turns his gaze on me. Whatever it is you need to do to bring the Lunar Supreme back, you have my pack support. I second that. Joseph nods. I would rather not my mate or children be stolen, Alpha Rhine says, and then begrudgingly. Everyone settles an agreement. I make my claws retract. Good. My voice hard to even my own ears now. Listen to what we're going to do. 62. Crazy bitch Elise. The witch leaves the cell with Derek and I sit up, gingerly poking my abdomen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Derek S. friend, whose name I still don't know, told me we'd be leaving tomorrow morning to go wherever it is I have to give the testament. He said good night. It must be night right now. I wait until I can so longer hear their footsteps. Wait until there's nothing but my own breath that I can hear. I don't know if Luke knows who's taken me, if HES coming, or if Goldstein has made some demand. But I'd rather not wait to find out. I seize up the wall, and imagine how many times as a young idiotic teen I practiced to climb up anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Walls, kitchen counters. I feel my lips twitch into a nervous grin, a jolt of adrenaline in my spine. My fingers find a hold on the wall, then my feet, and then climbing up, each step a bit closer to escape. I lose my footing once, and fall right back on the ground, hissing a few choice curses under my breath. I get up and start over, only to fall down again, and again. After a dozen failed attempts, my fingers latch onto the gauze of the vent. Holding tight, breathing out a shallow breath, I pull myself up enough to see it clearly. My throat tightens at how small it is, barely big enough for me to fit in. An old panic settles in my stomach. You could run when they're moving you. That fear whispers in my head. You could wait until you're there and then escape. You could wait for Luke. You don't have to go in there. Taking an unsteady breath, I pull the ring out of my pocket, pressing as tightly to the rough wall as possible. I use the thin band to unscrew the big nails at the corners, tossing the unscrewed nails inside the unbearably small metal pipe with unsteady fingers. I don't know what I'm doing, only that I didn't climb up so difficultly and scratch myself all over for nothing. The lid hangs off from one screw at the top left corner. I look inside the small metallic exit, dark enough that I can't see anything, hear my breath echoed in it. Don't do this. A childish fear, ingrained so deeply it seems to hold me in place. You can't do this. I force my lungs to work, my gaze to focus on the platinum band in my hand. I am Elise Atwood, daughter of Elijah and Julie Atwood, with the blood of a beta and a rogue in my veins, made into an omega for survival. I am Elise Atwood, champion of the Alpha's hunt, Lunar Supreme of a whole continent. I am Elise Atwood, and I will not be afraid. I scramble into the vent. My head is dizzy as I crawl through the vent, my arms trembling just slightly and my breath forced into a slow rhythm, counting the minutes. I know I've been crawling for over an hour. The ring on my finger seems to be the only thing I can feel. I occasionally curse a Goldstein in my head, bumping against dead ends and retracing my steps in this maze of metal. I keep moving despite the hiss of pain against my knees, glancing out at the few openings I stumble across. It's still night, though I have no idea what time it is. I need to get out of here before someone wakes up or realizes the prize mare is gone. Or perhaps prize wolf is the suitable word. Then I see a faint light coming from ahead, the murmur of voices. I slow my pace not to make any sound, and peer down the vent into the room below. 3 heads are standing near a big table, papers scattered over the glossy surface. What if they support Winters? A bob of black hair to you towards the redhead I might know. They wouldn't, if they're any smart. Zoya Goldstein roars out, and it doesn't matter anyway. But Alpha, some girl with pale blonde hair waves her hands inimitedly, or rather, in panic slaughtering them all. It isn't as simple as, do not chide me. Goldstein growls. Silencing her all would be how it should be. There will be only one pack, and there will be only one Alpha. My eyes widen as realization dawns to me. This bitch is crazy. In surprise and repulsion, I scrabble back. Everyone goes quiet. What was that? Goldstein inquires softly, dangerously. Probably a rat or something. The man in the room says she's quiet for a while then. I feel cold sweat start forming on my brow, my heart thundering in my ears. I wish for our witness to be readied. Goldstein says we leave in a few hours. Yes, Alpha. Crap. They're going to go to my cell in a while. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't panic. I shove down the acrid feeling in the farthest corner of my mind as I start forward again. Faster than before. As quiet as I can possibly manage. If I was above some sort of meeting room, it must mean Nin come above the basements and into the pack house. I just need to find some opening to the outside. Scrambling ahead, and guessing my chances by peering down any rooms I cross. I'm almost drenched in sweat and at the verge of having a panic attack, pressing a hand down on my chest to force the air trapped in my lungs. I close my eyes against the metallic walls pressing down on me. I can do this. The words feel force in my head. They'll find my way out. A dull sting further makes me aware of just how bad the situation is. I press my hands on either side of my face and breathe in. Breathe out. No, I won't be forever lost in these vents. No, I need not start screaming, and no, it'll be horrible to jump inside a random room. A gust of cold air caresses my face. My eyes snap open. Another gust of wind and a wobbly laugh chokes in my throat. Blinking rapidly, I start towards the direction of the wind, and soon enough I see the moonlight filtering inside from the vent at the end of the tunnel. I geek out the best I can and wait to hear anything. When I can detect nothing, I move back, putting my feet in front of me and kick at it. It comes off at the 3rd try, gulping the fresh air like some starved animal.
I scramble out.
And caring of the fact that I'm probably on the 2nd floor of the building. There's no graceful way to get out. And I remember how Carolus once told me to cover my head with my arms during a fall. Never thought random stuff about training could come in handy one day. Rolling into a ball through my fall, the wind whipping my hair up. I hurtle towards the ground, and fall right on top of someone. This girl is definitely dead. That's my first thought when I realize I'd fallen right on top of a warrior on patrol, who'd probably come around to see what the metallic banging sound was about. Now blood stains her forehead from where the gauze of the vent hit her, and then I probably knocked the breath out of her when I fell. It's still night and I have no idea where I am, or how to get out. Looking at the unconscious girl, I realize she has the same golden brown hair as mine. About the same length too. Well, sorry sister, I think as I start undressing her, but your Alpha is nuts and I'm out of options here. Once in wearing her warrior uniform, I hurriedly put her in my clothes, pull my hair out of its braid and hope the night provides me enough cover. I take her rifle, and start walking around the wall, peeking around it, I find no one else. Then my eyes latch on a car. A slow smile curves at my lips. Seems like him about to go for a ride. Hey! I stopped the car with a jerk at the voice. The keys were inside. And since all Lungays are trained for driving, it's no problem to drive a car. Only a little away from the car was a huge metal gate. I hadn't seen anyone around it. A man walks over to me, wearing a uniform like the one I'm in, holding a rifle. Where are you going? He asks me.
Well, I keep my head turned a bit away. Where are you on patrol?
I swallow the lump in my throat, scrambling for words. The Alpha told Derek. More unsure than I'd like to go check if everything's ready. He didn't want to go so. He offered we switch places. He doesn't say anything. My hands start to sweat on the steering wheel. Fine. He lets out a ragged breath. That boy is going to be the death of all of us. I nod mutely, unable to believe that actually worked. He opens the gates for me and I mutter a quiet thanks. In about to go home, the thought is almost enough to make me laugh like a lunatic. The adrenaline bubbling to my lips in giddy peals. I'm barely out of the gates when a banshee-like scream reaches my ears, making my eyes snap to the side mirror, from which I see a girl who looks like me from afar. Jeremy, you fucking idiot. She's the witness. She yells. Jeremy's head whips in my direction, instinctively aiming his rifle at me. My foot slams on the accelerator, and then in racing down the rough earthen path, the jumps making my teeth clatter. A bullet hits the back mirror, causing it to spider web. Another hits the truck. But in a few minutes, it'll be well out of their range. As if they heard my thoughts, I hear wolves crawling behind. Catch the fierce predators from the side mirror. They're going to catch up. I think wildly. I am not going back. I grit my teeth and push the car to the fastest it can go. Then I turn around. I can almost make out their confusion as the wolves stop only bare feet from me. And then race forward. Howls and yelps fill my ears as the car smacks through the wolves, derails from the path and slams into a tree. Pulling back, I make to do the same to the other when one jumps in front of the windshield, snapping its jaws. I grab the rifle it put on the passage seat and open the window to swing it down in the wolf's head with as much strength as I can muster. It falls off, growling, and along with the reaming 3 wolves, start circling the car. How the hell do you make a rifle work? Frantically I start pulling and pushing at it. It goes off, shaking my bones and rigging my ears. Bullets rain down everywhere and the metallic smell of blood hits me hard. The rifle stops empty, going limp in my slightly trembling arms. There's so much blood. I swallow the bile rising in my throat. Shaky and breathless, I start the car again, grateful beyond measure that the engine was damaged and that it's still working. I race down on the earthen road. 63 chase Luke, we could not find her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The An and his warriors is covered in blood, but no one seems to be injured. Apparently it's not their own. She must be keeping the Lunar Supreme at the pack house. He tells me now that she has openly challenged you. I doubt she feels the need to keep her anywhere but her own pack house. All the alphas are still sitting in the meeting room, and it's almost dawn. In an hour, we all have to go to Goldstein's pack to hear her testament. Very well. I clench my hands in fists, uncaring of the claws tearing at my palms. It seems they'll have to teach Goldstein a lesson regarding consequences. Following the earthen path led me into a town, and after asking a few people the directions, I was on my way to Minneapolis. My stomach growled, reminding me of how much I need something to eat. Alas, this car had only 1 protein bar, which I devoured in a few bites. My hands have stopped trembling though, and the residual panic has left, and now I can breathe and drive without looking back every 5 minutes. The sun is up and the streets of Minneapolis are busy early morning. Relief and elation threaten to overcome me when I start on the familiar road of our pack. Then the fuel tank gives up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I say to the car, you're going to give up on me now. In response, it gives out a dying breath when I try to start it again. Sighing, I realize the universe doesn't wish me to make a grand entry. I cut the car affectionately nonetheless. I think you'll keep it for myself. They'll call you. I rake my brain for an appropriate name. Chase. I catch Chase once more for good measure and then start walking, only now realizing how wobbly my legs feel once the adrenaline is gone. Nearing the gates, I see a figure pacing around it. Dark red hair plaited in a messy bun. A rush of relief crashes over me, leaving me slightly out of breath. Angelina notices me nearly at the same time I notice her. And the next moment, I'm crushed in her embrace, the scent of love undercovering me. Oh gods, she breathes out, holding me tighter by the secondary back. I hug her back just as tightly. So are you. You bitch. If you ever make me leave you behind again, I'll kill you. Angelina doesn't seem to mind my death threats. You're back. You're okay. I nod and take a moment to gather my thoughts. We pull away from each other and I realize her arm is bandaged. What happened to your arm? Alarmed, I kept chewing on it with anxiety. Angelina smiles a bit. The heater patched it up lest I ate it. That startles a laugh out of me and I decide to drop the subject for now. All that matters now is that I'm home and Angelina is okay and everything is going to be fine now. Did Alpha Luke find you? Letting me lean against her as we walk inside the gates. I shake my head. Instantly straight away. Where is he? Goldstein sent a note. She tells me it said she's going to make you confess something. He went looking for you. I sigh. Let's call him and give him an earful about how to be heroic. Angelina chuckles. Yeah. Let's go do that. What do you mean you can't reach them? I'm in the pack infirmary. Despite my insistence that I'm fine and surprise. My in-laws actually came to see if I'm fine. Though it seems I am not fine. Luke and Casper took off in the middle of last night. Alpha JX tells me without telling me where they're going and they're too far from here for anyone to use the mind link. They aren't picking up their phones either. Beta female Clara says. They might be at the meeting by now. Beta Drake says meeting. I can't breathe. Goldstein called all the alphas of the continent to meet at her pack. To prove Luke isn't fit for the title. Alpha J aches as I hold my head in my hands. No. I have to go. I stand up. Feeling dizzy, I have to stop them from going. Elise? Sweetie. What do you want? Tries to make me sit again. She's going to kill them. I pull away from her. Breathing shallow, she was saying how she's going to kill all of them. Then every other alpha in the lands. It's a damn trap. My vision swims slightly. And I can't seem to breathe. I have to go. I have to get him back. Alpha JX grabs me by the arms when I make it towards the door. Let me go. I trash against his hold. Baring my teeth. Snap out of it. He shakes me. Once. As if trying to knock some sense into me. Luke is not a child. He will not be squashed down like a toy. You have to trust him. But he doesn't know. I push his arms away. My eyes stinging. I can't do sure to try and kill him. Just like Luke didn't wait for you to come back on your own. He yells back at me and look how that turned out. We glare at each other. Both breathing heavily. My eyes are burning with withheld tears out. I grit my teeth. What? Beta Drake stares at me like I've grown horns. Get out. I fling a finger towards the door. All of you. Leave me the hell alone. Alpha JX opens his mouth to say something, but Luna puts a hand on his shoulder and motions him to come out. Huffing, he stomped us out. Everyone else follows. I slump down on the hospital bed, holding my head in my hands. Elise. Love. AGS going to be okay. Mom whispers, soothing my hair back while tears drips on my lap. And if he isn't. The tremble in my voice has nothing to do with mistrust and everything to do with fear. Mom. I'm not strong like you. She sucks in a sharp breath. I feel her arm wrap around my trembling shoulders. You won't have to be. I press my wet eyes close and swallow through my parched throat. Hachi's going to be fine. I think those words so vehemently. It feels like him shouting them. He has to be. I hate you, Luke. The car stops by the borders of the Goldstein territory. The guards watch us with apprehension before opening the doors. It takes every bit of willpower in me not to prowl inside the Dampack house and rip it apart brick by brick. It takes every bit of restraint not to snap Zoe Goldstein's neck when I see her standing by the Temple of Moonshiny. I force myself to take a breath, to push the instincts aside and focus. My eyes take in the cars parked nearby. My senses busy in distinguishing which scent belongs to which pack. The 6 surviving hunt competitors other than me have arrived. The alphas that hadn't participated are also here, as well as those who have taken charge of their packs after the alphas cowled and make it back. Alpha Winters. Goldstein flashes me a smile that looks like a snarl. I didn't think you'd come. In the guest of honor. I look down at her. How could I not? Allow me to treat you as such. She sweeps an arm towards the temple. Forget the plan. Let's kill her right now. Casper says as we do inside. Don't tempt me. Thought my eyes do turn to Goldstein's neck for a second. My hands itching with grim anticipation. Not yet. I close my hands into fists. Death so quick would be a mercy. My eyes go over the others in the temple. Joseph meets my eyes and inclines his head towards Parks. He doesn't meet my glance, but nods as if sensing my attention. I notice his beta is not with him. The rest of the Lycans all glance anxiously between Goldstein and I. The air is palpable with tension. Goldstein goes ahead at the small stage on the marble floor. Warriors flanking her. As all of you must know, Goldstein beings, we've gathered here today to unfold the truth about my beloved brother's death. One which is unfortunately related to our new Alpha Supreme. She gestures to someone, and a girl with pale blonde hair walks towards the stage. She whispers something in Goldstein's ear and her expression shudders. She recovers remarkable fast, and if I hadn't been watching her so intensely, maybe I wouldn't have noticed. The blonde finishes talking and steps away from the stage. Goldstein smiles at all of us. And now, an eyewitness, who is not from my pack, shall come forward and tell you the truth of what happened on the hunt, she says, veiling her arms for the effect. My eyes dart towards the doors of the temple, hungry for the sight of my mate. To no chess here. The door slams shut. Or that's what I would say. Goldstein says, but he'd rather not waste any more time. What is the meaning of this? Joseph demands. We came for the evidence. Well, where's your witness? Alpha Luke Quintus murdered my brother. Goldstein ignores him. Addressing the crowd, he probably even got my brother's mate and daughters killed. Would you want this murder to be your leader, or the one who should rightfully be? No one speaks. The temple is absolutely silent. Fury crosses Goldstein's face. Her fists balled. I am the rightful successor to the title. You will pledge fealty to me. And if we don't? Goldstein, Alpha Nox asks. Then you will not be leaving this temple. Goldstein pins her cold gaze to him, and snaps her fingers. The warrior standing at her left is shot. The smell of blood taints the air. Goldstein whips her head towards the rafters. Confused and outraged, kill them. Kill all of them. The warrior standing at her right is shot. Her breathing is sharp as she backs away from the stage. What are you idiots doing? She looks at the rafters. The figures hovering there, armed with guns containing wolfsbane, injectors and silver bullets. Saving their family and mates. I say calmly, I happen to take some inspiration from your methods. Goldstein, you all of you will stand this. She looks around alarmed and furious. You're in my territory. Winters is waiting for their fates to be determined. I step towards the stage. Over the blood, as will you. Another shot rings in the air. A bullet goes through her arm. Another through her leg, and she cries out, collapsing on the white marble, staining it red. Goldstein snarls from the floor, baring her teeth diseased mutt. I crouch down so while I level and hold her gaze with every bit of that diseased mutt in my eyes. You need one diseased mutt to put down another, with the underlying promise of a very painful end. Men shuffle inside the temple. Parks Beta among them. Alpha Supreme. He makes a customary nod towards me. Did you find Elise? I stand up. His face is unreadable as he shakes his head, searched every inch of the mansion. Her scent is faint. She hasn't been there for at least a few hours. A tremor goes down my spine, and the stillness in my bones shudders. My head is full with the roaring of blood in my ears. Goldstein barks out a hysterical laugh. You've run out of luck. Winters, your little mate likely ran into some other border. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or who knows? Maybe I killed her. Lil. Casper turns his eyes to me, but doesn't put a hand on my shoulder. Has the good sense to stay away. You do know if she's dead. Mark or no? You would know. She's alive. I hold on to that fact with the remains of reason I have left. She's alive. You'll find her. She'll be okay. But a pit of darkness is opening under my feet, swallowing me the more I try to wrestle my way out. I need to find her. A feverish urgency to look for her is filling up my chest. My eyes snap back to Goldstein. I could kill her. I should kill her. I should paint this temple red with her blood. Someone steps in my way. I wonder if it'd be too much trouble if I kill Parks instead. Alpha Winters. He stressed my name as if I need to be reminded of it. Leave Goldstein to my team. We'll be back to you with whatever she knows as soon as possible. He pulls out his own gun and hands it to me. Wolfsbane swirls in the little cylinder attached to it. My lips have been stitched together. No words matter anymore. I take it with a nod, and people part for me to walk out of the temple. The moment my feet leave the marble floor, the cylinder of Wolfsbane is at my lips. The bitter taste of poison burns down my throat. I relish the fresh pain, a thread grounding me in this body. Nuke, Casper is standing behind me. What's the plan? What are we going to do now? I don't know. The cylinder slips from my hand and rolls on the earth. He comes around to stand in front of me. What do you mean you don't know? I close my eyes and drag my hands through my hair, locking my fingers at the back of my neck. My knees threaten to buckle as I pace. My head is full and empty. Everything is spiraling out of control. Send search teams through the surroundings. My hollow voice carries interrogate every member of that damn pack. I want to know everything that happened when she was here. He nods, but doesn't walk away. He takes a few steps towards me, puts a hand at my back. It feels like dead weight. We're going to find her, Casper says quietly. Fiercely, I hope HE's right. I hope we find her, because if we don't, I'm going to lose myself too. Thunder roars overhead. I stand in front of the pack house, drenched to the bone, empty to the core. Each step feels like wading through sand, way by stones. Find my daughter. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thud, thud, thud. She trusted you. Thud, thud, thud. Your luck has run out. Thud, thud, thud. It's only when rain stops splattering over me that I realize we're inside the pack mansion. Casper puts a hand on my shoulder and gives it a squeeze once before going towards his room. I realize the pack warriors with us must be went for the warriors' lodging. The past few hours swim in my head. Goldstein had no clue where Elise is. The surrounding packs hadn't had anyone barging in their territories. There were 6 dead bodies outside Goldstein's pack. Elise was one of them. It's as if my mate has disappeared into thin air. I drag my feet up the stairs, Wolfsbane drugging my blood, making my eyes burn and blur. I close the room behind when I enter my room, leaning the eye back against it, glad to finally be able to let my fingers tremble. With both poison and panic, my numbed senses catch a faint scent. I suck in a sharp breath, half sure I'm being delusional. The scent of garden flowers and rain hangs in the air, taunting. My eyes are drawn towards the antechamber of the room, which has my bed and dresser. I push myself off the door and start towards it. My feet stop at the threshold, afraid to go in and find it empty, wanting to indulge in this delusion for just a moment more. I close my eyes and step inside, knowing that when I open them again, I will have to face an endless abyss or reality. I open my eyes. Chess here. Air rushes in my lungs so fast. It's almost painful. There's a new enviable quietness in my head. The next moment, I'm leaning over the bed on which my mate is. My eyes snag at the details of her face, finding no injury there or at her hands, holding tightly onto the comforter. But her closed eyes are swollen, the pillows under her head stained. I'm torn between wanting to touch her and make sure she's real, or not to touch her lest I shatter this image. Still, my hand reaches for hers, the jolt in my spine at the contact finally making it clear that she's actually here. She won't be waking up for a while. My head snaps towards the threshold of the antechamber, where my father is standing. I didn't even hear him come in. Real mature blocking all of us out like that. How I'm staring at him like I used to when I was a child, unable to make sense of something. She came back on her own. Father walks in. A glint of approval in his gaze. Your mate is capable of taking care of herself well enough. I gather my scrambling thoughts. Why won't she wake up? At that, my father sighs. She wouldn't stop blabbering about how you're going to end up dead and she needs to go save you. A lot of dramatic language. The healer mixed up some sleeping tonic in her water lest she gave herself a heart attack. I nod, unable to bother myself into thinking what exactly might be happened. Turning my eyes to Elise again. Not physically. Father shrugs, and if she's always neglecting how to act around her betters, then mentally too. I don't bother mentioning how no one is her better now. Technically, she's the Lunar Supreme. She outranks everyone. Even me. Go dry off. You're ruining the sheets. Father says we'll talk in the morning. I hear his footstep pierce towards the door. Hear it open and close, and that's all it takes for me to collapse face first on the mattress. Right where I am. Beside my mate. My hand, now dry because of being put on the sheets, reaches for hers and I interlock our fingers, too aware of the tremble in my own. I give her hand a squeeze, perhaps into desperate for anything from her, because I feel give squeeze back. Just a bit. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, overcome with relief and disbelief and tiredness, the like of which I haven't ever felt before. But she's here, and so that matters right now. My head is pounding when I wake up. My chest feels caved in, and my eyes are burning. There's something sluggish about my senses, which I'm sure is Alpha J excess doing. I don't remember falling asleep. The scent of coffee and pine trees surrounds me. The room I'm in is vaguely familiar from the few times I've cleaned it. Luke's room. Luke, what time is it? The thought seems to snap my body into panic, stricken action, and I push myself up the mattress. My eyebrows knot and so does my stomach. I walk out of the bedchamber. Curtains are drawn over the windows. Strips of sunlight escape, filtering tiny dust particles in the air. My eyes swim towards the couches and stay there. I hold my breath, eyes wide in disbelief, afraid to blink. Luke looks up from the papers HES reading, stormy blue eyes locking with mine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Before I know it, I'm upon him, wrapping my arms around him, almost falling over him on the couch, my finger digging his shoulders, anchoring him there. The sound of my heartbeat is uncomfortably loud in my ears. Is this a dream? I ask him, closing my eyes tightly. My head is surely swimming enough for me to believe that. Luke's arms are solid around me, fingers gently running down my hair, untangling a knot. No. If this isn't your lying, I'll kill you. Then I suppose I should be glad. I can almost hear his smile. I pull away just enough to look at him. Glaring daggers, you are a bloody idiot. Luke raises his brows. Why? What did I do? Why did you go there? Not sounding as stern as I would liked. Rather, my voice has a slight tremor. Why would you fall for such an obvious trick? Did you really think she would just hand me over to you there? Didn't you see it was a trap? Luke brushed my hair back from my face, along with the treacherous airs that escape, though I'm still glaring at him. I don't care what it was, he says, but I would barge into hell to get you back if I had to. I groan in frustration, and bury my face in his shoulder. Now is not the time for romance, but my dumb heart melts anyways. I hate you, I tell him, holding his tightly. Luke asks, returning his arms around me, then let me go. I hate you and I am not going to do what you want me to. He chuckles at that, pressing his cheek to my head. We stay like that for a few moments, until my heart finally stops beating so hard and fast, until I'm sure that HES okay, and HES with me. It's finally over. Right. Luke presses a kiss to my head, yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I let out a long breath and pull away from him. A smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. Well then, I grin. When are we moving to New York? Epilogue. My phone buzzes beside my pillow. Without opening my eyes, I reject the call and pull the blanket over my head, drifting off to sleep again. My phone buzzes again. Groaning, I grab it and raise my hand to throw the metallic demon out of the damn window, but YFFO. I drawl out. Are you? There's the sound of a muffled chuckle. Are you still asleep? My eyes flutter open just the slightest bit at voice. A sleepy smile tugs at my lips. Why, good morning to you too. Love. I coo. It's almost 11. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke tells me so. I sit up and yawn. The whole point of coming to my apartment was that I get some sleep since all the preparations. Words dry on my tongue. My eyes widen and I scramble out of bed. The phone still pressed to my ear. I hiss out a string of colorful curses as I look out of the window. The sun is so high up already. Luke chuckles. I called just in case. You bastard. Why didn't you call me earlier? I glare at the phone, panic bubbling in my head. From the sound of it, HES trying not to laugh, you forbade me from calling. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You said it's a bad omen. Remember. Well, in case of emergencies. The door knocks. I jump out of my skin, almost dropping my phone. Crap. I mutter, pray for me. Do? My executioners are here. Best of luck. Regia me. He says and pray for me too. Casper and Parks have gone absolutely mad about the suit. I feel a smug smile lift at the corner of my lips. Casper and Ethan might just convince Luke to wear anything other than the simple black suit HES hellbent on wearing. I don't mind though. He looks amazing in everything. The door knocks again and I hang up with another curse. Just give me a moment. I call out, racing for my closet, rampaging for my clothes. I take out the dress and spread it over the bed, thanking my stars that the shoe's already placed by the foot of the bed. Angelina and Oxygen open up. Is something wrong? Nothing. Brushing my teeth, I can hear her gasp of realization. You overslept. Didn't you? Gargling as quiet as humanly possible, I spit out, and then make it towards the door, opening it just a crack. I peek out. Tell me you're alone. Not wanting to face my mother's wrath. I'm alone, you idiot. Angelina shoves her way in and I quickly lock the door behind. I set up 3 alarm clocks. How did you not wake up? My eyes flicker to the opposite side of the room, where the remains of those alarm clocks are evident. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I offer her a sheepish smile. It's your wedding into ours. She throws her hands up, already dressed in a long gown of royal blue. Well, you're my bridesmaid. I throw my hands up as well. Help me. Okay. Okay. She breaths out, Mum. Aunt Juliet. Gloria and Zarya are coming in 15 minutes. We have to get you bathed and dressed before that. I look over at the ball gown of a dress on my bed and then take a deep breath. Let's do this. If someone ever tells you that they bathed, waxed, dried your hair and dressed up in 15 minutes on their wedding day, believe them. Only barely. The moment Angelina finishes helping me put on the dress, the door of my apartment knocks. Thankfully, only Angelina and Luke have the spare keys. Oh, good. Zarya enters carrying 2 huge boxes. You're all set for makeup. Sweetie, you look beautiful already. Mom kisses my cheeks. None of us are sleeping tonight. Morgan wiggles her brows. Gloria bursts out laughing. It's been several months since Luke and I moved to New York. Try as I might, I can never get Mom to stay with me for more than a month at a time. Turns out, she doesn't mind being at our old pack, now that Alpha Jax has taken some pains to ensure everyone is treated well. At a month back, I realized that maybe it's time for the next step in life with my mate. So I proposed him. You can tell how it went by the fact that today's our wedding, and I get to boast about how we both proposed each other. Let's make me look awesome. Excitement leaking through my voice, and then my stomach grumbles. Oh dear. You've been so busy you haven't even had breakfast yet. Mom puts a hand at her chest. I'll go make you pancakes. Just as you like. Love you, Ma. I blow her an air kiss and she catches it. Walking out of the room towards the kitchen where Morgan follows, intending to make some tea as well. Are you excited? Gloria asks me. Her deep red dress the same style as Angelina's but deep red in color, making her burnt caramel skin look more gorgeous than ever. Oh, I don't know. I roll my eyes and then smirk in Zarya's direction. Maybe I should ask some married girl what to expect. Gloria, Angelina and I turn out grinning faces to Zarya. She flushes a deep red. Why don't you ask your best friend? She says, her golden hair following as she shakes her head. Karas talks about it enough already. Angelina assures her. Her eyes widen to the point of falling out. You what? I burst out laughing. My other 2 comrades as well, while my 3rd bridesmaid, wearing the same style as the other 2 buttons soft pink, crosses her arms. You crones. Zarya snatches my chin and starts contorting. Keep in mind that I'm going to be the makeup artist at all 3 of yours weddings. Oh mighty makeup artist, I say dramatically, have mercy on me. I shall have my revenge, she says, on all 3 of you. Sorry to disappoint you, love. Gloria puts her hands on her hips. Casper and I don't need to get married to live together. Or for other things. I wiggle my brows at her. My man keeps me happy. Gloria tosses her dark curls over her shoulder. Don't worry, you can take your revenge on Angelina. I cut Zarya's arm. No chance. Angelina huffs. What do I need to make up for? Damn right you don't. Gloria bumps her arm with Angelina's. Gloria, don't. But Angelina's warnings go unheard and Gloria launches into how much she'd like Angelina for a sister-in-law if he doesn't find her man soon. After a long session of makeup and eating pancakes in between, our mother lesbianism, our mother let us be and go ahead to make sure the guys are doing well as making sure the altar and priest or whatnot. And done. Zarya pulls back after applying the lipstick. I eagerly turn my eyes towards the mirror and let out a low whistle. I look amazing. I give myself a thumbs up and wink. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We got 20 minutes to go. Gloria says grab the ring and we should leave. Okay. I move over to the closet where I kept it. I look around for the little box. And keep looking. And I still can't find it. Guys. I try to quell my rising panic. I can't find the ring. And that's how all of us end up freaking out. Are you sure you kept it here? Zarya asks. I don't know. I wave my hands limitedly. I put it with all the other stuff. I has to be there. It was there yesterday morning. I didn't put it anywhere else, all right. We got it. Gloria put a hand over my mouth. Careful of the makeup, let's split. And we'll find it. We all nod and spread around the apartment, looking for the little black box containing Luke's ring. It's not here, Angelina says. Gloria and Zarya shake their heads too. This can't be happening. I groan and collapse on the bed. Not today. We still have 15 minutes to go. Angelina grabs my hand and pulls me up. But it's not in here, Zarya says. Shoulders sag, we're getting a new one. Angelina holds up my car keys. I realize the possibility that and jump to my feet. I remember the shop. They must have another like that one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ladies, let's get that ring, Gloria says, as if we're going to war. And so now we're stuffed in the car, my dress taking up most of the space, and then we're racing down the busy streets of New York. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I point out the shop to Angelina. That's the one Luke and I went to. Chase skids to halt and all of us filter out. The workers in the shop turn to look at our strange party. Hello. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stride towards the worker who served us that day. I'm looking for a specific ring from your shop. Sure. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She looks at the four of us unsurely. Do you have a picture? To my absolute horror, I realize I didn't bring my phone. My horrific Atium must be showed on my face, since the lady quickly puts up her hands in a pacifying expression. She says, did you perhaps buy a ring like that from her eyes? I say 2 weeks from now. We must have it in our record. She moved towards the counter, where a man is sitting at a computer. We can look at all the styles we sold that day and show all of them to you. Thank you. I breathe out. Turns out they sold only 7 wedding ring pairs that day. She shows all 7 to me, and I finally see the familiar style on the 7th. This is it. I grab the box. This is the one we got. Pack this one up, please. Mum, you can't take the single ring. What? I stare at her, not being able to comprehend her words. You have to take the pair. She tells me we can't just give you one ring. I put it back. Vex, give me both. Elise. Angelina whispers, grabbing my arm. They're both dime and in platinum. Do you have that much money on you? Making a foul face, I hold up my credit card. It's probably going to go empty today. We get the rings and finally make it out. And squish inside Chase again. Shit. We're so late. Gloria says. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Angelina says with calm. None of us feel. Starting the car. It's not that far. I nod, wiping my clammy hands on the soft toe of my dress. We're going to reach there on time. Or maybe just a bit late. It's okay to be a bit late. We're going to be fine. Are you fucking kidding me? Gloria's wise words pretty much describe all of our feelings. Because for as far as I can see, it's an ocean of cars and trucks and taxis. It's official. I knock my forehead against the headboard. The universe is testing me. What do we do now? Angelina squints her eyes. This traffic jam is probably going to be here for the next millennia. Get out. Gloria says. What? Zarya raises her brows. Gather your dresses. Princesses. She says we're getting out of this car and using our damn legs. Are you suggesting I run in this? I gesture to the huge volume of shirts around me. We can't call anyone to tell where we are. Zarya holds up her phone. No bars. Gloria's right. Angelina pulls off her seatbelt. We're already half an hour late. If we wait any longer, you're going to miss your own wedding, Elise. I let out a vicious, annoyed growl. Fine universe. I'll run to my own damn wedding. Have a laugh. So we scramble out of Chase, all of them gathering some pissed at my skirts as we make our way off the road and onto the pavement. Once there, I gather my skirts into sections and pulling them under and around my legs. Tie them in a skirt that comes to my knees in a messy heap. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Angelina raises a brow at me. I offer her a grin. It's memorable. "Tu agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Like hell. Gloria pulls out her phone and strike a pose. "I hate you." I laugh but pose for the picture regardless. Onward. "Ladies." Zarya points ahead. And so we start towards the place Luke and I selected for the wedding. Now I wish it was on the outskirts of town. Huffing for breath and glad that it's cold enough that my makeup hasn't melted off my face, we reach the gates where countless cars are parked. "Hold." The guards stop us. "Show your invitation." "Are you out of your mind?" I glare at them as I undo the knot of my skirt and let it skitter on the ground in the damn bride. Their heads whip to my face and realization dawns on them. Without waiting for their erection, I rush ahead through the gates, my 3 comrades after me. Even from afar, I can tell the meadow is arranged just like it imagined. White chairs around round tables, fairy lights arranged across the tress around, the grass cut and cleaned in a path of flower petals as the aisle, leading up to the altar in a cluster of lit-up willow trees and wild flowers, and every one is going around in panic. I spot Mom and Morgan, phones pressed to their ears. Then my eyes go to Careless barking something at a few warriors. Then I catch sight of my mate, in heated conversation with Ethan and Casper. Still, running and far from the actual place, I can hear the murmurs of guests. The bride isn't coming. Did something happen? I thought fair mates. Poor dear. Maybe someone took her. Then Luke's voice reaches me. "I don't care about protocol." Achia saying I'm going to go and someone else cuts him off. The bride. All heads whip in our direction as I come to a stop at the edge of the aisle. Huffing for breath, hands on my knees, I lift up my head and give my mate a sheepish smile. See the tension in his shoulders go away. We got stuck in traffic. Gloria says to Casper as he walks to us, but loud enough for everyone to hear. "Thank Moon. Mom and Morgan come as well." I was starting to think, never mind. "Now you're here." She hands me a bouquet and kisses my forehead. Careless offers me his arm, winking at Zarya. Everyone goes to their seats, and I take a moment to calm myself down and even my breaths. Now only Luke stands at the altar, dressed in an immaculate white suit with golden embroidery, matching my dress. I glance at where Casper and Ethan stand as his best men and mouth them a thank you. Both of them give me thumbs ups. Luke smiles at me, and like the idiot only he can turn me into, I grin brightly and wave at him, giddy from happiness and excitement. Luke's shoulders shake with silent laughter, his stormy eyes bright as he waves back at me. He takes my hand in his when we reach the altar, giving it a little squeeze. Luke pulls me up and presses a soft kiss to my hand. "I was about to come get you." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He smiles at me, brushing his thumb at the back of my hand. "This has been a crazy day." I tell him you won't believe how much the universe tried to stop me from coming. Then I should thank you. Luke's stormy eyes hold mine captive for braving every danger to come here. I look at him with hooded eyes, a smirk curling at my lips. "You can thank me later." The priest clears his throat and smiles at us. I barely listen to what HE is saying. Snap out of for one moment when Luke says I do and then go back to staring at him with shameless admiration as he slides a ring in my hand until I realize the priest is talking to me. "Do you, Elise Marie Atwood, take Luke J.X. Winters as your husband and mate and pledge your loyalty and love to him?" "Sure." I shrug, grinning and gesture around with my bouquet. "I mean, it's not like HES already my soulmate or anything. I'd totally marry him. Definitely. Why would I not? I'm not mad." Luke's lips on mine cut off my nervous rambling, and I pretty much melt in his touch. "Yeah, I'd totally marry him. He'll take that as I do." Luke pulls back, his grin matching mine. It takes me a moment to register the cheers and whistles of the crowd, and another one to realize I haven't yet given him his ring. Before I can ask Angelina for the ring box, Careless walks over to us, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Careless holds something out for me. I raise an eyebrow. He continues Luke's ring. You gave this to me for keepsake yesterday. Remember? 3 faces snap to me in identical glares and I wince thanks. Bro, no prob. He gives me thumbs up before he goes back. I'm guessing there's some more to that traffic jam. Luke smiles at me. I ignore the warmth that floods to my face. How do you feel about having 2 wedding rings? He raises an eyebrow. Do I get to kiss you twice? I laugh as I slide the ring in his finger and pull him down for another kiss. Tossing my bouquet. Music fills up the atmosphere and I pull my husband down to dance. After a few dances and teasing, laughing and cutting the cake, Luke pulls me towards the altar again. I have a gift for you. His lips brushing my hair. A smile curves at my lips, and I raise an eyebrow right here. His chuckle reverberates through him to me, since his arm is wrapped around my waist. My side pressing to his. As tempting as it is, not that kind of gift. Luke pulls me behind the willow trees. There's a thin package inside the hollow of a tree. Luke keeps his arm around me, so my back is pressed to his chest, and holds it to me, curiously. I open it up, wondering what could he possibly get me that feels like a piece of paper. A gasp escapes me as the cover falls away. It's a piece of paper, all right. A college admission form. I breathe out. You wanted to go. Luke's voice caresses my ears, so you will, whenever you like. But I can't believe my eyes, but the council. They would never agree to it. It's not easy to disagree to something they don't know about. I can hear the smile in his voice, setting the form back in the hollow. I tee you around in his hold, hooking my arms around his neck. Well, Mrs. Winters. Luke smiles down at me. What do you say? I return his smile. I say, why the hell not? Mr. Atwood. He laughs at that and leans down to press his lips to mine. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.